To everyone to our campus at Applied Islamic Studies, Hamad Khalifa University. We're really, really excited to host our very first Islamic Psychology Symposium at the College of Islamic Studies. I would like to, on behalf of our college, welcome you all and then also share our gratitude with our co-organizers for the symposium, specifically in the Leland Center, the International Association of Islamic Psychology, as well as the International Students of Islamic Psychology. Before I hand over to our actual Master of Ceremonies for today, I would just like to introduce him to do him justice. We're very lucky to have Ustaz Syed Jamaluddin Miri, who is a licensed counselor from Sweden. And he has a previous background with culture, media, and arts, which we did see last evening at the symposium dinner. He has a postgraduate diploma in Islamic psychology from Cambridge Muslim College, UK. He's also certified International Association of Islamic Psychology practitioner, as well as the ijaza in practicing traditionally Islamic integrated psychotherapy, also known as TIIP, from the Ibn Khaldun University and Khalil Center. I will give you the floor. Thank you so much.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are you guys doing today? Everything. How are you guys doing? Are you not excited for Islamic Psychology Conference? Or so how are you guys doing today? You need to give some energy. How are you guys doing today? It seems like you guys want to go to a Western Psychology Conference now, all right? We're very honored and pleased to be here. We want to thank the organizers and Sister Sabika, Sister Esra, and some others behind the scene, actually Sister Eileen and others, Alia, for the amazing work behind the scenes. So round of applause for all those who are behind the scene organizing, all the volunteers, all the co-organizers, the main organizers. We want to thank Hamad bin Khalifa University and the College of Islamic Studies for allowing us to establish a platform for Islamic psychology in this beautiful country of Qatar. We want to thank Qatar as a country, and of course the Dean, Dr. Recep Şentürk, the Dean of the College of Islamic Studies, for opening up this opportunity for all of us who are yearning to learn more from the tradition of psychology in an Islamic perspective. And hopefully these 2 days will be very fruitful for all of you as students or mental health professionals or scholars. There's a lot of great panels that we're going to go through discussing different advancements in the field of Islamic psychology. And that's the theme of the whole conference, dear brothers and sisters, advancing the clinical practice of Islamic psychology through education and research. So Sister Sabika introduced the partners of this conference today. HBKU and the CIS is welcoming you all, and we're very honored also as co-organizers, Khalil Center and the International Association of Islamic Psychology and the International Students of Islamic Psychology to join this endeavor for the normalization process of Islamic psychology within academia and elsewhere as well. Just some brief logistic things. This is something that we always need to mention. There will be breaks and prayers during the prayer times, so this is something that you'll see in the program. If you guys want to have access to the booklet of the program, I don't know if you guys' phones are able to capture this QR code, but if you guys try to capture this QR code, let me bring it closer to you guys. So I'll let it be there for 30 seconds. So please scan the QR code and you will have access to the booklet where you will see more about the whole program, the organizers, all the panelists and their bios, etc. So it's a very handy and great booklet to have. So feel free to scan the QR code. Lunch will be served at my left side, your right side. You just go out here and then go to the right and you'll see where you guys can eat. And the bathrooms is on your left side if you need to go and refresh yourselves. For all those who need translation, translations are offered from Arabic to English and English to Arabic. And this was announced earlier, so I hope that you guys have got the headphones and the equipment necessary for that. If not, please do speak with our volunteers and they will be at your service. And yes, I think this is partially it. We will have some microphones going around during the Q&As. So after each panel, we will have brief Q&As. And alhamdulillah, shukrullah, really, we're very excited of the prospect of what Qatar and Hamad bin Khalifa University and the College of Islamic Studies are doing, creating a center for Islamic psychology internationally in this beautiful city of Doha. And from my bird's eye view as one of the co-founders and executive director of ISIP, we have chapters all over the world and members all over the world. And I can, without any doubt, say that this is the place to be right now when it comes to the advancements of Islamic psychology. And we will also discuss more about the master program that will be established this fall in counseling psychology from an Islamic perspective. So most welcome to all of you. We have some people coming from Australia here actually, which is amazing. And I know a lot of you are traveling from far and wide and from many different parts of the world. You're most welcome, brothers and sisters. We're honored to be at your service. And let us now introduce our keynote speakers that will welcome us with some reflections and thoughts about the university, the partners, and also the program today. So allow me to introduce first and foremost Dr. Human Keshavarzi, who is the founder and executive director of Khalil Center. Round of applause, please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله وحده والصلاة والسلام على من لا نبي بعده السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Welcome to Doha, welcome to the College of Islamic Studies. I'm very honored and privileged to have this sort of symposium go on and to have such a diverse group of scholars with us. I think part of the objective of the symposium, when we were sort of thinking of it, was that we thought rather than sort of a theoretical discussion of Islamic psychology or even introducing the topic of Islamic psychology, we really want to get into some, as we say, meat and potatoes, get into some action, get into clinical practice, right? And this is centrally important because of the fact that we at Hamad bin Khalifa are going to be launching one of the only graduate degree programs in the clinical practice of Islamic psychology. This will kick off in the fall of 2024. I myself will be coming here. This was one of the visionary projects of Dr. Rajab Shanturk, and he invited me to partake as the program director of this program. And in the creation of this program and writing of the curriculum, we felt that it was duly important to ensure that when we embark on this very novel and new and visionary mission and path, that we are informed and that we diligently think about our teaching methods, our approach, books, texts, ideas, work, literature that we'll rely on. And just as any good academic does, they typically do a survey of the landscape, a literature review, right, before you write on any topic. And so this is our sort of, I don't know what to call it, our literature review, and not just reading about the scholars' work, but to actually invite the scholars to engage in an active participation and discussion about the education and advancement of the practice of Islamic psychology. So this is a novel thing. People have been doing it in different parts of the world for quite some time now, and we want to bring everybody together to be able to do this together. As if some of you may know, and some of you may not know, that Islamic psychology has become a very international movement. Some of you are just becoming oriented to this today. We have at least a 40, 50-year-old sort of contemporary interest, a renewed interest in Islamic psychology. And now we've kind of come to the point where we are establishing a graduate program and we're going to give education to the next generation of practitioners of Islamic psychology. And before we do that, we want to ensure that we have all of your contributions and that it's grounded, as Dr. Rajab likes to say, rooted revival, grounded in the usul, in the principles and the foundations of our religion, so that we're not among those individuals whom Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَبِالْأَخْسَرِينَ أَعْمَالًا الَّذِي ضَلَّ سَعْيٌ فِي الْحَيَاةِ الدُّنْيَا وَهُمْ يَحْسَبُونَ أَنَّهُمْ يُحْسِنُونَ صُنْعًا. Those individuals who think that they're doing something good, but in reality, they are just wasted sort of efforts. And so we want to ensure that we don't fall prey and victim to this. And part of the idea is to be between Islamic authenticity and grounded upon our legacy, but to recognize and to demonstrate that this is a living tradition. It's not a historical process, that we're not just digging up. And now history is important. We need to look back on the writings of the scholars in order to inform the present, in order to inform our practice, in order to be able to translate that into action. The Prophet ﷺ didn't come with a theory. He didn't come with an ideology. He came with a revolutionary mission that would transform the daily lives of every single human being on the face of the planet. And so we want to be able to turn this into some sort of practice and applications. And so this is sort of the mission of this discussion and some of the program that we hope to be able to benefit from. And the other is that we want to do an integration, meaning Islamic authenticity grounded in our tradition, but also to be between Islamic authenticity as well as demonstrating an integration and integrating the behavioral sciences, those parts of it that are empirically validated, that are useful, that fits within our foundations, and to sift through the Eurocentric interpretations of that science. Psychology is between philosophy and science. And it's been marketed very well as an objective science that can explain to the details of the human experience and human behavior. However, the reality is that there are many governing philosophies and ideologies that shape the research questions, but also the interpretations of the data that come out of that research. And so we want to situate the data, take from the data something that will be consistent with our worldview, with our legacy, with our tradition, and to demonstrate to the world that the Islamic tradition does have the capacity and the foundations to be able to demonstrate a tangible contribution to the field of psychology and to reform and transform psychology as we see it today, from a reductionistic, pharmaceutically driven, for-profit, sort of run industry to one of compassion, human beings. لَقَدْ جَاءَكُمْ رَسُولٌ مِّنْ أَنفُسِكُمْ عَزِيزٌ عَلَيْهِ مَا عَنِتُّمْ حَرِيصٌ عَلَيْكُمْ بِالْمُؤْمِنِينَ رَؤُوفٌ رَحِيمٌ. The Prophet ﷺ was عَزِيزٌ عَلَيْكُمْ. He felt the pain and weighed heavy on his heart the human condition, the suffering of the individuals. Through compassion, he was invested in the prevention and well-being of the human condition. And to take, yesterday I attended 2 days ago Dr. Wael Halak's seminar on ethics in Sharia. And he was talking about just this sort of overarching sense of a concern for the human condition, a concern for the betterment of human beings that underlies the basis of the entire corpus of the legal tradition. And so we want to demonstrate that element of our tradition within this confine and this topic. Jazakumullahu khairan. I look forward to interacting with all of you over the course of the next 2 days. And this evening, we will actually have an information session on the Masters in Counseling Psychology. For those of you who are interested, you're welcome to join us this evening at 6:45 here at CIS as well. I'll be here to talk more detail about the actual curriculum and the way that it's laid out. And at this point, I'll hand it back over to Said Jamaluddin to direct us into the next segment.
Jazakallah khairan, Dr. Human, for your beautiful opening remarks, and things that I caught from the things you said was living tradition, integration, and rooted revival. And without that, everything will be suicidal. So it's important. That was a rhyme. I don't know if it was a good rhyme, though. Alhamdulillah. And from our beloved, teacher and one of the pioneers in the modern era of Islamic psychology, Dr. Human, we will go to one of the, let's say, next slide, please, to the provost of this beautiful university, Hamad bin Khalifa University. And honestly, we're just amazed of the visionary work of this university and also the support from the whole Qatari community and the royal family. We're very honored to be with you. So Dr. Michael J. Benedict serves as provost for the Hamad bin Khalifa University. Please welcome up to the stage. Rounds of applause.
Thank you very much. I am delighted to welcome all of you to Hamad bin Khalifa University, all the honored guests, my faculty colleagues, HBKU students, and members of the community who are here today. And I'm also pleased to see the formal opening of the Islamic Psychology Symposium here at HBKU. This is a field that we have been thinking about, I think, for many, many years, and only in the last couple of years have we really been able to formalize putting this into place. And in many ways, this symposium really kicks off what the university is trying to achieve in this area. So my job is not to talk about psychology, because it would be very silly of me to try to do that. Instead, I want to tell you just a little bit about the university and the place this program has within the university. HBKU is a very unique graduate research university. It serves as a catalyst for transformative change in Qatar and in the region as a whole. Our mission is no less than to transform society, yet also be the #1 university in the Arab world. I think we can achieve that. The work of our faculty in doing that is both rooted in the local culture with a mission to address problems of local, regional, and global importance through their research, as well as to educate the next generation of leaders, scholars, and researchers who will serve throughout this country and throughout the region. My expectations of our faculty is that the research and the scholarly work be of world caliber, and I expect them to gain an international profile, and yet I also expect their research and their education to be rooted in the local culture and the local region. This conference and this new initiative in Islamic psychology is precisely that. However, it is also the research of this university that I believe distinguishes HBKU from many other universities. As I said, we expect our scientists, our researchers, our faculty to straddle the local and international expectations. Local in terms of assuring that much of what our scholars do have an impact. International in that our mandate is to become a world-recognized leading research university in all the areas that our faculty work in. This conference, again, is such an example, focusing on the practice of clinical psychology from an Islamic perspective, and yet within the framework of modern society in which we find ourselves. The impact of this conference and the impact of the graduate program that is forthcoming is impossible to predict, but I think will be fundamental. I hope that all of our visitors at HBK will take an opportunity while you're here over the next few days to walk around this truly stunning building you find yourselves in. If you haven't yet explored it, please do. The building is in many ways a metaphor. It's strikingly modern, yet it's very much based on tradition. In so many ways, I think that's what your conference is about, and that is what this university is about. I have no doubt that the next few days will be stimulating and exciting, and I wish for all of you a very successful conference. Thank you.
MashaAllah, Jazakallah khairan. Thank you so much, Dr. Michael J. Benedict, for these opening remarks. And it's quite exciting to be part of this endeavor of transforming the academical society, becoming the #1 university, and that will become a reality. So we have 3 rhymes there as well, alhamdulillah. From Dr. Michael, we will now move forward to actually the Dean of the College of Islamic Studies, and we're very honored and pleased to. This is one of the great scholars of our time. And for all of you who are a little bit younger, like myself, quote to quote, this is really a historical moment where we see all these great scholars that you'll see throughout the whole conference. These are pioneers in the field. And inshallah, we will show our deepest respect for their works. And Dr. Recep Şentürk, without any further ado, the Dean of College of Islamic Studies, welcome up to the stage. The floor is yours. Rounds of applause.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulina wa habibina wa tabibi qulubina wa shafi dhunubina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa atba'ihi wa ikhwanihi min al-anbiya'i wal mursalin. Rabbana atina min ladunka rahmatan wa hayyi lana min amrina rashada. I am very happy today that finally we got together for this symposium. Last year at this time, this was beyond a dream. Now we see that it's a reality. I thank Allah Ta'ala for making it possible for us, and I thank for our organizers, who put this thing together. We have so many co-organizers from around the world, and I thank all our colleagues who came from different parts of the world. You see that the Islamic psychology is a movement, is a global movement from everywhere, from Australia to America to Europe to Africa, everywhere. And when you look at the list of presenters and contributors in this symposium, you will clearly see this. And our goal is to contribute to this movement and help it to bear concrete, applicable fruits, so that people in Qatar and beyond in the whole world can benefit from it. So today in the world there is a global movement to bring together spirituality, religious values, traditions, and combine them with psychology, which has been narrowly focused as a positivist, materialist science. Now they are coming to realization that this is not going to work like this. We have to open up and benefit from what works. And religions throughout history, they have been, healing psychological problems of people and helping them to become happy and successful in their lives. Islam is given to us to make us happy and successful. That's the purpose of Islam. That's the purpose of Quran and Rasulullah alayhi salatu wasalam. So, but this needs to be conveyed and facilitated. And I believe that our program here at Hamad bin Khalifa University, MA in Counseling Psychology, is a very important step, taking this global movement towards combining spirituality and psychology forward, inshallah ta'ala, because until now there have been a lot of discussion and research about theoretical aspects of it. Now, for the first time, we see practical implementations. And this is very compatible with the vision of this university and also College of Islamic Studies. Our college is named College of Islamic Studies, but what's Islam? So when we say Islam, we mean religion and civilization. Not just religion in a narrow sense, like a theology of religion, but civilization as well. So religion is something given to us by God. It's in the Quran and Hadith and Fiqh, Tafsir, Hadith. But at the same time, there is a civilization, a global civilization extending from Uyghur to Andalusia, to Europe, everywhere. And now it's everywhere because it's an open civilization. It embraces like everyone in it. I was in America during the weekend. I saw flourishing Muslim community. Numbers are increasing. Number of institutions are increasing. MashaAllah. So we are living in this global age. So American culture is here, but Islam is in America. So everywhere this is the same. So we are entering a new age. Alhamdulillah. And Islam has been from the very beginning a cosmopolitan society from the very beginning. So that's a civilization. Muslims established in architecture, in arts, in other institutions that we have established. This is also part of Islamic studies. As a result, in our college, we have several MA programs. One of them, Islam and Global Affairs. The other one, Applied Islamic Ethics, which is a unique program in the world. We don't have anywhere else, a degree program at the MA level dedicated to Islamic ethics, because we Muslims, we neglected ethics. Although ethics must have the priority in our studies, unfortunately, economics was given priority, politics was given priority, law, Sharia was given priority. But the project of Prophet Muhammad was an ethical project. So now we are pushing it to become the central point, inshallah. And we also have Islamic art, urbanization program, architecture program, Islam and contemporary fiqh program, Islamic finance and economics program. You see, all these programs, they have a contemporary perspective. They are rooted in the Islamic tradition, but also they have applicable products, applicable conclusions. So inshallah, psychology program will also be the same. And now we are working on education, comparative education MA program. It will also be the same, rooted in the Islamic tradition, but sometimes contemporary and comparative. We don't isolate ourselves from the existing scholarly tradition in the world. We don't marginalize ourselves, because we are Muslims. We are part of the global scholarly community, and we want to interact with it and contribute to it. And I believe there are many problems they cannot solve it without Islamic contribution. I believe Islamic contribution is very important for the global academic community, for the global human society. In many areas, we have a rich tradition. Other traditions don't have. But we need to bring it to today and represent it, right, Sheikh? Represent it, inshallah ta'ala. Inshallah ta'ala. And I believe, what's going to happen today here, an example of rooted revival through the multiplex view of Islam. Unfortunately, today we suffer from extremist materialism. And we need to replace this extremist materialism with the multiplex, multi-layered ontology, which recognizes that there is visible, observable reality, which need to be studied through empirical methods, but at the same time, invisible level. Same thing with the epistemology. We cannot reduce academic knowledge only to the empiric knowledge. We have to take into account different types of knowledge and methodology. So this is what we mean by the multiplex ontology, epistemology, and methodology. Inshallah ta'ala, this the symposium will be a move forward, and we would like to have it annually, so that we don't lose steam, inshallah ta'ala, to move forward. And I thank everyone who came all the way around from different parts of the world to contribute, and I wish that our collaboration continues in the upcoming years as well. Consider College of Islamic Studies your home, and have always, keep always in mind that that we are trying to unite everyone who is working in the field of Islamic psychology. That's why we had these partners. We could have done it only like a College of Islamic Studies, but we are open. We want to collaborate and bring everybody on board, and we are open to your suggestions to improve our program. Jazakumullah khairan. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
MashaAllah, Jazakallah khairan, Dr. Rajab Shentu, for these beautiful words and for opening up, as you say, and allowing this beautiful space and place to be a space for collaboration and interaction, integration, multiplexity, which is a beautiful reality. And one thing I thought about is that IP is a movement and harakat, and where we're united, there is a lot of barakat, right? Alhamdulillah. Dr. Recep, for all of you, is from Turkey, and I'm partially Turkish as well, but I don't speak Turkish. But what I love with our Islamic tradition is the diversity rooted in Tawheed and Quran and Sunnah when it comes to languages of Islamic psychology. Arabic is the main language, but we will have scholars from all over the world. And I want to mention their names so that you guys get acquainted, and please check them out online as well. There's so much resources. And now we're going to go to our first panel. But before then, I want to just introduce all of the names. So we have with us today Dr. Abdullah Ratman, Dr. Aid Smaij, Dr. Ali Habibi, Dr. Amber Haq, Dr. Fahad Khan, Dr. G. Hussein Rasul, Dr. Hamid, Dr. Human Keshavarzi, Dr. Khalid Al-Zamzami, Dr. Mehdi Qasqas, Dr. Mahmoud Masri, Dr. Masood Azerbaijani, Dr. Muhammad Ashraf Che Amaq, Dr. Muhammad Mahmoud, Dr. Mutio Olagoke Salami, Dr. Omar Mahmoud, Dr. Rani Wad, Dr. Muhammad Tahiri Khalili, Dr. Wahdad Gurmaz, Dr. Weenus Mahmoudi, Dr. Yusuf Musallim, Dr. Zubair bin Mubarak, and Sheikh Amin Khulwadia. So round of applause to all of our scholars as they are going to enter the stage. And special thanks to Dr. Khalid, because he's been one of the organizers as well. Thank you, Dr. Khalid, for the great work you've done in organizing together with the rest of the team as well. So the first panel discussion, and let's move to the next slide, will be about foundational concepts. And it will be 3 presentations. And all of these scholars have also entered papers into the symposium, and these papers will be released after the symposium, so be aware of that, dear brothers and sisters and excellent participants. It's an honor to be with you all. The first presentation is about an Islamic framework for research methods and psychology. The second will be treatment of psychological disorders and Islamic ontological approach. And finally, drawing lines in the sand is also one of the main topics. So I will allow the moderator for this panel discussion, Dr. Fahad Khan from the Khalil Center, to enter the stage, and he will present the rest of the panelists. Rounds of applause.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm going to ask our panelists to please come join me on the stage here. Sheikh Amin, Dr. Rania, Dr. Masri, and Dr. Human. My apologies, please.
I know Human said 20 minutes, but if I go 1 or 2 minutes overboard.
I will give you time. My apologies for that. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man wala wa tu'izzu man tasha wa tudhillu man tasha biyadika al-khayr. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. We have, mashallah, two extra speakers here, Sister Sara Al-Attar, and I don't know your name. Sister Kamal Ahmed, inshallah, who will be presenting with Sheikh Amin and Dr. Human, inshallah. Before we begin, I was asked to spend 2 to 3 minutes introducing the topic, and the topic that we have here is on foundational concepts. Having all these teachers here, I found it difficult for me to talk about any of my own opinions. So I'm going to, inshallah, read a few lines from my spiritual mentor, Allama Muhammad Iqbal, who was spiritually mentored by Maulana Rumi. In his last lecture in the Reconstruction of Religious Thought in Islam, Allama Iqbal says the following. He says, modern psychology has not yet touched even the outer fringe of religious life and is still far from the richness and variety of what is called religious experience. Then he quotes Sheikh Mujaddid al-Fisani, Ahmed Sarhindi, who talks about the various stations that an individual goes through from his qalb to ruh, to sir al-khafi, to sir al-akhfa, into the alim al-amr. And then Allama Iqbal continues and says, a whole universe of inner experience as seen by a great reformer of Islamic Sufism. According to him, this alim al-amr, the world of directive energy, must be passed through before one reaches the unique experience which which symbolizes the purely objective. This is the reason why I say that modern psychology has not yet touched even the outer fringe of the subject. Personally, I do not at all feel hopeful of the present state of things in either biology or psychology. Mere analytical criticism with some understanding of the organic condition of the imagery in which religious life has sometimes manifested itself is not likely to carry us to living roots of human personality. And then he says, if therefore the science of psychology is ever likely to possess a real significance for the life of mankind, it must develop an independent method calculated to discover a new technique better suited to the temper of our times. And then he calls that process the purification of experience. So inshallah, with that we'll begin our panel discussion. As Brother Sayyid Jamaluddin introduced already, our first presentation is titled An Islamic Framework for Research Methods in Psychology. And this will be presented by Sheikh Amin Khulwadia, Dr. Human Kishawarzi, and others. I'm going to do a brief biography introduction of them. Each speaker will have, inshallah, 20 minutes, and I will give them a reminder at 10 minutes and 5 minutes, and inshallah at time. Sheikh Amin Khulwadia is the founder and the director of Darul Qasim. He's a renowned scholar. He's a teacher of all of us here on the stage and various people who are sitting in the audience as well. He studied in India and Pakistan, also in the UK. I will just quote his teacher, and I will end his, I know he doesn't like his introduction to be lengthy, but one of his teachers, Allama Khalid Mahmoodi, who was once asked a question, he said, I have written a book of knowledge, and if you'd like to read it, it is Sheikh Amin. We will also have Dr. Human Kishawarzi present, who's a very good friend of mine. He's the director, executive director, founder of Khalil Center. He is also will be the director of the program here at Hamad bin Khalifa University. And he's a visiting faculty at Ibn Khaldun University. Inshallah, with that, I will pass it on to our panel here. So Sheikh Amin, please.
Each speaker has 20 minutes. I have 20 minutes.
So your group has 20 minutes. However, you have divided it. So Dr. Human, I don't know how.
But then your statement is wrong. Each speaker doesn't have 20 minutes. I have 5 minutes, and they have 5 minutes each.
Okay, so assuming all four of you will be presenting, I will give you 5 minutes.
You can give me 20 minutes. It's fine. I'll take it.
You being the senior, I will give you, inshallah, 7 minutes.
Oh, wow. So kind of you. MashaAllah. Alhamdulillah wa bi ni'mati. Jazakallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Wonderful to be here. Thank you all for coming here. Today's presentation basically is in two parts. One is the epistemology, and the second is the methodology. The methodology will be presented by the other speakers. I'm going to speak to you very quickly about epistemology. Epistemology is, how do we gain knowledge? Where does knowledge come from? And what is the level of certainty in knowledge? Because knowledge requires that you have certainty in what you know. And if you're not certain in what you know, then obviously that's not knowledge. That's not yaqeen, as the Quran wants us to develop yaqeen in ourselves. So how does this work? And in the Western tradition of epistemology, you have several kind of approaches. One is deontological, which is what you're supposed to do, and the other is evidentialism, which is knowledge based on evidence, and the other is teleological, knowledge based on consequences or consequentialism. And there's another one, just for good measure, it's called utilitarian, where you kind of weigh, risk-benefit analysis, and whatever is more favorable for more people, then you go with that, although it's not strictly a methodology in epistemology. But there you go, that's in the Western kind of system. In our system, we also have what we call asbabul ilm, as the mutakallimun have written very thoroughly. You have to remember that we were discussing these super luxurious ideas and conversations when everybody else in the world were in the Stone Ages and in the Dark Ages, where people didn't know their right hand from their left hand. So we were a civilization that really relished the idea of intricate philosophical questions and discussions. Amongst them was epistemology. So the way we see epistemology, how we know, basically the five senses, what we call the mashhudat, five senses yields a certain level of knowledge, and certainly, hopefully, that's what we see and what we hear and what we taste and what we touch, etc. This gives you knowledge. Although that could be argued in the legal realm through legal realism, where sometimes our senses will deceive us, and the prosecutor or maybe the defender will ask the witness, did you really see this person? When you say that I saw this person killing this person, so they're always going to see if they can bore holes into the testimony. Testimony, obviously, is where you want yaqeen. You want to be absolutely certain. Your knowledge of your observation has to be absolutely certain. So in the legal realm, this kind of falls apart, and they drill holes into people's testimonies. And so, did you actually hear this? And so those are the questions you'll find in courts, etc. But on the whole, your five senses are usually safe. I say, okay, I know this is sweet. I know this is hot. I know this is black. And I know this is the sound of a bell. So you usually know through your five senses. That's how you gain knowledge of what we call mashhudat, those that are knowledge that is received through the sense perception. The second ala and tool for knowledge is what we call the aql. Aql basically here means understanding, or the human intellect. Now through the human intellect, we do have a way to know things. Sometimes they're mathematical, sometimes they're philosophical, sometimes through deduction, sometimes through a conclusion, sometimes through logic, sometimes just by thinking and observing and so on. So this is now the rational way to know, or the way of the aql and the intellect and understanding and so on. The third way is a bit, what do you call it? A bit of detail there. I've put it under at-talaqi min al-ghayb, although most scholars will just put it under al-khabr al-sadiq, a good authentic report. But I've made another category on top of it, which is called receiving from the other world. So in Muslim epistemology, obviously, you have your empirical method, your five senses and the rationale, the intellect, but you also have another whole realm, an ocean of knowledge, which gives the Muslim the added advantage. When a Muslim studies science, for instance, he has the advantage over a non-Muslim, because the non-Muslim only has two tools of knowing, the five senses and the aql. Whereas the Muslim now has this whole experience of knowledge from the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. knowledge of prophethood, knowledge from the ghaib, the unseen, that which you can't see. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala imparts that knowledge to the Prophet, and the Prophet distributes that knowledge to other Muslims. And they receive this information. And it's a wealth of knowledge, as a wealth of information that Muslim scholars tapped into. One of the main reasons why Muslims were so good and so organized and so cultivated and so sophisticated in their portrayal of even life in general is because they had access to this tool of knowledge. That what the Prophet brought to human beings, they used that. I mean, in our opening remarks in the paper, when you read the paper, you'll see that, alhamdulillah, the Prophet ﷺ predicted that the average age of his ummah will be between 60 and 70. Now, how do you know this? Is it through your rationale? Is it through observation? Is it through experimentation? Or is there another way that the Prophet knows? And the other way is obviously the ghaib, the unseen. So Allah informs the Prophet that the average age of his ummah will be between 50 and 60. And you have to sit back and think about it. This is at a time when the average age of people in the world was 50. So at a time when the average age is 50 in the whole world, I'm talking about the Persian Empire, I'm talking about the Roman Empire, I'm talking about the Chinese. The average age, if you look it up, it was 50 at that time. But the Prophet said, the age of my ummah will be between 60 and 70.
2 minutes.
Now, why is that? How did that work?
2 minutes.
Oh, all right, 2 minutes. All right. Hopefully we'll live longer.
Inshallah. Inshallah. I apologize.
Yeah, inshallah. Bi-idhnillah. Jazakallah khair. So, what is it? This is because, the Muslim civilization promoted a way of life and a healthy way of life where they would live 60, 70 years old. Had they not lived a hygienic life, a clean life, had they not had a proper diet, had they not had the necessary tools by which they can prolong their life in a world where people were dying at the age of 50, then this would not have happened. But who gave the Prophet this knowledge? Is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the Muslim scientist has the advantage of utilizing a whole ocean of knowledge which the non-Muslim doesn't even believe in. And we should be proud of that. And Muslim scientists must look into that before they go into empiricism and the fossil, kind of evaluation of the fossil and see how old is this fossil. They must also resort to wahi. The knowledge we gain from the Quran and Sunnah is far more superior than the knowledge that we gain through the mashhudat, that which is tangible, and through the ma'khulat, that which is, the intellectual way to learn. So, inshallah, we'll continue with this somehow, somewhere. Inshallah. Jazakumullah khair.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi wahda wa salatu wa salamu ala man la nabiyya ba'da. So part of the aims of our paper actually was to provide a review of the current research methods that are existent within the field of psychology. And my colleagues here, Sada and Dr. Kanwal, will go through some of those methods in modern psychology, both quantitative and qualitative, and demonstrate the convergence between traditional Islamic methods and some of the divergences, how they don't align with one another. So what are the similarities? What are the tools that Islamic scholars used that pre-existed modern psychology that converges with modern psychological methods? And those elements that diverge, meaning that are not found in modern psychology, that Islamic scholars utilize, that we believe is perhaps the most richest source to be able to provide further completion or multiplexity or an expanded, more flexible framework. Before we get into that, what I wanted to talk about is, first of all, taking an ounce of humility when we come to the field of psychology. Psychology itself is a soft science. What do we mean by that? I'll just show you a demonstration of one simple issue that will illustrate my point. And that is that when we come to clinical practice, psychotherapy trials, clinical trials, we find that when we try to explain the variability or the amount of change that we can attribute to various factors for healing in psychotherapy, meaning a patient comes in sick, we do something, and then they get better at the end. What we often say as clinicians is that it's my intervention that made them feel better. While there's truth to that, that actually only explains 8% of the variability for the change. 8% of the reason why they've changed. In fact, 92% is unexplained by the actual intervention. 40% of psychotherapy outcomes are actually completely unexplained. We can't explain it at all in psychology. 12% is simply the relationship between the practitioner and the patient. And so what am I saying here? What I'm saying is that we need to take an ounce of humility, because the Quran says whenever we're dealing with the nafs or the ruh, يَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الرُّوحِ قُلِ الرُّوحُ مِنْ أَمْرِ رَبِّي وَمَا أُوتِيتُ مِنَ الْعِلْمِ إِلَّا قَلِيلًا. And so there's a degree of humility. While you will find that Islamic scholars attempted to standardize, to provide methods and interventions, including behavioral and cognitive interventions to changing the human psychological condition, what we find in Islamic civilization and in the practice of the Sufis is in fact a great degree of flexibility. We find that there isn't a very strictly regimented, manualized approach, but rather a great degree of variability that is accepted due to those unexplained factors, which they may call, what I'm superimposing on them is the God factor. Meaning that each person is unique, and the dynamics and the unexplained factors of barakah, tawfiq, conditions that impact all of the things that we're unable to measure. I'll add one additional thing, is to say that even in
2 minutes.
Even in strict clinical trials of RCT, manualized psychotherapies, there is an increasing criticism of the RCT, not that it's not useful, it's very useful, but one of the major criticisms is that it does not generalize well to real-world conditions. The reason why is because we exert too many controls in an artificial lab with one specific disorder that is impossible to control when we leave the lab. When we go into a natural healing setting, we find that there's way too many unexplained factors that impacts the relationship in the human being that's difficult to replicate. Hence why you'll find the Islamic scholars often taking a much more flexible sort of approach in an acknowledgement and in recognition of these other factors that are sort of beyond the measurable experiences. And I'll pass it off to our other speakers to walk us through some of those methods.
Press the button on there. Not on yours.
So now getting into a discussion of the different research methodologies themselves, discussing first our quantitative research methods. Some examples of those in modern psychology research include correlational studies, descriptive studies, and experimental studies in which we're manipulating variables in order to assess what kind of desired outcomes we're getting. So an analogous concept that our Islamic scholars have used, what we would describe to be sort of a prequel to experimental methods, is tajruba, or experiential trials, basically in which the sheikh provides some kind of intervention to their disciple to alleviate some kind of behavioral or spiritual ailment. And if that intervention is successful in alleviating that ailment, that intervention becomes a prescription which the sheikh passes on to their disciples, and then the senior disciples begin to pass it on to their students, and then that prescription becomes an established prescription and cure within the tradition, and it becomes solidified in the tradition. One example of that is the concept of counter-conditioning in the case of religious OCD, in which basically a student may have obsessive thoughts perhaps about their prayers being invalidated or their wudu being invalidated, and then engages in compulsions of repeating their prayers over and over again. So the sheikh basically counters those obsessive thoughts and those compulsions by instilling, for example, the fear of bid'ah or the fear of Allah's displeasure if one were to repeatedly redo their prayers and wudu over and over again. And that discomfort of knowing that Allah's displeasure may perhaps be there sort of counters and supersedes upon the discomfort of the obsession and compulsion, and then basically works to counter that OCD.
Okay, so the next type of research is descriptive research. So descriptive research, it's purely descriptive in nature, meaning that there's no manipulation of factors or administration of any kind of intervention. An example of that would be studying the development of abstract reasoning in children. And the Islamic convergence to that is in istiqra, which is inductive reasoning. An example of that can be found in the Sirah. So in the Arabian Peninsula, there was a cultural concept that intimacy with the nursing mother would be detrimental to the child. And the Prophet ﷺ, he stated that he almost forbade this practice, except he noticed in the Persians and the Romans that they engaged in this and there was no harmful effect in the child, so then he made it permissible. And so this is an example of using inductive reasoning. Another example is the renowned sociologist Ibn Khaldun, who studied the rise and fall of civilizations, and he noted that earlier civilizations, they had greater psychological hardiness that made them less resistant to being conquered, and compared that to subsequent generations who, through excessive comforts, did not have that psychological resilience that made them more prone to being conquered. And then the next is correlational research. So this is very similar to descriptive research, but it takes it a step farther and adds a level of prediction. So through regression analysis formulas, we can derive a likelihood number, and that likelihood number can give us, what is the likelihood of this event occurring? So for example, if we want to investigate what is the likelihood a child will have maladjustment if they come from a family with divorced parents versus a family with an intact marriage. And so the Islamic convergence here is in the concept of hads, which the Arabic term, it means to guess, but when used technically, it implies an educated guess, meaning that there's a basis here. So an example of this can be found in the Quran when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala commands us, La taqrabu zina, meaning do not come near adultery. And here the Quran is establishing a correlational relationship here, that these instances like flirtation or excessive seclusion, they increase the likelihood of zina occurring, but it is not a causal relationship. So it's correlated or it's strongly linked, but it's not a causative. Oh, sample size. So sample size is relevant that that when we increase this, when we have more reports, it strengthens that relationship and our understanding. And so in Islam, we have that same concept of tawatur, that when we have this idea that when a large number of people, they come together with a similar report, that there's no possibility that they could be colluding on a lie. So we also have this concept in our tradition as well.
Okay, mashallah. Jazakumullah khair. I'll conclude with going back to Dr. Fahad's comments about Allama Iqbal and, the nerves and all of that. That one of the ways that we know, obviously, is, as I said, talaqi min al-ghayb, receiving knowledge from the other world where, you're focused on developing yourself as a human being, where psychology is, as Dr. Rajab mentioned, is very secular oriented, is about, making people feel better, whereas tasawwuf and the Sufi orders, they're about making people better, not feeling better, making them better. So the maqsad is very different, and I think that you can do through understanding, appreciating the other means of knowing from the other world, such as dreams, and such as ilham, and such as other methods of kashf, which are all mentioned. Dr. Misri, mashallah, mentioned this yesterday in his small talk, that we do need to understand that the levels of self-reformation, and when you have tazkiyah and you're cleansing your mind and your heart, and so it's interesting that the Mu'tazili approach was very, very purist and very Puritan. They did not appreciate any sin. They said anyone who commits a sin is not a Muslim. I mean, they eventually said, okay, they're not non-Muslim either. They're somewhere in between a Muslim and non-Muslim. But they didn't appreciate that the human mind would be of any use if the person committed a sin. It's very intriguing that they came to that conclusion, that unless you have a pure mind, your aql will not be ready to understand wahi, basically. Now, again, we don't agree with that, but it is interesting that we wanted people to purify themselves and to cleanse themselves, and that can only be through Sufi methodologies of dhikr and muraqabah and tarbiyah and tazkiyah, and I think we should also look into that. As psychologists, maybe Muslim psychologists, there has to be a wing, I think, in your psychology studies of tarbiyah and tazkiyah, and going into the other realm of procuring knowledge from the other world, from the other side, through tazkiyah and tadhkir and whatever. So I'm sure you'll incorporate that. My time is up now.
Jazakallah.
Thank you
I hate
very
to
much.
stop you. It's
great.
the hardest thing for me.
I'm blaming Human here because he's the organizer. He only gave us the least amount of minutes. So he was supposed to give us the most amount of minutes. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. Jazakumullah khair.
Allah forgive me for that. I'm going to ask Sheikh Amin to stay seated, and Dr. Human, and two of you, if you can excuse, and ask Dr. Rania and Dr. Masri to inshallah join us on the stage here, both of you. Jazakallah khair. Okay. Our next speaker is Dr. Mahmoud Al-Masri from Turkey. Dr. Mahmoud Al-Masri is a faculty at Sultan Mahmud Fatih University. He also teaches fiqh and tasawwuf. He, by trade, is a pediatrician and an Islamic scholar. And he is well known for the individual who actually found the original manuscript of Abu Zayd al-Balkhi, and then did a tahqiq on it, which is about 700 pages in length. He's the head of Dar al-Makhtutat, working on manuscripts, extracting from ancient libraries manuscripts from our rich Islamic tradition. And inshallah, the title of his presentation is Treatment of Psychological Disorders, an Islamic Ontological Approach. So, Dr. Masri, please. Bismillah.
بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا رسول الله. طبعا كما أشار فضيلة الشيخ، يعني الوقت قصير جدا، معي ربع ساعة وخياران أصعبهما
في بركة إن شاء الله.
نعم.
أنت صاحب الكرامة إن شاء الله.
نعم، لذلك في مثل هذه الحالات دائما نحن نستعرض البحث ولا نغوص في البحث. يعني ماذا فعلنا؟ بين ظاهر الإنسان وباطنه تواصل لا ينفك، فإذا اطمأن قلبه استقر سلوكه، وإذا تكدرت نفسه اضطرب جسده. لذلك قالوا حسن الأعمال نتائج حسن الأحوال. العناية بتطبيب النفوس تبقى قاصرة ما لم تأخذ بالحسبان الترابط بين الروح والجسد. وأكثر التدابير المتخذة في الطب النفسي المادي اليوم تتوجه إلى المعالجات الدوائية الكيميائية أو إلى التدريب السلوكي الظاهر، ولا تعالج أصل المعضلة، تحاول علاج البواطن من الظواهر. أما التدبير التربوي الروحي الذي استمد من الوحي الرباني فإنه يعالج البواطن من البواطن لا من الظواهر. ولعل هذا يحتاج إلى قد يكون هذا هو أساس تبنى عليه نظرية الممارسة العلاجية لعلم النفس الإسلامي. هذا يحتاج إلى مناقشة أكثر، لكن ستوضح في هذه المقدمات. أولاً، إذا كان علاج البواطن من البواطن فإن الباطن يحتاج إلى دعم معنوي قوي يستمد منه القوة المعنوية التي تقيه من الاضطرابات النفسية المختلفة والانهيار عند الشدائد. هذا الدعم الذي يحل الاضطراب الباطن من الباطن قال فيه تعالى: الذين آمنوا وتطمئن قلوبهم لذكر الله، ألا تطمئن قلوبهم بذكر الله، ألا بذكر الله تطمئن القلوب. فهو يتكلم على مفهوم الصلة بالله التي تنتج سكينة في البواطن وتلغي الاضطراب الحاصل عند الغفلة. طبعا مفهوم الذكر كما نعلم لا يقتصر على الذكر اللساني، يشمل كل ما يرجع الإنسان إلى الله عز وجل ويذكره به، وهذا يتجلى في كل شيء، في الهواتف الداخلية والخارجية التي تدعو الإنسان إلى الله وإلى الفهم عن الله. بالمقابل قال: ومن أعرض عن ذكري فإن له معيشة ضنكا، أخبر عن شقاء وتعاسة وضيق يعيشه الذي غفل قلبه. مقاله، فأشاروا إلى الدور الوظيفي التذكيري بالحال والمقال. هذا الدور يتكامل مع دور الطبيب الذي نظر إليه الإسلام على أنه رفيق. لذلك النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قال لأبي رمسة: الله الطبيب بل أنت رفيق. هذا يشير إلى ما تفضل به الدكتور همام، قضية وظيفة الطب. يعني النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم وصفه بأنه رفيق، الطبيب هو الله. إذن ما الدور، ما النسبة للدور الذي يقوم به الطبيب؟ هذا البحث تناول 5 مقدمات، ثم تحدثنا عن العصابات، تحدثنا عن 5 منها وهي ال5 الأساسية. المقدمات تناولت الصحة النفسية من جهة اتصالها باللطيفة الروحية، ومن جهة التعريف بها وتدبيرها الوقائي والعلاجي، وصلتها بالصحة الجسمية. في العصابات تناولنا العصابات الشائعة: القلق والكآبة والرهاب والوساوس والغضب. قمنا بمعالجة هذا مخطط البحث. قمنا بمعالجة هذه العصابات من خلال لسان الطبيب، الأعراض والعلامات الطبية للعصاب. هذا ينطق بتوصيف الطبيب الممارس لصنعته. لسان المربي، التوصيف التربوي للعصاب وتدبيره. ينطق بتوجيه المربي المستمد من الوحي، وأطلقنا عليه في البحث مصطلح الاسترشاد. لسان الحكيم وهو يعبر عن العصاب في الدراسات التراثية والمعاصرة، ينطق بتوجيه الحكيم المؤمن، وأطلقنا عليه في البحث الاستبصار. فنحن بالخلاصة بالتدبير الإسلامي لهذه الاضطرابات بين الاسترشاد والاستبصار. تناولنا بعد ذلك منهج البحث والمصادر. المصادر ألخص لكم، كان هناك المصادر التربية اعتمدنا فقط على 2، يعني أخذنا نموذج نصي وهو الحكم العطائية، وآخر تأصيلي من المصادر وهو الرسالة القشيرية، طبعا فضلا عن نصوص الوحي من الكتاب والسنة، واللغة من أجل المناسبة بين المعنى اللغوي والاصطلاحي. المصادر التراثية اعتمدنا على مصدر واحد في البحث وهو كتاب مصالح الأبدان والأنفس لأبي زيد البلخي أحمد بن سهل، الذي عاش في القرن الثالث الهجري. هذا مخطط البحث، المقالة الأولى والثانية، لا يوجد وقت لاستعراض هذا. في المقدمات تحدثنا عن مراتب اللطيفة الروحانية. لماذا؟ ما هي؟ لبيان أين يكون موضع الاضطراب فيها. فتحدثنا عن المراتب ال5. بعد ذلك قررنا أن هذه العلل تصيب 3 منها فقط: النفس والعقل والقلب، يعني النفس الأمارة واللوامة والملهمة ممكن أن يأتيها مثل هذه الاضطرابات. أما مراتب الأخرى لا اضطراب لروح مطمئنة راضية متعلقة بربها، ولا اضطراب لسر مرضي مستغرق في جلاله وجماله. النفس غلب عليها وصف استعجال المتعة، تهورت في طلبها ولو كان في نيلها الهلاك العاجل أو الآجل. غلب على العقل الشك والحذر، فجانب السكينة والاستقرار، واصطرعت في القلب نوازع الغضب والكظم والجزع والصبر والفرح والحزن والحقد والعفو والحسد والغبطة الخوف وغير ذلك من منازعات الأضداد. يعد الانفعال بوجه عام مظهرا لفقدان النجاح في ضبط تلك الانفعالات من خلال الحيل النفسية حتى لا تصل إلى شكلها المرضي. كل إنسان عنده حزن، عنده انفعالات معينة، لكن متى تصل إلى الشكل المرضي الذي يحتاج فيه إلى مساعدة؟ هذا الكلام تكلم عليه أبو زيد البلخي بدقة شديدة. تحدثنا عن حفظ الصحة النفسية بعد أن بيناها من خلال صيانة النفس من الأعراض الخارجية من جهة، والحيل النفسية التي يعدها لمواجهة الاضطرابات من جهة أخرى. هذا كلام البلخي، ربط فيه بين صيانة النفس من الأعراض الداخلية والخارجية بأمر معرفة الإنسان لأحوال نفسه ولأحوال الدنيا من حوله. أمر مهم جدا هو حديثه عن الصحة النفسية والصحة البدنية. تكلم على العلاقة المتبادلة بينهما، وعبر عن ذلك باشتباك أسباب النفس أسباب البدن بأسباب النفس، فنظر إلى الجسد والنفس من منظار واحد في وقت واحد. بعد ذلك في المقدمات تحدثنا عن إعادة الصحة النفسية. طبعا البلخي تحدث عن شيوع هذه الأمراض النفسية، وأن تواتر هذه الأمراض يعني قد لا تصل إلى الحالة المرضية في درجات مختلفة، لكن تواترها على الإنسان هو أكثر بكثير من الأعراض البدنية. نظرية البلخي استندت هذه النظرية، لخصناها بشكل مكثف، التي استندت إلى صيانة النفس من الأعراض الداخلية والخارجية والحيل التي تحدثنا عنها. نظريته في إعادة الصحة النفسية. طبعا نحن ذكرنا مصطلحات بدون شرح لأنها واضحة، ولكن حفظ الصحة يعني الوقاية، إعادة الصحة العلاج، مفهوم هذا. فنظريته في إعادة الصحة استندت إلى العلاج من داخل النفس ومن خارج النفس. نختصرها بالمعالجة النفسية الداعمة، ركز فيها على دعم مقدرة المريض ومصادر قوته وتعزيز دفاعاته السليمة. يعني ركز فيها بشكل أساسي على العلاقة بين الطبيب والمريض، وقال هذه معالجة من خارج النفس تعتمد على مساعدة الطبيب. طبعا عندنا اليوم ذكر أمثلة كثيرة تندرج تحت ما نسميه اليوم في الطب النفسي الطمأنة، إزالة الهموم، تعديل المحيط أو المناورة على المحيط، عبر عنه بالحيل. كذلك الإقناع، الإيضاح، يساعد المريض من أجل فهم مشاعره وسلوكه، وعبر عنه بالتبصير، يبصر المريض بهذه الأشياء. ثم المعالجة السلوكية، وهي يعني تنمية للسلوك الملائم وإنقاص السلوك غير الملائم. كثير من الاضطرابات النفسية تظهر نتيجة التعليم الخاطئ. هذا النوع طبقه بشكل متميز جدا في تدبير عصاب الخوف والوساوس من خلال ما نسميه اليوم بإزالة الحساسية الممنهجة، الإزالة الممنهجة بالتدريج والعلاج بالتعرض. يعني هذا من المعالجة السلوكية. المعالجة المعرفية طبعا كما هو معلوم تهدف إلى إنقاص النتائج غير المنطقية لأنظمة الاعتقاد المنطقي، تصحيح الفكر الخاطئ للشخص حول نفسه، حول بيئته، وإعادة تكوين بنائه المعرفي تكون هي النتيجة المرجوة من المعالجة. فلذلك ماذا فعل هو في هذا المجال؟ فرق بين الحيل التي يعدها الإنسان قبل أن يقع في المرض، هيجان الأعراض النفسية، والحيل التي يواجه بها الأعراض النفسية عندما تأتي. نحن الآن نقول طرق التدبير للواعي والغير الواعية، الواعية آلات التدبير وغير الواعية الآليات الدفاعية.
إن شاء الله 5 minutes.
نعم
5 minutes، 5 دقائق.
طيب. نتحدث الآن نموذج نوع من العصابات. القلق، لسان الطبيب لا نحتاج إليه، معروف الأعراض والعلامات وكذا. لسان المربي، التوصيف التربوي للقلق وتدبيره عند أهل التربية اصطلحوا عليه. طبعا القلق ورد في كتبهم بالهم، الهم مرادف للقلق. إزالة سبب القلق أولا هو زوال الاعتماد على الله عز وجل وضعف الثقة به. قال تعالى: وطائفة قد أهمتهم أنفسهم يظنون بالله غير الحق ظن الجاهلية، ما قادك مثل الوهم. الوهم في زوال المنافع وقدوم المخاطر نتيجة ضعف الثقة بالله أوقع هذا المصاب بالقلق. التدبير، أهل التربية عالجوا هذا بتصحيح الإدراك المعرفي المتصل بحقيقة أن الكون بيد الله تعالى، وأنه بيده الخير، ولا يقدر في ملكه شيئا إلا ويكون مقرونا بلطفه. لسان الحكيم بين أن الغضب يتولد من الغم. هذه نظرية أساسية عند البلخي. الغم يعتبره رأس العصابات، يعني مثل القاعدة الأساسية لكل أنواع العصابات، وهو يدفع إلى القلق. في نظرية البلخي بكل العصابات عنصران: الغم الذي هو القاعدة، وكلها مرتبطة بالقلق. يظهر فيها أصلا نحن اليوم العصابات نقول نيوروتيك ديسوردرز. فهذه كل ما يتكلم عن واحد من العصابات يربطه بالقلق. نعم. أشار إلى علاقة الغضب بالقلق، الخوف، الحزن، الوساوس، أيضا يربطها بشيء آخر دائما، وهو سايكوسوماتيك ديسوردرز، أعراض جسمية نفسية. ماشي. نأخذ مثال ثاني أو ننتقل إلى الخاتمة؟ كم دقيقة بقية؟
Yeah, إن شاء الله. You can finish it إن شاء الله. Yeah.
خاتمة. يعني طبعا هذا باختصار حول القلق. هناك العصابات كلها اختصرت هنا لكن الوقت. طيب. هذا البحث في النتيجة بعد توصيف العصابات وتدبيرها على لسان، خاصة لسان الحكيم ولسان المربي. وصلنا إلى أن هذه المعالجات التربوية المرتبطة بالأحوال النورانية مع الترشيد الواعي العرفاني لها دور كبير يسهم في بناء مدرسة جديدة داعمة للمعالجات الطبية النفسية، لا سيما عندما تكون مشفوعة بالتطبيقات التراثية التي استمدت من مشكاة الاستبصار المتنور بهدي الوحي. ويمكن الوصول من خلال المتابعات البحثية إلى قواعدها المنهجية وأطرها التربوية لتكون واضحة المعالم ومبدعة في تحقيق نتائجها. أفكار البلخي التي مرت معنا بخصوص العلاج النفسي الداعم الذي طبعا تحدث عنه من فرانسيس بيكون وغيره وكذا، هو سبق في الكلام عليه. كذلك المعالجة السلوكية التي تنسب اليوم إلى بافلوف وواتسون وجونز، جذورها كانت واضحة في كلام البلخي بتطبيقه للإزالة الممنهجة للحساسية، وذكره أمثلة كثيرة. كان كل عصاب من العصابات يتحدث مثلا حيل من داخل النفس، 1 2 3 4، ممكن ببعض العصابات يعد لنا 10 من الحيل من داخل النفس، وهكذا. المعالجة المعرفية التي تنسب إلى إليس وبيك أيضا جذورها كانت واضحة بالحيل من داخل النفس التي اقترحها البلخي. شيء آخر نختم به النظرية المتكاملة في تصنيف العوامل المسببة للاضطراب النفسي. وهي يعني هو ثلاثة رئيسة هي اليوم كل ما نتكلم به حول العوامل المسببة اضطراب نفسي يدور حولها أسباب نفسية وتطورية، أسباب اجتماعية وبيئية، أسباب حيوية. حتى يعني ذكر مثلا في ديبريجن في الكآبة علاقة الكآبة ولو أنه دائما يركز على الأمور النفسية وكذا، لكن علاقتها من خلال نظرية الأخلاط بقضية الأمزجة وقضية بعض الأشياء التي نحن اليوم يعني نقول أنها لها منشأ مادي وليس فقط يتعلق بأمر نفسي. أخيراً البلخي وحكماؤنا بشكل عام ركزوا أن الطب يؤدي خدمة اجتماعية، يقوم على تأدية خدمة اجتماعية لا على أنه علم طبيعي. هذه فكرة ونظرية مهمة جداً. فالصحة النفسية نظروا إليها أنها رفاهية للإنسان وتدل على مستوى معين من الراحة وليست عدم ابتلاء الإنسان بالمرض. والحمد لله رب العالمين.
جزاكم الله خير.
بارك الله فيك.
Inshallah, our next speaker is Dr. Rania Awad. Dr. Rania is a clinical professor of psychiatry at Stanford University. She also leads the Stanford Muslim Mental Health and Islamic Psychology Lab, as well as Maristan. So inshallah, I'll ask her to present on the topic of drawing lines in the sand, delineating the scope, roles, the qualifications of Islamic psychology practitioners from religious consultants. I think he's putting the slides for Dr. Rania. We have some sand on the screen and start drawing some lines. But do you want to just start for the sake of time, and then as soon as it comes up, we'll just sync up, I think.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على الهادي محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم أجمعين. My thanks to Dr. Rajab Shamturk, mashallah, and also to Hamad bin Khalifa University, to Dr. Human Kashavarzi, Dr. Khalid Zamzami, and all the other organizers for this conference. Thank you for this invitation. It's wonderful to be here amongst so many colleagues and peers and teachers and mentors, mashallah. May Allah bless this entire effort. I do hope the slides will join us soon, but I'll go ahead and get started for the sake of time, bi'idhnillah. My role today, inshallah, is to talk to you about a topic that has been quite a bit of interest for me and for many who are in this emerging Islamic psychology field. And that is a topic to figure out what is an Islamic psychologist versus other domains of counseling, and what are the domains related to spiritual and religious teachers, or we will call them perhaps consultants, as we go forward into this conversation, inshallah. Before I begin, I would like to tell you a couple of things. First and foremost, there is an entire team in my lab that is doing this work on research. I'm here representing our team, but I would like to give my thanks to Dana, Talha, Ammar, and Kubra, who've all been part of this project and ongoing. Secondly, I'd also like to say this was a project that we had started some time ago, so I'll be presenting to you some original data that came from an earlier study. And then, subhanAllah, this is serendipity, or we say tawfiq. Dr. Human reached out and asked for this study, actually, which is very similar to what we were doing. So you're seeing now kind of a convergence of two studies together, bi'idhnillah, one that we have started, that I'll present the data we have, and one that is going to be starting soon, inshallah, pending our IRB approval or ethics approval. Inshallah. With that, inshallah, I'll also share with you, I like to always give thanks to those members of my lab, the Stanford Muslim Mental Health and Islamic Psychology Lab, who are at the background of this work. So let me now explain to you a little bit about this project. In the Islamic past, when we talked about what it means to be a counselor, you find the greats of Islam, what we call polymath, scientists, individuals who are encyclopedic scholars who mastered multiple subjects. You read the biographies of any of the greats, and you find, mashallah, that they always start their biographies with that this was a person who was a scholar of the Quran, a hafid of the Quran, had completed their initial Sharia studies, and in addition, also then trained either in medicine or other forms of the natural sciences. They were able to bring things together, combine them, and therefore their counseling was something that was very seamless. It didn't require having to study, having to be called multiple different titles. They were able to do this in unison. Now, when we compare that to the modern day, what you find today is people who are very specialized, but in certain subjects. And they haven't necessarily mastered encyclopedically, as we mentioned earlier scholars, multiple subjects. Every now and then you encounter people who are what we call dually trained, individuals who have trained in their Sharia sciences and have trained in our case of this conference, psychology or psychiatry. You have another category of individuals who are simply psychologists or psychiatrists who are Muslim themselves, but it's not necessarily Islamic psychology that they are practicing. So you have a variety of different things happening. On top of all of that, you also have individuals who are consultants. What do I mean? I mean that the community, particularly our communities in the West, I come from America, and the imam or sheikh figure there is often consulted for everything. I know that may not be the case in the Muslim majority lands, but in the Western hemisphere, certainly this happens very often. The imam, who may also just be a person who hasn't themselves studied deeply, but is somebody who is there in the community, trying their very best to answer questions, is being asked things about drug abuse, is being asked about marriage and divorce, is being asked about how do I help this teenage child of mine, when they haven't actually studied anything related to counseling and psychology in this way, and sometimes they haven't actually completed Sharia studies either. They may be the Imam al-Ratib, the Imam who leads the 5 daily prayers, for example. And so now you have all types of individuals answering questions or counseling, but it is not clear what actually are their credentials. Are we up and running, inshallah? Yes. Okay, inshallah. Can we just, okay, so we're at the next slide then, inshallah. So I would like to introduce to you, many of you are familiar with the TIIP model. This is the book, the TIP book. And what it's, here we have some wonderful descriptions of what some of the categories would be, 3 in particular. And you see here the overlapping circles, this Venn diagram, where you see a tabib, the clinician, and you see the rafiq, who Dr. Masri just shared with us about, and then you have the Sufi sheikh or the spiritual guide. And you see that there is an overlap between the teacher of spirituality and also the person who can potentially be a clinician or a tabib, overlapped in this TIP practitioner or traditionally integrated Islamic psychotherapist. So when you see here this model, this project that we're doing is here to really, this is a theoretical model that is excellent. What we find on the ground is many, many, many more titles or buckets, if you will, of individuals who are doing counseling, and so we are expanding this based on the reality of what's on the ground and then hoping to refine it and give practical guidelines of who should and should not be doing the counseling. In the next slide, you'll see then that there needs to be a replacement for what we understand to be the Sufi sheikh, not because that needs to be replaced in our tradition. I wish we had more. But from many centuries ago, there have been less and less of these individuals available to us. And so what you find today then are a category of people, we will call them, for the sake of this presentation, Islamic service providers. And in the next slide here, you'll see what this means is a variety of people. You have, for example, the imam, who may be leading the salah or prayer, as I mentioned earlier. the faqih or faqiha, a person who is able to issue fatwa or legal Islamic verdicts and rulings on a personal level or for a community. You also have a person who, today we have a category of chaplains who do pastoral care and counseling, but it is not clinical in nature, and who may or may not have completed their Sharia studies. An ustad or ustada is somebody who typically teaches in the Islamic sciences. We would hope that they have all been trained Islamically before they teach. And then the khatib, who may just be a layperson who's giving the khutbah, the sermon, and giving reminders, but isn't necessarily always someone who is a scholar. All of these individuals have people walk up to them and say, I'm having trouble in my marriage, I'm having trouble with my child, I'm having a difficult time feeling depressed, help me. And now our concern is to figure out when and where and whom should be the individuals that do this kind of counseling. So let's now call them formal religious consultants and informal religious consultants. I have a bias, and I'm going to share this right at the beginning. And as a researcher, you always have to give your disclaimers of your biases. I have a bias that there really should not be a category called informal religious consultants. And we'll see here from the qualitative analysis of the study that we've done, and inshallah, we'll let the research speak for itself as we go forward into this work to figure out how best to help our communities. So the formal religious consultant is someone who's integrated within a mental health system. It could be even within their masjid, but there's actually a formal system in which they're communicating with individuals who are clinically trained. Whereas informal is really just anybody who happens to be available and isn't necessarily connected to a mental health professionals or organization. The aim of our study is to solidify the contours, right? It's very amorphous at this moment, and we're trying to solidify what are these actual contours and have these collaborative opportunities, because we have no interest in removing these individuals. We actually want to collaborate them and that each know their proper lane. I was just in Cairo 2 weeks ago, and when you drive in Cairo, you just go like this because there's nobody following the rules of the road. And so people literally drive into each other's lanes. There's no traffic, mashallah. I'm Egyptian, I can say these things, inshallah. And so as you're driving through the lanes of traffic, if you're not used to this, we're used to very formal traffic laws. I couldn't, for the life of me, try to drive in something like Cairo, subhanAllah. Although people do, and they're fine, mashallah. But here in the simile here is we don't want to have people driving into each other's lanes of traffic. This will cause certainly some problems. So the methods of this particular study is that we have here 3 types of participants. The first one is what we hope, inshallah, once we have ethics approval, to actually go ahead and interview are our Islamic psychology practitioners. We also have religious consultants, both of the formal and informal type. And we had some of those already interviewed from the previous study, and also members of the general Muslim community. Now, what we said is we're looking at individuals who are above the age of 18, who reside in the United States, and hopefully fit into one of these 3 categories. When we talk about Islamic psychology practitioners, we're talking about individuals who are hopefully have been accredited by and practicing psychotherapists based on their country or a state's regulatory practices. Also, that they have a value-based value system that is based in Islam. This is very important because we have many counselors today, therapists today who are Muslim, but they're not actually grounded in Islamic principles or ideals. And then you also, ideally, they have completed some educational study in Islamic studies and have a formal, prominent connection to one of the prominent Islamic psychology associations. Now, as we look at the data that we were able to collect, so far we have been able to finish two of the three categories. The first one are in-person focus groups. We met with a group of men, a group of women, a group of imams, and a group of youth to understand their attitudes and their perceptions towards mental illness, and also to ask them, what is the role of the person that you go to when you need counseling and support? The interview questions, which I'll share with you here, and we hope, inshallah, within these 2 days of this conference, we'll actually come to some of these conclusions. One question was, what are the aspects of mental health that an imam, an ustada, a murabbi, a faqih, a scholar, a raqi potentially can provide? Where do each of these categories fit in to what you need for counseling? Also, what are situations or red flag symptoms, such as suicidality, hallucinations, that then you would know it's no longer an imam that you need to go to, but rather a professional, psychologist or psychiatrist or so on. And what are the lines that need to be drawn in the sand? What are the lines that need to be drawn for the Islamic psychology practitioners, such as the murshid, the murabbi, the faqih, the raqi, the sheikh, and so on? In these discussions, I'll share with you now our results. And in the results, you'll see that there are 4 themes qualitatively that we're able to extract. The first, there are limitations to these Islamic service providers. And what I mean by that is, here I'll share with you results of members of the focus group who we call the general Muslim community or lay Muslims, and then you have the group of individuals who are the religious consultants, both commenting, and we extracted data from both of them. You'll see here that one of the main things that comes up under limitations is lack of training. Lack of training. What I mean by that is, you have, for example, somebody who means well, but they don't know what they don't know. I'll tell you this as a practicing psychiatrist and someone, alhamdulillah, who was very blessed to have studied the Sharia sciences. When I receive, for example, many of the, my patient load has many individuals who have OCD, for example, obsessive compulsive disorder. And we had, mashallah, in the first presentation, a whole discussion on scrupulosity or religious-based obsessions. And when you think about what that means is, how many individuals have I counseled who I am the very last person they will come to because I'm a psychiatrist? They have talked to everybody before me, family, friends, the imam, the shuyukh, the so on, all these individuals before they'll ever come to a psychiatrist. And when I ask them, what were you advised by your imams that you went to? They would say, every time I told them about my waswasa, they told me, say, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. But what they don't understand is that a person who has, and this is what al-Balkhi, as Dr. Masri shared with us just prior to this, and if you are familiar with my paper on al-Balkhi and OCD, it is phenomenal what he was able to accomplish in the 9th century. And here he's saying OCD, waswasa is normative, waswasa is normative for all people. We all have some level of OCD. Yani waswasa. To say what? A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim works for you. But when it comes to a level of what he calls waswas al-qahri, or basically a waswasa that is a pathological level, now that individual that took a'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim made it into a ritual and says it 100 times over and over and over again without actual treatment. Why? Because the treatment for OCD is exposure therapy. You are meant to expose yourself to the very thing that you are obsessing about, not the opposite. And so a person may give what they think is good and sound advice, but actually backfires clinically when it is not put in the proper context. So this is what they meant by it could be dangerous when a person gives this kind of consultation without realizing the limits or the contours of what they should and should not be consulting on.
Less than 5 minutes, inshallah.
Inshallah. Also, you'll see here that many people talked about in the next theme, the next slide, inshallah. They also talked about how the limitations here have to do with time constraints. It says here, for example, an imam can't make appointments with 2,000 people. This is true. In our communities, you'll have one masjid who's serving thousands of people in the surrounding area. How does one imam have that? Or in my home masjid, for example, there isn't even an imam. There is somebody who leads the 5 prayers, but he says, I'm not a scholar. He's a beautiful boy, he's a qari, but not a scholar of Islam. So what are the thousands of people that live in that community do? Subhanallah. So there are limitations of time. Also potentially cultural constraints, which we don't have time to go into depth right now. I'll just simply say stigma related to mental health from cultural backgrounds. And then the next theme you'll see is the desire for what we call dual trained professionals, which I thought was very interesting that the group that was interviewed came up with this on their own. And so, for example, they would say, look, we need individuals who are actually trained in both realms, ideally. They have completed Sharia studies and they have completed professional mental health studies. Or at the very least, they are mental health professionals who are actively engaging in their own Islamic knowledge and betterment, right, both spiritually and knowledge-based, in order to be able to help our communities better. Another aspect that came up in the study, another theme, were individuals' roles of religious consultants. What are these roles? And so we find here that the general community members were saying, look, sometimes the imam or the religious consultant figure doesn't need to give you knowledge about mental health. Rather, what they need to give you is reassurance. Reassurance that this isn't what's happening to you, this depression or anxiety or OCD isn't a matter of a weakness of faith. So often, when we hear about mental health being discussed, and you'll see this on most, unfortunately, on most programs, if I ever am in the Arab world and I turn on the TV, I hear people say things like immediately, it's like immediately, it comes up all the time, al-mu'minu la yusabu bil-iktiab, like there's all this rhetoric about there is no way that a believer is going to have any form of sadness, depression, etc. But this is simply not reality. And we have, of course, measures from our own beloved Prophet ﷺ that huzn is a real thing. And in fact, he had an entire am in huzn. So sometimes what you need that person to do, the religious consultant, is to simply say to the person, look, this is not a weakness of your faith. It could be something that is actually psychological or psychiatric. Go get the proper treatment for it. That could be their role. Also, another finding that we found in this theme is trust. When you build rapport or trust, you're able to actually have the person feel confident to take the next step. What I mean by that is, so many people say, if the imam were to just give me the thumbs up and say, go to the psychiatrist, I would go. But I don't want to do anything that is incorrect with my deen. So sometimes their role is actually of trust building. And that brings us then to the, I'm going to skip inshallah to the last theme, which is the fourth theme, which is really a beautiful theme, and that's the collaborative role between religious consultants and your lay Muslims. And what this means is giving clearance to the individual to let them know it is okay to go get help. And legitimize this. For example, as one of our participants here said, if the imam or religious consultant were simply to say, I trust this psychologist, go get treatment from them, that it may be enough to actually make this work and work well. And so in conclusion here, as we look into our program and future directions, we plan to continue this study at a much larger scale with many more participants. Like I mentioned, this was something that happened initially before we were invited to write this paper. And because of this invitation, alhamdulillah, we're going to be expanding this work and actually collaborating with the Islamic Association of, International Association of Islamic Psychology, IAIP, and really trying to find out where are the consensus areas and where are the disagreement areas between these different roles. How do we then uncover a global effort, which is happening in IP right now, to demolish what we call the silos? The silos meaning each person, each of these individuals doing their own work and not actually talking to one another. How do we also incorporate the diverse perspectives and have trainings for each of these different categories? And also the scope and responsibilities. My aim and my goal, inshallah ta'ala, like many things we do in my lab, is we actually then create a set of guidelines from which you have a guidebook, a resource manual of what to do that then becomes developed into modules and trainings bi'idhnillah. And so in my last 30 seconds here, I'm just going to put a plug, if that's okay, that in 3 weeks' time, inshallah, I hope all of you will join us for the Muslim Mental Health Conference that happens in the United States. This year, we're hosting it at Stanford University. You're more than welcome to come join us, inshallah. Within it, there's an entire line that is an IP, or Islamic Psychology research line. I hope you'll join us for that as well. And I'll end by this by saying, and please, there's the QR code there. Please scan it if you can. Dr. Badri, excuse me, who wrote about al-Balkhi as well. Professor Malik Badri, rahimahullah, was a mentor and teacher to so many of us. He's, inshallah, receiving the award, the Balkhi Award this year. Even though he's passed, subhanAllah, as someone who's really inspired many of us in this field. And these very conversations I shared with you today are conversations I've had with him as one of my mentors in really figuring out what are the next best practices. So I hope, inshallah, in the course of this conference, we'll be able to discuss that, bi'idhnillah. And we've left some contact information for you here for you to follow suit, inshallah, with us. Barakallahu feekum, walhamdulillahi rabbil alameen.
Jazakumullah khairan, Dr. Rania. I know that the refreshments break is supposed to be 10:30, so we'll try to make our Q&A very refreshing, hopefully, inshallah. I've gotten better at dad jokes with 2 kids. Sheikh Amin, I'm going to start the first question, then I'll open it up to anyone else here. Inshallah, we can do a few questions. I have a question for you. You spoke about Islamic epistemology. How would you categorize intuition or human emotions when it comes to sources of knowledge for us, especially given the fact that there is a level of subjectivity, which is also part of the knowledge that we receive from our five senses or even aql. Our subjectivity can come in and sometimes take it towards a different direction. So how would you fit that all in, including if you were to put in intuition or human emotions as part of the conversation?
Intuition is fine. Emotion, I wouldn't go with emotion. And intuition, what we have to remember is that, when a scientist gets intuition, it's on the back of his knowledge of science. A street cleaner is not going to get intuition about science. So likewise, a faqih, when he has intuition, is going to be on the back of his knowledge of fiqh. Okay, so it's always based on an academic expertise. And that intuition definitely is what we call dhawq, is what we call taste, and what we call a certain level of dexterity that comes with knowledge of the field in the first place. So if you don't have knowledge of the field, you won't do that. I mean, if a judge, when he's judging in a court, and he decides that he's going to judge and put away the judgment of the jury, which he's allowed to do so in the U.S., okay? And then he has an intuition based on his knowledge of court cases, based on his knowledge of judgeship. Okay, he's not some guy who came from the street and said, "I have intuition." Okay, so that's the danger of oversimplifying the idea of intuition. So intuition has to be from a professional, not from an amateur.
Okay.
Right?
Jazakumullah khairan.
Yeah, inshallah.
Anyone in the audience have a question? I have another one, but I want to obviously open it up to anyone. Okay, sister in the back, yes. Walaikum salam. Dr. Wahiba Abu Ras, mashallah.
In New York area, it kind of contradicts, the results that Dr. Awad has presented here, because during trauma is a trauma, and trauma is a very serious issue, And when we ask about the role of imams who are not even educated, or are not trained in the psychology or psychiatric, field, most people where, I indicated that the role of imam has increased during the trauma, especially after 9/11. So how do you explain this, I know that you are a researcher, I'm a researcher, and many people here are researcher, but people really turn first, to their religious leader to even receive any kind of counseling. Before, for example, they used to go to imam for divorce, family issues. After 9/11, they start to go to imams for trauma and how to deal with trauma. So I really would like to, if you can explain to me the contradiction between my results in the research and your results in your research. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wahiba. I actually don't find any contradiction at all. In fact, we're saying the exact same things. The research study that I'm referring to here and that you're referring to is talking about the increased use of imams in the mental health setting. This is accurate. Every study that we've actually run, again, in the Western world, this may not be accurate in the Muslim majority world, is that people are continuously going to their imams and religious leaders well before they come to a family doctor, a psychiatrist, or a psychologist. In fact, they are more likely to go always number 1 and 2 are friends and family, and number 3 in the Western world is almost always the imam. So what you're saying and I'm saying exactly the same. However, what this project is doing is something different. What this project is doing is actually trying to define the scope of what the imam should be doing and should not be doing. Where are they going to crash into someone else's lane and cause an accident? Whereas each person should stay within their lane so that they don't inadvertently harm and give the kind of advice that they're not trained in. They're not necessarily trained as a trauma therapist. They may say something to somebody that may further traumatize them, even though they're well-meaning. And so what we need to grow as a community is really to start to understand, who do you go to for what thing? right? And understand who the roles and responsibilities of this is what the point of this project is. So I hope that's a little more clear, inshallah. Barakallah feekum.
May I make a comment on that, please? Of course. I think we must understand how Muslim organizations work in the US. Muslim organizations usually, a board of physicians, cardiologists usually, they run the show, especially on all religious matters. I think there has to be a responsibility of the board of governors in terms of governing the imam and say that you will not entertain any person who comes in for trauma. Let's keep it very simple. And I think that's a whole different story of negligence, where the board simply doesn't care what the imam does. They only care that the imam doesn't give a fatwa against moon sighting or something. Right? I mean, that's just the truth, all right? So I think if we put the onus on the people who run the masajid, that you have to manage and supervise the community affairs of the community. So if the community has depression or suicidal thought, then they have to provide training for the imam. And I think that's the gap we have. And I think where we do have that, we do have certain masajid where the board mandates that the imam gets training, vocational training, or what we do at Dar al-Qasim, we send them all to Khalil Center. All our students, they go to Khalil Center for shrink therapy, and they come out perfectly capable of shrinking anybody in the world. MashaAllah, alhamdulillah, to their credit. But I think there has to be some governance and some oversight into how the imams perform their duties.
Agreed.
Wallahu alam.
Yes, question there. Last question. Wait. Oh, someone already has a mic here, so yes.
طيب بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. عمر الشفيع, I'm a psychiatrist, linguist, and also a good reader in Quranic studies, and I have 2 points. My daily language is German, but I try to express myself in English also. First of all, foundational concepts. These are Quran, Sunnah, and our history, Islamic history. But I think, and I see, and I am sure that Quran, we have nothing from Quran now. We speak always about Sunnah or about history. For example, the Quran has spoken from the first of Quran to the end about self, about nafs. And there is a difference between nafs and anfus in Quran. And there are many foundations in Quran about nafs. But we are not concentrating about Quran and what said Quran about nafs. And what is the difference between nafs and ruh. So this is just first notice. If I know this conference, I would like to present a paper. The second notice is Islamic psychology. The word psychology, maybe we have to change it, I don't know. Is it for a human being, not for Muslims? Because Quran is hudan linnas. شهر رمضان الذي أنزل فيه القرآن هدى للناس. Guidance for all mankind, not for Muslims. And so we have to present this Islamic psychology for all the people, not for Muslims.
Inshallah, I'm going to pause you there just so that we can answer that question. Dr. Human, do you want to, or maybe yes?
أنا سأقول شيء بمناسبة إعطائي الكلمة، أن الصوت سيء جدا في الجهاز وأكاد لا أسمع الترجمة، ضعيف وحاولنا، وهذا أرجو يعني حتى نستطيع أن نسمع الجلسات القادمة. كما فهمت، أولا طبعا ذكر الأستاذ قضية النفس والروح. طبعا هذه المراتب تحدثوا عنها، ومبحوث جدا من خلال فهم المصطلحات التي وردت بشأن اللطيفة الربانية المودعة في هذا الجسد في القرآن والسنة. ورد كثير، وأصحاب الأذواق والتربية وكذا تكلموا على هذا. أنا في البحث في 5 مقدمات. المقدمة الأولى كان هذا موضوعها. طبعا لكن لا يمكن في ربع ساعة أن يتكلم كل شيء. الأمر الثاني قضية طبعا التسمية، يعني مهم جدا قضية التسمية. عنوان المؤتمر الممارسات العلاجية لعلم النفس الإسلامي، يعني عنوان في الحقيقة أعتبره موفق وجميل ومعبر. نعم، الهدى جاء لكل الناس، لكن استعداد الناس لقبول الهدى هذا مختلف. وهناك عوامل كثيرة تلعب دور في تقوية هذا الاستعداد الموجود أصلا، الذي هو فطري في كل إنسان. وبالتالي ما خاطب من هو أعلم بالفطرة، خاطب هذا الإنسان بتوجيه، بهدى، بكذا، هو أعلم بما يصلح أمره، سواء كان مسلم أو غير مسلم كما تفضل الأستاذ. لكن كيف نستثمر هذا يحتاج إلى دراسات، خاصة عند غير المسلمين. عند المسلم الاستعداد أقوى بكثير، لأنه أصلا مؤمن. وفي أشياء عندما أنت تركز على القضاء والقدر في قضية معينة، عندما تركز على تغليب التفاؤل على التشاؤم في قضية معينة، كل هذا مستنداته الإيمانية موجودة أصلا عند المسلم. عند غير المسلم نعم يستفيد، لكن يحتاج إلى تمهيد وخطوات أكثر. والله أعلم.
Jazakallah khair. Inshallah, we'll end with that because we're 10 minutes over time. Jazakallah khair for your attention. And if you have any questions, you can always ask the speakers themselves. So, Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi.
Jazakallah khairan to the panelists. Round of applause to all the panelists, please, brothers and sisters. Sheikh Amin Khulwadia, Dr. Human Keshavarzi, Dr. Mahmoud Masri, and Dr. Rani Awad. And thank you for moderating in an excellent way, Dr. Fad Khan. Brothers and sisters, just briefly before you go to the break, we're shortening the break a little bit. We're so sorry. So please be here again in exactly 10 minutes. 10 minutes. If you go out to the front doors here and you just go out, you will see the space where we offer some snacks at the exhibition space. And we'll meet each other exactly in 10 minutes. And please do look at the signal that our volunteers will showcase when it's time to come back here. See you guys soon. Welcome back, dear brothers and sisters, dear scholars, esteemed participants, students of knowledge. Hope you guys had a great refreshment break and a lot of sohbah and good companionship and good conversations and networking and connections. And part of these symposium is to connect and to get to know each other, find ways to collaborate. Maybe you guys in the future will sit here presenting, which will be an honor. So alhamdulillah rabbil alameen, welcome back. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala allow us to connect even more through our hearts and the murabata, inshallah. So as your host, I'm actually going to be a panelist as well right now. So I'm going to hand it over to one of my beloved teachers and one of the great scholars of Islamic psychology in our era, Dr. Abdullah Rahman. He will moderate this next panel, which will be about program development within the field of Islamic psychology. So without further ado, Dr. Abdullah, the floor is yours. Jazakallah khairan.
Jazakallah khair. Shukran. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's an honor to be here with you all, and it's an honor to have been invited to moderate this panel. So we're going to be moving, and I'm going to try to move quickly to catch up on some time. This always happens at these times. We have a lot to say and a lot to get to. So moving from foundational concepts to program development, to get into the heart of why we're here for this particular conference is not necessarily to just talk about Islamic psychology as a field and as a topic, but really talking about the development of education programs, training programs, and what does the development of these type of programs look like. Like Dr. Human was saying, is the intention for this gathering. And so what we're going to be focusing on in program development is we are excited that this is a new program, this program that's being presented in HBKU, and inshallah it's going to be a huge step forward because, like we said, it's a new, a graduate master's degree program. But it's not in isolation the first the first time anybody has attempted or tried to put together a graduate academic program. There's been a lot of effort for many, many years in this endeavor, some of which were not as successful, some of which were turned into courses on other programs, some of which became programs were not accredited but are still fundamentally, we have experience to draw on from all of these attempts and well, not just attempts, but successes. And so this is something that is important to look at. So what the underlying question for this panel is, what are the essential ingredients and proposed curriculum designs for both theoretical and applied Islamic psychology educational programs for undergraduate and graduate studies? So the first presenters, we have 3 of them, so I'm going to introduce you to each of them. We have Dr. Amber Haq, who many of you know from all of his publications and the contributions he's made to the field. He taught in the Department of Psychology at IIUM, International Islamic University of Malaysia, which we have a lot of representation on this panel from today. And he was there for 8 years, taught during the time that Professor Malik Badji was there. And he also was a professor at UAE University for many years, as well as in Qatar, here at the Doha Institute. And he's now currently the Director of Muslim Family Services at ICNA Relief in the USA. And we have also joining him Sayyid Jamaluddin Miri, who you have all become acquainted with through his beautiful rhyming capabilities. He's a licensed counselor from Sweden, has a background in culture, media, and arts, and hip-hop, as you have witnessed. He has a postgraduate diploma in Islamic psychology from Cambridge Muslim College. He's also certified as a TIIP practitioner with the Khalil Center and is certified by the IAIP. Sayyid Jamaluddin is co-founder of ISIP, International Students of Islamic Psychology, and serves as its executive director. And then lastly, joining this team is Dr. Zubair Ben Barak. He's head of ISIP Arabic chapter. He graduated from Constantine Medical Faculty in Algeria as a general practitioner and a psychiatrist. He holds a diploma in comprehensive psychiatry from Lorraine University in France and in forensic psychiatry from Paris University, and he's currently working in private practice. They will be presenting their paper on a survey of Islamic psychology programs, missions, objectives, curricula, and outcomes. And they will have 15 minutes. Inshallah, you can divvy that up 5 apiece. Bismillah.
Bismillah. Jazakallah khairan, Dr. Abdullah Ratman. It's always an honor to be presented by you as one of our great teachers and leaders. I want to thank all the organizers and specifically to be able to work with one of my teachers and one of the pioneers in the field, Dr. Amber Haq, has been an honor. Bismillah wa alhamdulillah wa salawat wa salam ala rasulullah wa alihi wa sahbihi wa min wala. I just want to thank some of my colleagues who are not here from the ISIP, the International Students of Islamic Psychology, who wrote this paper together with us. So best wishes to all of them who are watching from the live stream, and also assalamu alaikum to everybody who's digitally following us. So to Sister Zarina, Sister Shireen, Sister Alia, Sister Aziza, Sister Yusra, Brother Zakiyus, Brother Muhammad Hussein, Sister Sarah, Sister Nur Huda, Sister Dua, and Sister Razia, and Brother Rahid, and Sister Fatima. You guys are with us, and without you, we will not be able to present this paper. And also, all respect to Sister Mediha and Sister Dania and Sister Fatima Ahmed for their amazing work within the movement. All right, let's go to the next slide, please. Do we have can I get, brother, please? Does it work? Are you some experts here? Please forgive us, brothers and sisters. All right. Okay, so go ahead, Dr. Amber.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thank you, Dr. Human and the organizing committee for inviting us here. What a pleasure, actually, also, that when he asked me to work on this global survey of IP programs, I said, where do I go? Because there are so many of them all over the world. And today, thanks to Brother Jamaluddin for having this International Students of Islamic Psychology, which is, mashallah, highly active. And so I got a hold of Brother Jamaluddin, and he has these chapters all over the world. So it is through him that we were able to get a good 12, actually, authors who actually researched all over the world about Islamic psychology programs. So my paper is more on the factual side of what kind of programs we currently have at this point in time all over the world. We start with definitional issues of ilm al-nafs. Also sometimes referred to by some scholars as ilm al-nafs al-Islami. That reminds me of Professor Usman Najati from Egypt, who back in 1948 wrote about or referred to about Islam, ilm al-nafs al-Islami, and then also in his book in 2001, the book called ilm al-nafs. So when it started basically by the early Muslim scholars in the 9th century, the issue that currently still exists is there is no single and agreed upon definition yet of Islamic psychology. And that is also because there's a little bit of everything in it. I mean, there is philosophy, psychology, religion, spirituality. We talked about ethics so much this morning. There's mental health, etc. It makes this a multiplex as well as an interdisciplinary field. And therefore, it's more than an interface of Islam and psychology. However, the good truth is that despite the definitional issues, the field continues to grow. Yeah, can you please
Next slide,
continue
please.
with the slides
it works now?
here? Yeah. And
so with regards to the modern aspect of to see Islamic psychology as a distinct discipline. So as I'm sure many of you are studying the field of Islamic psychology, the Islamic psychology movement is influenced by the works of the Muslim scholars, right? And not just the psychologists globally. Professor Malik Badri, rahimullah, is recognized as the first person, in a sense, who introduced the whole field in this contemporary era during the 70s to the English-speaking part of the world. And as also Dr. Amber referred to earlier, we have others who were quite well known within the Arabic-speaking part of the world and also other in the Nusantara region. The Islamization of Knowledge movement, the IOK movement, at IIUM, the International Islamic University of Malaysia, was crucial in the development of Islamic psychology in the 90s. Professor Badri was one of the teachers there, also Dr. Amber Haq. So that was a foundation, and some of the scholars here actually studied there, like Dr. Aid, for instance, and Dr. Salami. Multiple conferences and publications from the International Islamic University of Malaysia was done during the 90s, and then Professor Badri, together with others, also established the IAMP, the International Association of Muslim Psychologists, as a way to organize people who are interested in Muslim mental health and Islamic psychology. Islamic psychology introduced also as an undergraduate and master's level program at the International Islamic University of Malaysia during the 90s and early 2000s, and then International Association of Islamic Psychology, which Professor Badri and also Dr. Abdullah have founded back in 2017. They published a book which is called IP Around the Globe, which I highly recommend you guys to read and buy, where you can see a little bit of what's happening currently in the different trends of Islamic psychology research and application in different parts of the world. And IIP was established as a way to, in a sense, be a governing body of what is defining Islamic psychology as a field and as a practice. ISIP, which we represent here today, International Students of Islamic Psychology, started after the pandemic as a way to further disseminate and normalize the field both locally and globally as part of the IP discipline. Yes, so what we try to do with this study, brothers and sisters, is to see and try to compare and analyze different Islamic psychology programs internationally. We haven't seen any comprehensive study of this type of approach previously. And we try to also research a little bit and get insights with regards to the program's mission statements, objectives, curricula, outcomes, and challenges. We try to utilize both qualitative and quantitative research methodology to conduct the research, and the research was facilitated by colleagues at the ISIP, International Students of Islamic Psychology.
So when it comes to the objectives and methodology, our main goal was to identify the major programs globally with their strengths and weaknesses and inform the stakeholders on the quality and benefits of the programs, because they're just, mashallah, growing, and we don't understand. There are a lot of students, young people who come to us and ask where to go. And so we needed to know really the strengths and challenges for each of these different programs. So we did a comprehensive survey across various dimensions and categories of the IP programs, and the survey was translated in multiple languages, sent across the globe to potential universities. And we had the assistance of ISIP communications with all these universities by emails. Many of their members, I think they have now about 30,000 plus members, WhatsApp, video meetings, discussions, etc. And we developed our own inclusion and exclusion criteria of what to do in this study, mixed method to collect data, and then we have some information on the quantitative and qualitative aspects of the data analysis. In the inclusion criteria, we thought that because there are just so many Islamic psychology programs, that we will only choose those who are actually named as IP programs, Islamic psychology programs, because there are many that are called Islam and psychology, or from many different countries. So said, well, because of the limitation of time that we had, I mean, when Dr. Human contacted me, it was like a couple of months before the conference, so we had about 60 days. And in that, we had to do this research. This is a work in progress. Whatever you will see in results and tables is a work in progress, not finished yet. And that these programs that we chose should be offering a degree or a diploma or certificate, and should also be taught by an accredited university is very important, or institution at least in that particular region where we are looking at. And there also should be licensed organization or a treatment center.
So the results is that we receive responses from identified programs, universities, and institutions, and there is still a lot of communication ongoing to obtain even more data. So we're not done with the research, in all honesty, but we're still here to present the findings that we have so far. We also collected earlier data that some of our colleagues at ISIP Southern African chapter recently have done, and they had collected over, I think, 45 international programs in their survey as well that we looked at. So let's go to the quantitative analysis now, Dr. Zubair.
Yes, in the Arab world or Middle East and North Africa region, we noticed that there is a lack of reliable, accurate, and updated information regarding Islamic psychology programs in university. But it seems that there is no single university or accredited institution that offers a program or curriculum in Islamic psychology. And maybe there is some university who offers courses, and even in contrast to the trend that we see a surge in Islamic psychology program. In the Arab world, there is a decline in interest in it, even in some countries that once was a pioneer in introducing Islamic psychology in their programs.
Also, Iran is part of the MENA region, and we have Dr. Azerbaijani here as one of the leading scholars from Iran. So essentially, we are working very thoroughly to even try to survey more of the programs in Farsi that has been conducted in Iran, and perhaps even other Farsi speaking countries, or Dari speaking countries, or Tajiki speaking countries like Afghanistan and Tajikistan, and more data will be collected with regards to Farsi. Also, another focus area is programs in the Nusantara region. Nusantara includes Indonesia. We have our excellent scholars here from Malaysia. It's an honor to be with you guys. Singapore, Brunei, Southern Thailand, and South Philippines. We consider Nusantara region through the data collection being one of the leading regions in the world when it comes to developing programs in Islamic psychology, both academically but also on a grassroots and civil society level. And more work needs to be done because, as Dr. Zubair said, most of the programs in the Arab world and in the MENA region is in Arabic or Farsi, and most of the programs in the Nusantara region are in Bahasa and Malay. So we need to do more thorough research and also work with translations to see what is the missions and the scopes of the curricula in the Nusantara region. We're really looking forward to that in partnership with our colleagues here. So go ahead, Dr. Amber.
So yeah, so after the results, we see the tables. What we did was came up with a number of universities and different categories and types. So you see a number of universities or programs. We have in number 2, their university and institutions. We have the name of the program, the country, the year it was started, the duration of that Islamic psychology program, the number of instructors in that particular program, the language in which it is taught, and the units are for, let's say, the modules, or in different places called different things, like sometimes they call it lessons or courses. So basically the modules that they represent, and then we have the fees for all these different programs, and whatever, at the end of the program you get the degree. It's a BA or diploma or a short course. So UII is Indonesia, University of, can you go back? University Islam Indonesia, then we have International Open University, we have RIFA University, and you see when they were established, like it started in 1995 in Indonesia, in Gambia it started in 2014, RIFA started in 2018, and Cambridge Muslim College started 2021. More programs are coming in the last couple or 3 areas or so, and Al-Karam Institute also has a program that started in 2021, and they have 2 different programs. Intro to Islamic Psychology and the Practice of Islamic Spirituality, and the fees are basically different. There are some of these are short courses, and some of these are diploma. Next table. Yeah, so mashallah, very ambitious. Although it's a short course, we see that at Ibn Khaldun University and Khalid Center, they offer the TIP program, which is very popular, mashallah. Internationally, many people are not only in the US, but Turkey and other places going to are attending those programs. Level 1, 2, and level 3 is actually the practical aspect of the TIP. And then you have, although it's a short course, and the fees is also very reasonable. Next slide. And again, we have different universities and programs here. IP College in Turkey, Avicenna Academy. We have Al-Balagh an Academy. We have Charles Sturt University. And mashallah, the whole point is that in the last couple, 3 years or so, we are seeing that there has been a real emergence of the programs and interest, and some of the issues we'll discuss in the discussion section. But in terms of the fees and all, there is a real, variation. Also depends on how long the program is, though. Most of these programs are taught in English. Next slide. Okay, so despite the fact that these are not called Islamic Psychology Program, they're called different, I wanted to really cover these universities because in Aligarh Muslim University in India, they started a master's in Islamic Perspectives of Psychology, which is basically Islamic psychology, in 2016, with 1 year of training of the student in a, let's say, hospital or a clinic scenario or situation or environment. And IIU Islamabad, they changed the name of the Muslim Psychology course to Islamic Psychology course in 2019, which can be taken as an optional course at bachelor's, but compulsory for postgrad students. And it is mind-blowing. If you really look at the data from Iran, that in our IP book around the globe already, we have all this information that what we think that is happening in, let's say, Indonesia and Malaysia, they're far ahead in Iran about the Islamic Psychology program. Several, I should say at least a dozen, or probably more, that have been offered. In 2020, it was approved as a master's program by the Higher Education Planning Office, and same thing in India and Pakistan, where the population is more, the demand's more, and when it's accredited by a higher institute or body like that, then many other institutes can offer because it was accredited by the central government. And I must mention IIUM number 4 here because they don't call it IP course per se, but it all started there. I learned about Islamic psychology when I was in Malaysia. So every psychology course taught there has an Islamic perspective built into it. Next slide, please.
So this is a figure just for you guys to see how many numbers of programs that we surveyed, which is 17, which ones are offered in person, which ones are offered online, or which ones are hybrids, which is both online and in person. So this is a figure of that. Dr. Zubir?
Yes, this is the figure about duration of the programs. And apart from programs that offer bachelor degree, all other programs last less than 1 year.
So we'll go briefly to the qualitative analysis
Yes.
as well. And we're sorry, we're a little bit off, so we'll be very, very short.
If you could just wrap it up in maybe 2 minutes.
All right, inshallah. We'll do our best. So essentially, with regards to, would you like to take this slide as well?
Yes, this is the methodology. They use manual analysis using inductive and deductive coding method combined with in vivo software program.
So these are some of the sub-themes and main themes that we've seen when we done the qualitative analysis of all the programs. What is the scopes? What is the modules? What is the syllables, etc. So a lot of the programs had introductions to IP, speaking about the origins of IP, definitions, conceptualizations. Also, a lot of the programs spoke about mainstream psychology from an Islamic perspective, which is the top-down approach. The concepts of fitra and developmental psychology, etc., personal development and spirituality. Restructuring psychological constructs is also an overarching theme that we have seen. For instance, decolonizing psychology content, tazkiyah therapy, roots of psychology through Islamic lens, Islamic model of the self as well, and flexible digital education are some of the themes that we have seen. Please go ahead, Dr.
Yeah, so I was really interested in knowing what are the distinctive quality of each program. I mean, there's an overlap, but it was very interesting to see that the Islamic Psychology College in Turkey, they emphasize a lot on Aqidah, Fiqh, Sharia, Huquq al-Ibad, Usul al-Fiqh. The Khalil Center, Cambridge Muslim College, Al-Karam Institute are into Islamic sciences, schools of thought intro to fiqh as well. Sufism, Akhlaq al-Adudiyya, this is exceptional because we did not actually, unless you were taking courses from Revealed Knowledge in Malaysia, at that point in time we didn't have this. We have the TIP program and CMC, they have also inclusion of birth of modern subjectivity and some philosophical approaches. Key figures, Al-Karam Institute talks about special topics, Al-Balagh is into counseling skills, jinn and black magic. This is unique to the different programs. And Rifa is more into clinical placement opportunities, which is very, very essential. Actually, I talked about that in the discussion section as well. And the Aligarh Muslim University offers 1 year of clinical placement as well, and Avicenna has special emphasis on motivation personality theories. Not that the other programs are not offering that, but these are distinct to these particular programs.
So Dr. Zubir, briefly the discussion.
Yes, there is a lot of points that emerged from this survey, and that the main key points are in the slide, and the main points have advantage and disadvantage. For example, main courses are in English and have only two programs that in local language, which is it can be an advantage, but we need to develop local programs in local English, in local language. We have short time certificate. This is also a challenge, which better is to offer short time certificates or programs, or in contrary to present long time certificate. Online instruction, the major programs are offered online. This is also a good thing because it's offer possibility to people around the world to join these programs. But in-person learning has also its benefits. And finally, offering courses and certificates to non-psychological professional is also a challenge. And what Dr. Rania has saying, for example, to offer psychological education to non-professional can be beneficial, for example, to imam, but it can prevent to go further for professional, because professional needs high level of teaching, which we can't offer for non-professional. This is the main point.
So these are some of the challenges. We're not going to go through them, but essentially Maybe you want to briefly just go
Well,
over.
yeah, briefly. I mean, this is where we need to really do the work, put our heads together as a group, and think about the growth that has been going on. Is it really manageable? What is the criteria that should be maintained for offering the Islamic psychology programs? What is the guideline that anybody, any institution can come up with that? Or there has to be some role of the IAIP, for example, IAMP and others who are, how do we actually build a curriculum? There is still so much substantial variations. So therefore, there is some need for some kind of a structure and a standardization in the programs where there is an integration of knowledge, a role of Islamic scholars, evidence-based research is what the dean was talking last night, and Hamada was also mentioning yesterday how much emphasis we need to place on evidence-based research, and because of that, our book that just came out from IAIP on the clinical application of Islamic psychology, we talk about the case studies in it, and so there's so much more emphasis. Inshallah, we'll be working on the evidence-based research as well. The issue of accreditation is something that I was thinking about. It is so important. Can these programs be offered by any institution, or does it have to be an accredited institution? Does it offer employment to the graduates? There's so much interest in it, but what do they do with their degree or diploma? Or is it just for knowledge, or is there some utility of these certificates? And of course, we need to think also about the clinical placement, because we saw that more than 70% of the programs are not actually offering clinical training and placement. So then it boils down to who will develop such training modules, and can it be shared with other institutions that are offering such programs? And what is the qualification of the trainers who are offering this? Are they really trained? Are they really certified? Are they licensed or not? This is very important to ask. The training sites, not everybody will be willing to take, for example, those who are from Islamic psychology. Dr. from Hamad Psychiatric Clinic was sitting here. I don't know if he will take students if you say, my specialization in Islamic counseling. We don't need it. We need people to do the MMPI and stuff. Still, we have that mentality. So how do you work around that? So one of the major challenges...
Sorry, Dr. Amber, I have the dishonorable job of cutting you off mid-sentence, but we need to close.
So just brief, this is the last slide, and thank you, Dr. Amber, and it's so much more we can take from this research, and hopefully you all can benefit from it. So this is the conclusion, that we need more research, we need to review accreditation processes, clinical training, and we need to further every year update this research, as well as so many programs are being developed as we speak. And this is a emerging field, a popular field. So Jazakallah khairan for listening to us. Please forgive us for any shortcomings in our presentation, and all the good comes from Allah, and all the shortcomings are only ours. Jazakallah khairan.
Jazakallah khair. Thank you so much. Thank you. We know it's all important things that you need to present, and this is really important data that we need for this discussion that we're here for, to understand program development. So we look forward to reading your paper.
Inshallah. Jazakallah khair.
So next, we have Dr. Masood Azerbaijani. He's a professor at the Research Institute of Hausa and University in Iran, former president of the Islamic Psychology Association in Iran. He graduated from Hausa Alamiya of Qawm, an MA in Islamic theology and an MA in clinical psychology, mashallah, and a PhD in philosophy of religion from Tarbiyat Madras and University. And he is co-author or author of 25 books and 60 articles. He'll be presenting on the academic discipline of Islamic psychology, an initiative in education in Iran's graduate education.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. We thank God for this gathering, and I thank the organizer this Islamic Psychology Symposium, especially Dr. Human and Dr. Said Jamaluddin and University Hamad bin Khalifa. My paper's title, as you know, Islamic Psychology, Academic Field and Initiative in Iran's Postgraduate Education. This paper was prepared by my colleagues, Dr. Rafi Honar and دکتر جان بزرگی and I مسعود آذربایجانی أنا بخدمتكم. You know the objectives of education and higher education. We can say in 4 points: transferring norms, values, and beliefs to the new generation. Expansion, application, and marketing of knowledge. I mean production of science and wealth. Third, providing the ground of creativity and skill training. I mean serving to people. Fourth, giving meaning to things to achieve a better and sublime life. I mean spirituality and empathy in this fourth. The role of religion, especially Islam, in providing the above goals. You know many of verses about these goals, about emphasis on rationality and learning, about great attention to moral values, about service to humanity and fellow human beings, and about giving the meaning of life and guidance from darkness to light with spirituality and connection with Allah. Some verses you see in this slide, but I have a short time and I can't read them. 5. Islamic teachings include basic knowledge in human sciences, especially psychology, like these verses you see. Some background of Islamic psychology as a field in the world, like the Dr. Malik Badri in America, Malaysia, Sudan, and some other countries, Dr. Amber Haq, and in the Malaysia University, Muhammad Ajmal in Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Islamic Guide for Psychology. And there are some short-term Islamic psychology courses in countries, as you see, about 11 term in this slide, like Center, Khalil Center, and so on in Europe and America and other countries. Some background of Islamic psychology in Iran. We see two approaches in a background of Islamic psychology in Iran. First, a narrative approach, I mean Quran and Hadith, like the works of Khomeini, Sheikh Saduq, Sayyid Razi, and so forth. The second, the rational experimental approach, I mean philosophy and knowledge of soul or ilm al-nafs, like the works of Farabi, Ibn Sina or Abu Sina, Ghazali, Sohrawardi, Khaja Nasiruddin Tusi, Sadr al-Mutallahin Shirazi, Mullah Ahmad al-Naraqi, and so forth. But in last 100 years, we see stages of Islamic psychology in Iran in the contemporary period in 4 periods. First, the period of preparation from 1910 to 1950. Only the works of Muslim thinkers in the past centuries in the field of Islam and psychology has been introduced rewritten, summarized, updated, and republished. Second, in the period of refinement from 1950 to 1980, the works of modern psychology were reviewed based on Islamic principles, and to some extent Islamic views were explained in these fields. Third, in the period of comparison from 1980 to 2000, they mostly sought to compare and discuss new psychological theories, models, and concepts with Islamic views. And the fourth, in the establishment period from 2000 continue to now, we witnessed the presentation of Islamic theories and models in the topics of personality, motivation, psychotherapy, psychometrics, health and mental health, family, religious psychology, positive psychology, social psychology, and developmental psychology, and dozens of Islamic psychological scales and tests are used for measurement tools, and dozens of Islamic psychology protocols in counseling. Excuse me. Protocols in counseling and psychotherapy clinics. Iran's educational academic programs in the fields of Islam and psychology, about 10 academic programs in the universities. As you see, I read just the titles: Islamic Sciences and General Psychology, Islam Knowledge and Psychology, Quran and Science with Psychology-Oriented, Positive-Oriented Islamic Psychology, Islam and Social Psychology, Development and Promotion of Religious Culture with Counseling-Oriented, Islamic Counseling, Psychology with Psychology of Religion-Oriented, and the last, Islamic Psychology. We can say about the academic field of Islamic psychology in the other slides. Academic field of Islamic psychology, the goals. One, providing the pure and dedicated discipline in Islam psychology. Two, introducing the perspective of Islam in the realm of human psychological issues. Three, creating a foundation for the training of teachers and researchers in the field of Islamic psychology. Four, developing the knowledge of psychology with an Islamic orientation, moral values, and a spiritual perspective. Five, providing the necessary grounds for researchers in the field of Islamic psychology. Six, providing the necessary grounds for developing methodology in Islamic psychology. Seven, and applying the results of Islamic psychology researchers according to the needs of Islamic societies and all humanity. Academic field of Islamic psychology, the attributes. One, presentation at the master's level. Two, the course in Islamic psychology consists of 32 units, 12 specialized units, 16 elective units, and 4 thesis units. Three, students complete this course in 4 terms, and then the thesis presentation session. 4. In the entrance exam, success in specialized Arabic language courses for the use of religious texts, methods of understanding the Quran and Hadith, philosophical psychology, psychological teaching in Quran and Hadith, and the philosophy of psychology are especially necessary. Titles of the specialized and elective syllabus in Islamic psychology. The titles of syllabus. Fundamentals of Islamic psychology. 1. Knowledge of science. Fundamentals of Islamic psychology, knowledge of nafs, ilmun nafs. 3. The methodology of understanding the Quran and Hadith. 4. Psychometrics of religion concepts. 5. Social psychology with an attitude toward Islamic sources. 6. Mental health in Islam. 7. Thesis. And elective syllabus. 1. Advanced research method. 2. Advanced inferential statistics. 3. Developmental psychology from the perspective of Islam. 4. Anthropology from the perspective of Islam and psychology. 5. Motivation and emotion in the light of Islamic sources. 6. Psychotherapy in the light of Islamic sources. 7. Theories of psychotherapy in Islamic sources. 8. Moral psychology in the light of Islamic sources. 9. Psychology of religion. 10. Positive psychology in the light of Islamic sources. 11. Personality psychology in the light of Islamic sources. 12. Religious science. Results. 1. We can say the Islamic psychology school was born, and we must do best to introduce and to progress development in the all of the countries. Results. 1. Exchanging opinions and sharing successful experiences in the field of Islamic psychology. 2. Holding face-to-face conferences periodically to observe successful experiences and transfer them to other countries, like this conference. 3. Paying more attention to theorizing and modeling in the issues and problems of Islamic psychology and the distinct methodology of Islamic psychology. 4. Development and expansion of international Six, translation of prepared Islamic psychology textbook, textbook into languages required by Islamic countries and Muslims in other countries. We need to help us. Seven, ignoring ethnic, religious, racial and gender differences for the formation of the Islamic nation, especially in Islamic psychology. 8, accepting diversity and pluralism in the theoretical perspectives and practical models within the framework of the Islamic paradigm. 9, logical and scientific interaction with the modern psychology, ruling the world as the mainstream of psychology and efforts to launch and develop academic field of Islamic psychology. We cannot isolate the mainstream of psychology. 10, the last but not least, considering the abundance of scientific words and scholars in the field, we can announce the birth and development of the School of Islamic Psychology. And in the end, we pray together, Allahumma nawwir ظاهري بطاعتك وباطني بمحبتك وقلبي بمعرفتك وروحي بمشاهدتك وسري باستغلال اتصال حضرتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. اللهم انصر إخواننا بالغزة وافتح لهم باليسار والعزة والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Jazakallah khair. Thank you so much. And now moving on to our final presenters. Dr. Muhammad Israf Sheh Amat serves as the head of Department of Counselor Education and Counseling Psychology at the University of Putra, Malaysia. And he has a bachelor's degree in guidance and counseling, a master's in research and drug prevention and rehabilitation, and a PhD from Texas A&M University. He's currently the head of Department of Counselor Education and Counseling Psychology and is registered counselor with the Board of Counselors in Malaysia. Joining him is Dr. Sidi Aisha Hassan, serves in the Department of Counselor Education and Counseling Psychology at UPM. She holds a master's and PhD in guidance and counseling from IIUM, and she's associate professor and member of the Board of Directors from the Counselor Board of Malaysia and head of research under the Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development. They'll be presenting their paper on program development in Malaysia for registered and licensed counselors, enablers and barriers for Islamic psychology approaches. Bismillah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And I guess this is afternoon, a very good afternoon to everyone. Alhamdulillah, it's a great pleasure for us to be able to present here on the title of Program Development in Malaysia for Registered and Licensed Counselors, Enablers and Barrier for Islamic Psychology Approach. This paper is a joint collaborative work between my colleague here, Dr. Ashraf, and me. Let me start sharing some of the background of the development of a training program for registered and licensed counselor. Counseling first emerged in Malaysia as a profession in the 60s in schools. But then an official training for counselors started in 1976 in University of Malaya. And in the early 80s, there are 3 universities that spearhead of this counseling training program, where they have the postgraduate master or master in guidance and counseling, followed by our university, University of Putra, Malaysia. We offered, the first university offered undergraduate 4 years program. Offered 2 years program. We offered 4 years program for undergraduate. And then by University Kebangsaan was mentioned by Professor Amber Haq just now that one of the leading Islamic psychology in Malaysia is University Kebangsaan. However, as mentioned by Professor Amber, I was from IIUM. I may have bias that most of the Islamic counseling I learned from IIUM, all right? Okay, so these are the program where we started in the early 80s. In 1988, we have an act that has mandated by our government so that counseling profession can be one of the professional fields, meaning that no one can cross field, no one can claim as counselor if they are not licensed and registered. If they do claim, they give counseling, they will have to face some kind of penalty. They may be sent to jail, whatever. All right, so we have an act to govern the counseling field in Malaysia. All right, now our counseling field is governed, we follow. The issue here, you will see what are the enablers and the barriers of Islamic psychology. We follow, Malaysia Boards of Counselor follow step by step, inch by inch, what have been laid by NBCC and CACRAP. NBCC and CACRAP. This is the issue, inch by inch, step by step.
And BCC means National Board of Certified Counselors, and CACREP, CACREP, Council for Accreditation of Counseling and Educational Related Program, CACREP.
From USA. So we are following Malaysia Certified Board of Counselor, following step by step, inch by inch, what has been laid by the US program. So if they have 8 foundation, we will have 8 foundation. If they have said we have to cover 12 credit for this section, we cover 12 credit. We followed everything to be able to be certified, because every 5 years, maximum 3 to 5 years, all universities that covered, that offer a counseling program will be examined by professors from CACREP accredited university. So if we do not follow, then we will have some consequences. So these are some of the background of what counseling program, the accredited counseling program in Malaysia. All right, having said that, knowing that these are the conditions, you might foresee what would be our findings. So we conduct a qualitative, we can go to the methodology, okay. These are some of the Board of Counsel in Malaysia. Basically, whatever the board in US do, we do, all right? So you can read in the later. So we do a qualitative research using semi-structured in-depth interview. We interview 6 counselors, educators from accredited program. We have 58 counseling program in Malaysia, but not all are accredited, all right? So we selected them from the accredited program, from undergraduate and postgraduate. And they have to be registered professional counselors, at least have 5 years experience, and and they practice some Islamic psychology. They may not have a formal, but they either come like myself, coming from Islamic university, or come from UKM, where they come, their background Islamic studies. So we interview those who practice Islamic psychology in their counseling. All right, so next. We found that there are 2 main themes, the enablers and the barriers. We'll focus first on the enablers, all right? The enablers, one of the enablers that the increased recognitions of the importance of Islamic psychology. So these are the things that the counselor educators do emphasize that the majority of Malaysians are Muslims. And to ignore the Islamic approach is something we're ignoring the very core of Muslims. So these are Muslim make up the majority of the society in Malaysia. Exposing counseling to Islamic psychology is beneficial as it can help them later on their careers, and people will look at our students as competent to work with Muslim clients. So these are one of the enablers. I will do that. Enablers will go the barriers, right? All right. These are the needs. When the clients need that, okay, one of that is that, for example, one of the counselor educators shared that during the counseling session, it seems that to be more effective when I integrate Islamic or Quranic lessons, the disclosure of the story of Prophet Yusuf and his father, Prophet Yaqub, becomes a boyfriend fabricated stories. So these are some evidence of showing that when they use with their clients, they can see there is a therapeutic value. So we cannot ignore the story of the Quran, whatever the teaching of the Quran is become therapeutic. So this one of the enablers, this is for the client's needs, not because we are excited for nothing, because we can see there is a therapeutic process going on when we inculcate the Islamic psychology. Next. Another enablers is that allow counsel to understand better and support clients. Then I explain, one of the counsel educator explained, then I explained to my intern students the concept of patient is not simply mean waiting and doing nothing. The concept of taqdir, qada and qadar, he further asked about how to integrate the Islamic values, principles, which are so central to the client's concern. So in this counselor educators, the student was a Buddhist, but the clients were Muslim. And the client keep on saying about taqdir, qada and qadar, this and that. And he knows nothing about that, but he wants to help. So he learns from this counseling educator, can you explain me more, whatever, and how do I integrate with the acceptance commitment therapy? So the counselor educator does teach the Buddhist counselor how to help the clients who are Muslim and want it an Islamic approach. So these are examples that are supports. Okay, I'll hand it to you, the barriers.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Siti Aisyah. So like mentioned by Prof. Siti Aisyah, in Malaysia, for counseling program, we really follow step by step, inch by inch, what I've been practicing in the US. Okay, I still remember when I want to further my PhD studies, my dean said, Ashraf, go to United States and go to the Kakrab University, only Kakrab University, and come back and, practice what I've been practicing there. So these are the barriers, to incorporate IP in a counseling program. Lack of standardized guideline. There are various difficulties that impedes the seamless integration of Islamic psychology into counseling program. So, but the absence of defined rules and curriculum framework for Islamic psychology in counselor education is a notable difficulty. So it's hard to, to integrate Islamic psychology in the curriculum when we don't have a very solid fundamental framework or theories. Okay. So how can, this is like an example of the verbatim transcription from our interview. How can you train your students when you don't have good Islamic counseling textbooks? You can simply patch here and there Quran and Hadith with no specifically developed theoretical framework for Islamic counseling. It will be superficial and make up kind of Islamic counseling. Okay. So this is the finding, and the second one is resistance of or hesitation among educators itself, because maybe because of the lack of Islamic knowledge, Islamic faith. Even though Muslims, but because of the upbringing, it's not from Islamic teaching. So that's probably the reason. So we can see from the verbatim here, if we have Islamic counseling, so will we have Christian counseling, Hindu counseling? Malaysia is a multicultural, multi-religious. We will have more problems if we create IP. Okay, everything good is in line with Islam. Doctor in hospital do surgery, and we don't say Islamic surgery. We don't say engineering, Islamic engineering. All good things are Islamic teachings, and in line with what is commanded in Islam. Not everything need to be covered with Islamic name. So this is the one of the participant mentioned. And the barriers, concern about pseudo-scientific practice. Because I'm close with the board of councils Malaysia, and he also share some issues with me. Like we have a case like our counselor do ruqyah in the counseling session. The counselor said, you have jinn inside your body. And then the client report to the board of counselors, and the board, the board president also Muslim, but become headache for him to answer to society when the counselor integrate, do such kind of thing, ruqyah, because in our syllabus curriculum we don't have, we don't study about ruqyah. And even last time also become issue, I got also complaint, our counselor, do webinar about a birthstone, birthstone or something related to zodiac, related to our personality. So concern about pseudo-scientific practice if we don't have really clear framework how to integrate Islamic psychology into our curriculum. Okay, and then lack of expertise. Yeah, definitely. Even I myself don't have experts in Islamic studies, and most of our counselor educators receive training in the West. Yeah. And many of us do not have solid religious knowledge, so it will be a challenge to integrate elements of Islamic psychology in training, okay, in curriculum. And then basically our government, like Dr. Rania mentioned during her speech, that Imam, Ustaz become central of attention. Like if society having problem, they prefer to refer to Imam and so on. So in Malaysia also same thing happen. People go to seek Imam's help. But Imam don't have any experience or expertise in conducting counseling. So that's why our government offer a few universities offer program in Islamic studies but associate with counseling. For example, they have bachelor's degree in Sharia with counseling, bachelor's degree in Usuluddin with counseling. But the problem is this proportionate number of credit hours. Like major credits goes to the Islamic studies, but just little credit they study about counseling. So when they graduate from the program, they cannot be a licensed professional counselor. They cannot be a counselor. And in Malaysia, if you're practicing counseling without license, it is illegal because it's against the act that we have. Okay, that's the barrier. And then implications. Three implications. The findings of the study indicate that policymakers and education institutions have a vital role to play in addressing these factors that enable or hinder progress. And stakeholders play important role. Okay, and it's also related with politics. And then conclusion, to enhance council education programs and meet the changing needs of the Malaysian people and Muslims globally, stakeholders must understand these issues. This will ensure that mental health services are culturally and religiously sensitive. And because of Malaysia, most of the biggest race in Malaysia is Muslim, so actually it's really good if IP also can be integrated in our curriculum, basically. So I think that's all.
Jazakallah khair. Thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you to all of our presenters. MashaAllah, you all brought a lot to the table for this discussion. And speaking of discussion, I don't know how much time we have for discussion, given that we're leading into lunch, so I think only about 5 minutes. I do have a question just to get it started off, and then maybe we can take one or two questions from the audience. And that is, okay, definitely you, if you're very enthusiastic. I'm wondering, in hearing you all speak, and from my own experience in trying to get a Islamic psychology program accredited, what your thoughts are on the tension between our desire, obviously valid desire for it to be accredited, for these programs to be accredited, and the inevitable tension that creates with really honoring our epistemological foundations. Because oftentimes, the very things that we're being asked to be held accountable to in accreditation are built on different epistemological foundations that were being held up against benchmarks of psychology that don't actually match our definitions and reality of what we're talking about, what we're trying to teach in an Islamic psychology course. So, and that's, I think, even comes down to, the discussion of definitions in Islamic psychology. In my experience, I actually had to sort of forego the accreditation because I was so adamant about this has to be Islamic psychology, and not making concessions for the epistemology. When the accrediting board looks at it, they're thinking, well, this isn't psychology. You can't talk about the purification of the soul in psychology. That's not allowed, right? And so, it seems like it's a challenge. So my question is, how do we manage that tension? And do we need to get to the point where we're creating our own accrediting bodies that are creating completely different benchmarks for psychology rather than trying to get them accredited by an institution that doesn't define it the same way as we do?
I don't necessarily have an answer for that, but I'll tell you this, that it's definitely a lot more difficult in non-Muslim countries, Western countries, than it is, like, for example, Malaysia, Pakistan, probably some of the Muslim majority countries. It's also difficult here, as I was saying the other day about the graduates from Doha Institute of Graduate Studies, if their program was not accredited, and although it is a very recognized institute, the graduates were not able to practice. So the only solution I see is that at least these IP programs should be a part of the accredited university, at least, or that Islamic psychology should probably be a part of the overall training in which the counselors are being able to get their license as a counselor first, and they have a specialty in Islamic psychology. You can create your own accrediting body, but it will have no impact in Western countries. For example, you cannot do that, as far as I know, that in the US will have any say. Maybe I'm wrong.
I can just add.
Thank you.
Or maybe we should take another question.
Maybe briefly, if you want to add something.
No, I just wanted to add that I think that no matter what, the ethics is important. I know that Dr. Khalid is doing a research presentation here about the ethics of Islamic psychology and how to apply it. And I think that we need to have those ethical standards ourselves through different bodies of Islamic psychology, like IIP, for example. I think the pathway towards normalization in some countries might be difficult, at least when it comes to legislative bodies. And also the definition of Islamic psychology, of what are we calling it, is an ongoing conversation. But at least that those that are studying it, if they want to apply it, they need to have some form of mental health professional background. That will be at least the minimal basics, I think. Allahu alam.
Question up here. Oh. Bismillah. Yes, Sheikh.
Is there any research, maybe this is not the panel to ask the question, is there any research about the success rate with the patients and the clients? Is there any data about what's the percentage of clients and patients who actually come out successfully from these programs.
Actually, Dr. Abdullah and Dr. Rothman is currently, you guys co-edited this book of Application of Islamic Psychology. So that's one of the first, I think, efforts, what I've seen of trying to see the application and also the effects. But we definitely need more research. I think in Iran, probably in Malaysia, Indonesia, and also in Pakistan, under the excellent leadership of Dr. Khalid, there are some research in that. But generally, Sheikh Amin, I would say we need more research of the effects and the outcomes when it comes to clinical application.
Psychology as a profession, then I think people go with the successful kind of options. If you don't have data on that, how are you going to promote it?
That's why we have this, I think, Sheikh Amin, we have this symposium here as a way of bringing more people into the research, also the results. So you're fully correct in your analysis, and we're taking upon your feedback. That's a great nasiha.
So back in the 1990s, I had read articles in Malaysian Journal of Psychiatry, for example, on the effects, for example, of Quranic recitation, on either whether it's depression or anxiety and things like that. Back in studies in India, for example, they had done some EEG studies on Quranic recitation and the effects on that person's brain and anxiety and whatnot. So in most of the studies that they have done and published so far, they have shown very significant positive outcomes of religious interventions. Now, keeping that in mind, the research publications are very minimal. Like, this is why this book that just came out, Clinical Applications of Islamic Psychology by IAIP, is we try to focus on what people are doing in different parts of the world. And there are at least 12 chapters in it showing that based on case studies, interventions and all, it was very effective. And but there is a dearth of research, but we are working on that, inshallah ta'ala. There will be more outcome studies on that.
Thank you. I see lots of hands, but I think we can only take one question, and he's already holding the microphone, so.
Oh, look at the red eye. No, please, take the question. I'm just joking. A really quick question for Haq et al. And everybody else. When it comes to course equivalencies, like transferable credits, did you see any of the programs or any of your programs talk about transferable credits? And if so, is there like a criteria or a rubric that's already been established for those programs? Thank you.
So that's probably
I think
very
it's
good question.
Dr. Human saying that would be relevant for the next panel as well, so maybe we can bleed that over to the next.
Well, thank you for.
We'll bookmark that question. I think we need to close, yeah? Thank you, everybody. Hopefully, save your questions, write them down. We have other opportunities to ask questions. Inshallah, they'll be relevant. Jazakallah khair.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Dear brothers and sisters, excellent scholars, esteemed participants, students of knowledge, it's an honor to have you all with us. Hope you enjoyed the lunch. Was it a good lunch, or alhamdulillah? I felt it was good. And often the lunch is actually the secondary thing. The primary thing is the sohbah and companionship. So it was a joy to connect with you all, and I know you guys connected with one another. And please get to know each other, because part of Islamic psychology is socialization as a way of breaking individual barriers and connecting hearts, and through murabata we can create collective efforts. So Jazakallah khairan for joining us. We're going to move forward now to the next panel, and the next panel is the third panel of today, which will have the overarching theme of curricula approaches. All right, so we will have Dr. Ali Habibi, who will speak about teaching Islamic psychology. Then we will have Dr. Muhammad Mahmoud Mustafa speaking about the foundational principles for construction of an instructional curriculum for teaching Islamic psychology. And last but not least, we have a presentation about housing an applied Islamic psychology program at the faculties of Islamic Studies in Sarajevo with Dr. Ait Smaj. And our moderator is one of the organizers of the symposium and a beloved brother to me as well, Dr. Khalid Al-Zamzami from Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine and Khalid Center of US. So without any further ado, please round of applause to the panel and to the moderator.
Thank you, Ustaz Sayyid Jamaluddin. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back. After the lunch treat, we are up for an intellectual treat here. In the previous panel, we talked about programs across the globe of Islamic psychology. We are now going to take you into the classrooms of these programs, some of these programs, to envision what is happening in these classrooms, what courses are being taught in these programs, and some of the barriers that some of these programs are facing and some of the solutions. Our first speaker is Dr. Ali Habibi, a French-Moroccan clinical psychologist who launched an Islam and Psychology Academy that teaches Islamic psychology in French, and he also heads the French chapter of ISIP. Dr. Ali will speak to us about his vision for a university Islamic psychology program. Dr. Ali is known for his round yellow glasses, and I asked his permission to comment on this because he actually uses yellow round glasses as the logo for his website, if you want to take a look at that. Dr. Ali, the floor is yours. Yes.
بارك الله فيكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته جميعا. Alors je suis vraiment navré car je vais parler en français et le frère Abdelrahman يترجم إن شاء الله باللغة الإنجليزية. Et le frère Abdelrahman va, qu'Allah le préserve, va traduire en anglais et c'est préférable, croyez-moi, pour vos oreilles et pour garder le sérieux de cette assemblée que je reste à parler en français.
Bismillah wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah. Unfortunately, I don't speak English well enough. So for the sake of your ears and to preserve the seriousness of this assembly, I'm going to speak in French, and Brother Abdurrahman, whom I thank warmly, will give you an instant English translation.
Alors, je suis très honoré d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui et je remercie tout d'abord Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala de nous permettre de nous réunir lors de cette assemblée pour ce noble projet. Ça fait alors environ un peu plus de 20 ans que j'accompagne des personnes. J'ai commencé par avoir une formation en sciences religieuses, puis en thérapie familiale et de couple, pour par la suite continuer en psychologie clinique et de finaliser mon doctorat. Et pendant tout mon parcours, j'ai toujours voulu intégrer la spiritualité à la psychologie. Et pour tout vous dire, je me suis senti très seul et très solitaire pendant de nombreuses années, en pensant qu'il n'y avait pas grand monde qui avait cette approche. Et quand j'ai découvert les travaux de plusieurs d'entre vous ici, j'ai été plus qu'heureux de trouver ce que vous avez pu produire, car ça m'a permis d'aller encore plus vite et de me sentir moins seul. Donc, je suis vraiment très honoré d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui. Barakallahu fikum.
I'm very honored to be here with you today, and I'd like first of all to thank Allah for allowing us to be among His servants and to be useful to His creatures. I have been supporting people and patients for more than 20 years. I have first been trained in Islamic sciences and then in psychologies. And during all my journey, I felt very alone. And when I have discovered all this dynamic and all the researchers that you were, I have been very happy to feel part of this dynamic, and I'm very happy to be with you today.
Alors, je vais essayer d'être le plus synthétique possible, car le temps nous est compté. Mon intervention va porter sur une discussion ou une proposition d'un programme en psychologie islamique, un programme donc universitaire.
I will try to be fast, and my speech will be about the discussion on
psychologie.
Islamic psychology, based on Islamic principles and incorporating the cultural nuances of Muslim societies, offers an enriching and necessary perspective for a holistic approach to psychology.
Et comme nous l'avons vu ce matin avec les différentes présentations, notamment avec la présentation du docteur Ambar Haq avec son équipe, le docteur Zoubir et Jamaluddin, le frère Jamaluddin, il existe donc différents programmes à travers le monde, mais aujourd'hui il me semble qu'il est non seulement nécessaire de faire intégrer la psychologie islamique dans les programmes universitaires, mais nous avons ici donc l'opportunité de mettre en place un programme universitaire entier. Ce programme s'inscrit donc dans un mouvement plus large vers la diversification et la décolonisation de la formation en psychologie.
As we have seen this morning from the work of the doctors Amber Haq, Zubir and Jamaluddin, there are different programs around the world. Today it seems to me that not only is it necessary to integrate Islamic psychology into university programs, but we have the opportunity today to set up an entire university program. This program is part of a wider movement towards the diversification and decolonization of training in psychology.
Il me semble donc nécessaire de mettre en place ce programme pour former des futurs psychologues avec cette approche islamique de la psychologie, mais il faudrait aussi, je pense, penser en parallèle à un programme qui répondrait aux besoins des personnes qui sont déjà en activité, les professionnels de la santé qui sont déjà en activité, pour justement leur donner les outils nécessaires pour accompagner les musulmans. Ça va être...
D'accord. So it's necessary to develop a training for new professionals, but also for professionals already active in the psychology field.
Donc l'objectif principal est de développer donc un programme sur 5 ans ou plus, car il est possible que 5 années ne suffisent pas.
The main objective is to develop a 5-year or longer program because it is possible that 5 years would not be enough.
Donc allant de l'introduction de ces principes fondamentaux à des applications spécialisées et à la recherche.
From an introduction to its fundamental principles to specialized applications and research.
Donc ce programme vise à préparer les étudiants à devenir des professionnels compétents dans le domaine, capables de répondre efficacement aux besoins des communautés musulmanes à travers le monde.
The program aims to prepare students to become competent professionals in the field of Islamic psychology, able to respond effectively to the needs of Muslim communities and to enrich the global field of psychology.
Alors comme vous le savez, pour la plupart d'entre vous, la psychologie islamique s'enracine dans un riche héritage intellectuel. Les contributions d'éminents érudits musulmans tels que Abu Zayd al-Balkhi, Ibn Sina ou Abu Hamid al-Ghazali ont jeté les bases d'une compréhension intégrant les dimensions spirituelles et morales de l'accompagnement psychologique.
Islamic psychology is rooted in a rich intellectual heritage. The contributions of eminent Muslim scholars such as al-Balkhi, Ibn Sina, al-Ghazali laid the foundations of a psychological understanding that incorporated spiritual and moral dimensions.
Et Malik Badri, rahimahullah, lui, quant à lui, souligne l'importance de ses contributions historiques pour établir une psychologie islamique moderne, mettant en évidence la profondeur et la pertinence de ses perspectives dans le contexte contemporain. C'est toujours le même.
Malik Badri, rahimahullah, emphasized the importance of these historical contributions to the establishment of modern Islamic psychology, highlighting the depth and relevance of these perspectives in the contemporary context.
Dès le IXe siècle, des centres d'enseignement supérieur furent créés dans le monde musulman. Et à la fin du XIe siècle, des institutions de type universitaire étaient établies dans la plupart des grandes villes. Le monde musulman a été le berceau de centres de savoir d'importance comme Beit al-Hikma à Bagdad ou l'université Al-Qarawiyyin à Fès au Maroc ou l'université Zaytouna en Tunisie.
As early as the 9th century, centers of higher learning were established in the Muslim world, and by the end of the 11th century, university-type institutions had been established in most major cities. The Muslim world has been home to major centers of learning such as Beit al-Hikma in Baghdad, Al-Qarawiyyin in University in Fès, Morocco, and Zaytouna University in Tunisia.
Alors, être fier de notre héritage ne signifie pas seulement se glorifier d'un passé illustre, mais plutôt de s'en inspirer pour poursuivre cet héritage avec dynamisme dans notre présent.
Being proud of our heritage does not just mean glorifying an illustrious past, but rather drawing inspiration from it to pursue that heritage dynamically in our present.
Alors mettre en place un programme universitaire complet et pertinent est un défi de taille et on peut rencontrer quelques difficultés.
Putting in place a comprehensive and relevant university program is a major challenge, which will make us face some major difficulties.
En résumé, l'objectif par exemple du bachelor, de la licence pour nous, est de fournir aux étudiants une formation complète couvrant les domaines clés de la psychologie tels que la psychologie clinique, la psychopathologie, la psychologie du développement social, la psychologie cognitive, les neurosciences, la biologie, la philosophie, l'histoire de la psychologie, l'éthique et la morale, des méthodologies de recherche, l'étude des différents courants et approches en psychologie et les sciences islamiques.
The aim of the bachelor's degree is to provide students with a comprehensive training covering the key areas of psychology, such as clinical psychology and psychopathology, developmental psychology, social psychology, cognitive psychology, neuroscience and biology, philosophy and history of psychology, ethics and morality, research methodologies, studies of different currents and approach in psychology, Islamic sciences as beliefs, Quran, Hadith, spirituality and fiqh.
Et dans la continuité, au niveau du master, ce qu'on peut proposer, au-delà de ce qu'on vient de proposer pour le bachelor, c'est d'ajouter à ça des spécialisations, notamment en sexologie, en addictologie, en approche systémique pour les accompagnements des couples et des familles, et des supervisions lors des stages et de la clinique solidaire dont je vais vous parler dans quelques instants.
And what we can add for the master's degree are some specialization as sexology, addictology, Islamic systemic approach to supporting couples and families, and Islamic sciences.
Alors, par manque de temps, je ne pourrais pas développer sur chaque année, mais dans l'article, vous aurez chaque année qui sera décrite de manière détaillée.
As lack of time, we cannot develop for each year, but in the article, you will find all the details.
Alors, il y a quelques particularités sur lesquelles j'insisterai malgré tout. La première, c'est d'intégrer les sciences islamiques dans le programme de la psychologie islamique, car il est évident et inévitable que former des futurs psychologues qui intègrent la psychologie islamique sans base dans les sciences religieuses serait un manque qui aurait des conséquences malheureuses.
There are some features on which we still have to develop, as the integration of Islamic principles and Islamic sciences, because training professionals without integrating this Islamic part will lead to some big issues.
Le deuxième point, la deuxième particularité sur laquelle j'aimerais insister, c'est une proposition d'intégrer une clinique solidaire. C'est-à-dire que dès la 3e année, par exemple, les étudiants puissent accompagner des personnes en difficulté, des personnes qui n'ont pas forcément les moyens de s'offrir les services d'un psychologue, pour pouvoir leur permettre d'acquérir de l'expérience, d'acquérir de la confiance, mais aussi d'acquérir de l'humilité.
To enrich this approach, it may be possible to integrate a solidarity clinic into the program. From the 3rd year, students would have the opportunity to work under the supervision of experienced mentors with people facing psychological difficulties, particularly those who do not have the means to access traditional care.
Et des partenariats pourraient être mis en place entre l'université, les écoles, les mosquées et les différentes associations de les villes.
And partnerships could be developed with between the university, mosques, schools, and associations from and local associations.
Il y a malheureusement 2 grandes difficultés que j'ai recensées. La première, c'est le manque de manuels d'enseignement spécialisés en psychologie islamique. Alors, alhamdulillah, il y a de plus en plus d'écrits, que ce soit des articles ou des livres, mais il serait intéressant que les différents chercheurs puissent travailler de concert ensemble pour pouvoir mettre en place des programmes complets pour l'enseignement.
There are 2 big difficulties that we are facing. The first one is the lack of teaching manuals in Islamic psychology. There are more and more books available, but it will be very interesting to gather and work together to develop one common program.
Et la deuxième grande difficulté, c'est d'avoir suffisamment d'enseignants formés et compétents qui puissent avoir les différentes approches demandées pour pouvoir enseigner, c'est-à-dire une formation en psychologie islamique, en psychologie occidentale et en sciences religieuses.
And the second big difficulty will be to have enough teachers who could integrate all the aspects of Islamic psychology, Western psychology, and religious sciences.
طيب. 2 ولا 5؟ 5 هذه لا 6 15
2 more minutes.
بارك الله فيك. طيب بسرعة. Alors je vais passer plusieurs slides donc puisqu'il me reste plus de temps. Alors, quelques recommandations pour la mise en place donc, de ce programme. C'est la collaboration interdisciplinaire entre les différents domaines des sciences sociales, la formation continue des enseignants, l'évaluation et l'adaptation du programme pour qu'il soit mis à jour régulièrement, et le fait d'insister sur les recherches empiriques pour avoir des articles validés scientifiquement.
Here are some recommendations for implementing and future research. The first one is interdisciplinary collaboration between all the actors. The second one is continuing teacher education. The third one is program evaluation and adaptation. And the fourth one is empirical research to have some validate resources.
De créer un environnement d'apprentissage qui non seulement éduque les élèves, les étudiants, mais qui inspire également et qui prépare les étudiants à devenir des agents de changement positif dans la communauté et au-delà.
Ultimately, the aim is to create a learning environment that not only educates, but also inspires and prepares students to become agents of positive change in their communities and beyond.
Et pour conclure, une des missions, il me semble, de la mise en place d'un tel programme est d'inculquer aux étudiants, mais aussi aux enseignants musulmans, les qualités nécessaires pour atteindre l'excellence, c'est-à-dire l'ihsan, donc l'éthique, la rigueur, la discipline, la curiosité, la fraternité et l'humilité.
One of the missions of our program is to instill in Muslim students, but also in teachers, the qualities necessary to achieve excellence, so al-ihsan, as ethics, rigor, discipline, curiosity, fraternity, and humility.
I am so sorry. Oh, thank you.
It's okay to finish. Not sorry. It's okay. Barakallahu fikum.
Right in time, mashallah. You managed to do in 2 languages within 17 minutes. Well done, mashallah. Next up, I'm really honored to introduce Dr. Muhammad Mahmoud Mustafa, who's one of my teachers and whose work is truly inspirational, mashallah. He holds double PhDs, PhD in clinical psychology and a PhD in hadith studies. He runs a psychology counseling center in Turkey, Istanbul. He is originally from Egypt, and he is also the founder and the dean of the Islamic Psychology College, Kulliyat Ilm al-Nafs al-Islami, which he will be telling us all about today, inshallah. For any Arabic speakers here, I would really encourage you to take a look at Dr. Muhammad's, one of his 40 books on psychology. If you read his writings, most of which are academic, but you will be confused whether you are reading an academic paper or a novel. His approach of writing is so engaging. I've never seen anything like this before in psychology or Islamic psychology. So Dr. Muhammad, the floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الخلق المرسلين سيدنا ونبينا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين وبعد سلام الله عليكم ورحمته تعالى وبركاته. عندي عدة رسائل سريعة جدا. في الأول أقولها: دعوني أرفع أكف الضراعة إلى الحي القيوم الذي لا يخيب سائله ولا يضيع راجيه، بأن يبارك في هذا الجمع وأن يخص بهذه المباركة أخانا الدكتور خالد زمزمي والدكتور همان لإصرارهما على وجودي ولا أدري ماذا رأيا فيه لأكون موجودا، فجزاهما الله عني خيرا. ثم أكمل هذا بأن أرفع هذه الأكف المتألمة المجروحة بأن ينصر الله عز وجل إخواننا في غزة. أسأل الله جل في علاه أن يسدد رميهم وأن يأخذ بأيديهم إليه أخذ الكرام عليه، وأن يرحم ميتهم ويقبل شهيدهم ويشفي مريضهم، وأن يعيننا إخواننا في السودان الجريحة. وأسأل الله جل وعلا أن تكون أيامنا أياما مباركة بحول الله تعالى. الرسالة الثانية، شكر لحضراتكم اللي جالسين يعني ما بين يعني رغبة ورهبة وما بين إقبال وإدبار، فجزاكم الله خير على استماعكم لنا. فلولا المستمع لما تكلم المتكلم، ولولا المتكلم لما استمع أحد لشيء. الأمر الآخر، let's have some fun. What do you think؟ يعني هم اختاروا لنا يعني أصعب الأوراق العمل، وفكرة المنهج هذه فكرة يعني it's a very difficult one. والجماعة الجميلة اللي بتدرس في كلية التربية طرق ومناهج تدريس تعلم تماماً أنه لولا هؤلاء الأخيار لما استطاع أحد منا أن يتكلم. وذوات المنهج قال الله تعالى: لكل جعلنا منكم شرعة ومنهاجا. قال الله تعالى: ثم جعلناك على شريعة من الأمر فاتبعها. يعني أعطيناك برنامجا تمشي على أوله وتدرك نهايته. إذا كنت لا تدرك النهاية فهذا ليس بمنهج. إذا لم تكن تعرف إلى أين ستصل فأنت لست بمنهج. مسألة المنهج مسألة خطيرة للغاية، وهذا العنوان very complicated، وهم لخبطونا ما بين إنجليزي، وإحنا أصلا بنفتش بالعربي والتركي. الحين دخلنا إنجليزي وبعدين كلمنا جبار لفرنسيكم لزوازو، ما إحنا عارفين راسنا برجلينا إحنا. يلا بسم الله، خلونا ننطلق. عمر بيه، أولا شيخ أمين جزاه الله خير في البداية اتكلم على between being a good person and feeling good way, right? أوكي، هذه فلسفة تحتاج لوحدها إلى مؤتمر خاص، لأني أعتقد دكتورة أن هناك شيئا يسمى انعكاس المؤثر. انعكاس المؤثر. It's from in to out and from out to in. Because our Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم said: لعن الله المتشبهين من الرجال بالنساء. How come that you will تلعني لمجرد أني وضعت make up or put manicure or eyeliner? No. لا 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 لا. أنت بوضعك هذا الأغراض عملت انعكاس للمؤثر، جعلت الخارج يؤثر على الداخل، وإلا سنقع في ورطة مع المنافق، سنقع في ورطة كبيرة جدا مع الذي يكتم إسلامه. يعني هو من الداخل مؤمن إيمانا كاملا، عمار بن ياسر رضي الله تعالى عنه وارضاه، لكنه في الظاهر لا يؤدي هذه الأعمال الظاهرة على الإطلاق. والمنافق يؤدي الأعمال الظاهرة كلها لكنه من الباطن. So it's two ways, it's not one way by the way. ولذلك احنا يمكن أن نستفيد بممارسات قد لا تناسب غير المسلم لكنه ينتفع بها، لأنه عنده أصل الفطرة. الله عز وجل في الحديث القدسي يقول: إني خلقت عبادي كلهم حنفاء. حديث صحيح مسلم. ما معنى حنفاء؟ يعني يحبون الخير لأنفسهم وللآخرين، ويدفعون الشر عن أنفسهم وعن الآخرين، ويميلون بالتوحيد لله عز وجل. وإذ أخذ ربك من بني آدم من ظهورهم ذريتهم وأشهدهم على أنفسهم ألست بربكم؟ قالوا بلى شهدنا. فإذا خاطبت غير المسلم بما فيه نفعه وخيره ووجد الأثر في ذلك لعله أن يسأل: from where؟ أنت من وين جبت هذا؟ فإن قلت له هذا محمد عليه الصلاة والسلام. فإن كان الأمر كذلك فنحن في أزمة كبيرة. شكرا عمر بيه على هذه المداخلة الجميلة جدا. دكتورة رانيا طبعا فجرت لنا 50 قنبلة، فأنا مش هتكلم مش هتكلم. في مسألة مهمة متعلقة بالاحتياج العام، يعني سيأتي بعد قليل. الورقة التي قدمتم لا أين ذهبت؟ أنا أشاركها للجميع. وأنا كتبت كتابا يسمى المدخل إلى علم النفس الإسلامي Introduction for Islamic Psychology, and I believe we need the definition of Islami. It's very important. أنا كمسلم يا إخواننا لن أقبل، اسمع كمسلم أنا يعني خلوني بعيد، أنا لن أقبل لشخص يترك أو يدع المجال للخلاف المذهبي أن يفرق الفكرة. تاني هتزعل الكلمة دي، زعلوا شوية بعدين أصالحكم. لا تسمحوا لأحد أن يأخذ المذهب فيجعله سببا للخلاف. إيه؟ أول ملتقى أقيم في كلية علم النفس الإسلامي التي لا أدري لماذا أصبحت كلمة دين، يعني فاوندر ميبي، لكن دين أنا مو بعرف، لكن هكذا وضعوني. الفكرة الأساسية لكلمة علم النفس الإسلامي، علم النفس الإسلامي، that we are not talking about just Muslim. لأنك لو اتكلمت عن علم النفس الإسلامي يعني أنت بتتكلم عن طريقة، منهج وضعه الله عز وجل للبشرية كلها. Let's do it together إن شاء الله. بسم الله. طيب أنا تكلمت عن فكرة معنى المنهج لأن حتى كلمة المنهج في الخلافات المذهبية مختلفة. كلمة المنهج فيها إشكالية ضخمة جدا 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 وحط تحتها 100 خط. لكن نحن يعاب على أمثالنا إن عندنا طريقتين في التعامل مع المنهج. الطريقة الأولى تتكلم عن التجزئة. شخص يأخذ آية أو حديث، he's qualified, he's good, he's a specialist, he's good، لكن في شيء من هوى النفس، شيء من الميلان المذهبي، في شيء من التصورات المسبقة اسمه افتراض البري اسامبشن ديسوردر. عنده افتراض مسبق ان لابد ان تكون الحياة بهذه الطريقة، فيأخذنا جميعا بهذه التجزئة للمنهج. ولذلك علماء الحديث، لو بعضكم له دراية بعلم الحديث، يقول لا تتكلم عن الحكم إلا إذا جمعت كل الأدلة في المسألة الواحدة. لا يمكن لك أن تعرف الشذوذ والعلة في الأحاديث النبوية إلا إذا جمعت كل الأحاديث. فلا يمكن لأحد أن يتعامل معنا بمنهج التجزئة. دكتور علي، ينبغي أن يكون المنهج منهج متكامل، استوعب كل شيء، استوعب الأدلة من القرآن والسنة، استوعب علم النفس الغربي. لماذا ترفضه كله بالكلية؟ لا يحتاج الحق بغيتنا، أينما جاء الحق إحنا معه. فإذا كان هذا الكلام يوافق ديننا ويوافق عاداتنا وتقاليدنا فلماذا نرفضه؟ الأمر الثالث، دي مسألة مهمة، الاحتياج المجتمعي. كيف يمكن لوضع المنهج أن يضع منهجا وهو لا يعرف الناس؟ يا دكتور، بعض مشايخنا وأساتذتنا وعلمائنا الذين نحن قلامة أظفارهم ولا نقوى على التطاول معهم، لكنك منعزل عني، لا تعرفني ولا تعرف مشكلتي. فإذا قلت لك أريد أن أطلق امرأتي وعفطني، لعل المشكلة between us it's just sexuality. You don't know anything about me and you are trying. Okay. بسم الله. تكلمنا عن النظرية المعرفية البستمولوجي اللي تكلم عنه فضيلة الشيخ أمين. هذه المسألة المهمة في جماعة الخير. إذا أردت أن تضع منهجا فلا بد لك من بعض القواعد. هذه القواعد يا أخواننا إذا لم يتتبعها الباحث يعثر، سيحيد به المنهج، ما لا يستطيع أن يصل إلى التارجت اللي هو حطه لنفسه ووضعه لأجل الوصول إلى الغاية التي يريد. ولذلك أنا وضعت هذا مجموعة من القواعد إن سار عليها الباحث إن شاء الله يسلم من العثار. في أزمة الحين أشرحها على طول. إما أن يكون عندي قواعد وأسس ومبادئ ومفاهيم تنتج الممارسات، وإما يكون عندي ممارسات وتقنيات تعود بنا إلى أصل المنهج. فإما أن أبدأ بالمنهج وبالتالي سيتبع الجميع هذا المنهج يسلم من العثار، وإما أقول لهم just try it, do whatever you reach it in your researches and let's understand what you said. Okay. الاثنين دول منهجين موجودين، لكن أنا بعتقد في وجهة نظري المتواضعة جدا وأنا أخوكم وتلميذكم إن القواعد والأسس والمبادئ، لأن عندنا قاعدة في الشريعة بتقول الحكم على شيء فرع عن تصوري، فإن لم تتصوره فلن تستطيع أبدا أن تحكم عليه. طيب فلسفة المنهجية دي مسألة في غاية الأهمية. إما يكون في علوم شرعية، خريج أصول دين، دراسات إسلامية، فقه، كلية أصول الدين، كلية الشريعة، كلية الدراسات الإسلامية، الألسن، اللغة العربية، وبعدين تلحقه تدخل عليه سايكولوجي، سوشيال ساينس إن جنرال، أو تخليه يدرس سوشيال ساينس from the beginning وبعدين تدخل عليه بعض المساقات المتعلقة بالشريعة والفقه عشان يفهم. لما تيجي تتكلم عن الشريعة والفقه في السايكولوجي خلي بالك لما تسمع قول النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم أتاني جبريل فقال يا محمد عش ما شئت فإنك ميت، وأحبب من شئت فإنك مفارق، واعمل ما شئت فإنك مجزي به. أنا عايز أتخيل أنا أستيقظ صباحا فأنظر إلى زوجتي وأولادي أقول يا محمد عش ما شئت فإنك ميت وأحبب من شئت فإنك مفارق. Come on, how come؟ ديلي أصحى الصباح أنظر إلى امرأتي وأولادي وأمي وأختي وأخي وعيالي وأقول هؤلاء سيموتون. Don't be attached to them. هو ده اللي الرسول عايزه مننا، هذا ديننا. طب أنت مشكلتك في فهمك، هذه المشكلة عندك أنت. طيب ماذا قال المناوي من 200 سنة، من 200 سنة رحمة الله عليه؟ قال وليس هذا مقصود الخبر. طب يا عم الحج شو مقصود الخبر؟ قال مقصود الخبر ما دامت العلاقة بينكما ستؤدي إلى زوال فاستمتع بها الآن. No need for conflicts. ما فيش داعي للصدام، ما في داعي للمقاتلة. الأمر أهون أن تختلف المرأة مع زوجها 10 أيام 6 أشهر تروح تتضرب عند أهلها. يا بنت الحلال ارجعي استمتعي بزوجك وأنت رجل استمتع. Instead of preaching understand them. Preaching is great by the way. يعني الوعظ ده مسألة عظيمة جدا الدكتورة أشارت إليه. إحنا في كلية المهم سيبك من الحكاية دي خلاص نروح. عايز أقول لكم عدة حاجات بسرعة والله بسرعة. واضع المنهج هذا شفتم، كان عندنا دكتور اقتصاد كان معنا البارحة اللي يذكر الشواب أمثالي الختيرة يذكرون قبل 30 سنة دكتور علي، أنت مش ختيار طبعا بس يعني عشان شفته في وشك، لما عملوا دكتورة فرع المعاملات الإسلامية في بنك فيصل، لما فرعوا بنك دبي الإسلامي، لما عملوا بنك قطر الإسلامي whatever، يعني مين العقلية اللي قاعدة على الديسك؟ هو درس كارل ماركس ونظريته صح، ودرس اتفاقية الجات والتحرر المالي مش كده ولا ايه؟ وبعدين حطينا له لوحة مكتوب عليها فرع المعاملات الإسلامية. عقليته عقلية ربوية صح كده؟ فلما تأتي بعقلية بين قوسين انجزت هذه التسمية العلمانية المتعلقة بعلم النفس وتقول له تعالى نتكلم في علم النفس الإسلامي. Come on, two different ways. صح، الله يقول في القرآن تعالوا إلى كلمة سواء نتفق الأول على القواعد وبعدين نسير. اللي بيتلقى المنهج ده عندنا فيه مشكلة. احنا عندنا 49 طالب الآن موجودين في الكلية الحمد لله، عندنا 12 دكتور بيدرس اللهم لك الحمد، في ناس بتنفذ المنهج، في ناس بتتلقى هذا المنهج. إشكاليتنا في أن الطالب هقول أهو عنده المشكلة دي. وأنا لو خرجت من هذه القاعة وقد يعني انتفعنا بهذه الكلمة أنا أكون سعيد جدا. هذه الكلمة في السوسيولوجي عموما بتتكلم على المجتمع الذي يضعف عن اتخاذ المبادرة. الجميع is waiting for someone to save him. We are waiting. Come on, just go ahead. Don't be afraid. I'm telling you please الله يرضى عليكم لا تخاف يا أخويا، لا تخاف من اسم زي البخاري ولا تخاف من اسم زي أرون بيك، لا تخاف. دكتورة رانيا مشكورة قالت أنا عرضت الورقة تعالوا تكلموا، تعالوا اعترضوا، شو اللي عندكم؟ قول أنا بنتفع بيك وأنت بتنتفع بيا، إحنا يد واحدة وفي مركب واحدة، وما تخلوش حد يخلينا نركب مراكب الإنقاذ، إحنا في مركب واحدة. إياك أن تنتظر أحد أن ينقذك، روح أنت وبادر. هذه المبادرة هتخليني أقول المبادرة التي تحمل بعض الأخطاء أولى من ردود الأفعال. قبل 4 أيام أو 10 أيام الAPA وطلعوا قالوا إحنا عايزين نعالج الرجال عشان الذكور والرجال لأن عندهم ستريس بسبب إن هم رجال وذكور. Don't talk to them about being a man, about being responsible for it. I'm finishing. Before المسألة المهمة جدا أحباتي، معلش ازعلوا مني وحراضيكم كلكم والله. خلاص بخلص والله. الحق في إبداء الرأي يا جماعة الخير، في المنهج، في تنفيذ المنهج، في أداء المنهج، في تلقي المنهج. الحق في إبداء الرأي حق مكتسب. أنت مالك حق أنك تقول والله أنا لي رأي. رأيك هذا الذي تريد أن تعرضه لحياة الناس، حياة المجتمعات، حياة الدنيا يا رجل، هذا الرأي لابد أن يبنى على أصول. اكتسب هذا الحق، اكتسب هذا الحق بمصنفات، اكتسب هذا الحق بمؤتمرات، اكتسبه. إنما أن تجلس في بيت أبيك وأمك وتنظر هل يهدى إلي أم لا، كما قال عليه الصلاة والسلام. الهوس بعلم النفس العلاجي نيدز وقفة. حلوة نيدز وقفة دي. يا جماعة الخير، علم النفس ده أقول لك على حاجة، أقول لك شو علم النفس؟ علم النفس جلدك، your skin. لما تروح تتكلم في علم النفس العلاجي you are assuming، أنتوا بتفترضوا الله يخليك إن كلنا مضطربين. الحقونا بليز SOS لو سمحت يا فندم. هي سيركل، كرة ثلج عمالة تجري. الأول ربيه كويس، طب انا هربيه كويس عشان يطلع ستيبل، عنده هاردنس، سايكولوجيكال هاردنس، عنده صلابه نفسيه. عشان اطلعه عنده صلابه نفسيه روح ربيه لابوه وامه الاول. طب بعد ما تربي ابوه وامه روح وديه ربيه للمدرس الاول. طب بعد ما تربي المدرس والاب والام ده ربيه للاعلام الله يخليك، عشان الاعلام ده بيخرب لنا هم الثلاثه. طب بعد ما تروح تربي الاعلام روح ربي الساسه. احنا احوج ما نكون الى علم نفس نمو اسلامي، الى علم نفس اعلامي اسلامي، الى علم نفس تربوي اسلامي، الى علم نفس السجون. نحن ندرس ماده الكريمنولوجي بمفهوم البرسبكتيف اوف اسلام. ده معناه نحن احوج ما نكون الى القواعد العامه والاسس. لان انا هاخد الدكتور ايد كويس، انا البروفيسور بتاعه وانا تلميذه والله، واقول له تعالى انا طلعت حبيبي، انا طلعت موديل، انا البحث بتاعي طلع موديل، والموديل ده جاب نتيجه، خد اعمله. شو هو الحين؟ كوبي رايت، كوبي بيست، هو از يور مايند. لذلك يبد ان تربي الطالب الناس الجميله دي، ربيه هاو تو كرييت. لأن القرآن قدامك والسنة أمامك، 6236 آية تستطيع أن تستخرج من كل آية. وقد استخرج طلابنا واحدة جلسة منهم استخرجوا علاجا للشذوذ عن طريق قصة سيدنا لوط عليه السلام. ولوطا إذ قال لقومه أتأتون الفاحشة ما سبقكم بها من أحد من العالمين. كل مقطع في هذه الآية يعمل الموديل لعلاج الهوموسيكشواليتي، لكن أكثر الناس لا يعلمون. أي الطالب يا اخوانا اللي بيتلقى، انا وانت، الطالب اللي بيتلقى هذا العلم. كان عندنا طالب جزائري قلت له الهوم وورك في ماده علم النفس الاسلامي، قلت له لا تفتح الانترنت، لا تفتح الكتب، سيب دماغك، حط القلم على الورقه ودع القلم يكتب وشوف هيكتب ايش. خلاص قال لي يعني تريد رايي؟ Do you really want my own opinion؟ قلت له يس. قال لي 30 سنة في التعليم، 30 سنة في التعليم لم يسألني أحد على الإطلاق شو رأيك. الكومبتنسي عالية جدا، لكنه خايف، عنده وهم الانتظار وضعف المبادرة، خايف من الدكتور اللي بيشرف عليه، خايف من السوبرفايزر، خايف من المنهج، من النجاح، من الرسوب. آخر حاجة عايز أقولها هتزعل الطلاب مني، آخر شيء زي ما قالت بيرسول في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية، ما اعرفش تعرفوها ولا لا، قالت إن إحنا عارفين كل مشكلات التعليم. نحن نعلم تماما كل مشكلات التعليم. But every student needs a hero. كل حد محتاج بطل. يا بيه التعليم عندنا في العالم العربي والإسلامي، مش عايز أعمم يعني هكذا كلامي، يعني إما تسريب في الامتحانات، إما ضعف في المادة العلمية، إما مخرجات تعليمية ضعيفة جدا. وأنا من أنصار التشديد في التخرج مثل ما تفضلتم جميعا. أنا من أنصار أن يشدد على الطالب بحثا ودراسة وقراءة واطلاعا وتلخيصا ومنهجية لأجل الامتحان كله. the American method right wrong right wrong right wrong right wrong right wrong we can do it. yes I succeeded. أنا قلت لهم من سأجده على صفحات الفيس كاتب أنا أخصائي نفسي دارس علم نفس إسلامي حرفده من الكلية. عندنا طالبة مش عندنا يعني تقدمت لدراسة الدكتوراه وإحنا ما خرجنا بكالوريوس حتى نعطي PhD. البارحة إذا نظرتم إلى صفحتها على صفحة الفيس normal person, she started to text us, emailing us, I would like to be a student. فورا تحول البايو في صفحة الفيسبوك PhD in Islamic psychology. Come on, you have to go to jail really, as our colleague from Malaysia said. Yes, you have to go to jail for 3 months at least for this. Okay. أنا يعني مش عارف أقول لكم إيه والله. أنا عايز أتكلم 15 ساعة وأنتوا عارفين.
الحمد لله.
شكرا جزاكم الله خير. شكرا.
دكتور محمد أعطانا يعني لمحة من طريقة كتاباته والمتعة التي يجدها الطلاب في دروسه وحصصه. يعني
أنا عندي نسخ في الأوتيل هدية للبروفيسورز اللي بيتكلموا عربي. you have right, you have to ask it from me. يعني أنا احتراما للكلية ما نزلتش بالأكياس لا يعني اللي شايف كده أنا حاضر وأتشرف بكم وأمدكم بهذه وأنتظر كما قالت الدكتورة أنتظر كل نقد والله بصدر رحب. بس يعني عشان بشويش عشان النفس بتزعل برضو صح. صح ولا اشكركم جدا.
امتعت العقول والقلوب يا دكتور.
أحسن
مشكور
عليك.
دكتور، بارك الله فيك.
اشكركم جدا.
Next up is Dr. Aid. Dr. Aid Smajic. Did I get this right?
Wrong.
Smajic.
You didn't, but never mind.
No? Can you tell me?
Yeah. You know, for 6 years in Malaysia, I used to be Smajic 8. So you are doing fine.
Dr. Aid من العودة from return. He joins us from the Faculty of Islamic Studies, University of Sarajevo, and he specializes in religious psychology and religious pedagogy. He is also he leads the chapter of ISIP in Al Bosna wal Hersik. I don't know how to say Al Hersik in English. Herzegovina. He's mashallah. So when you engage with Dr. Aid, you see so much humbleness despite his vast knowledge. Mashallah. His also Arabic is so beautiful. Please, if you speak Arabic, approach him and speak to him in Arabic. You will see how beautiful his Arabic is. We look forward to hearing about the University of Sarajevo's experience.
Bismillah. Alhamdulillah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah. Amma ba'd. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul uqdata min lisani yafqahu qawli. Sadaqallahu al-azim. Amma ba'd. Dear brothers and sisters, my sincere salams to all of you, and also my sincere thankfulness to organizers and to people who invited me to be today with you. Because for me, this is a day of blessing. Okay? When I, at the back, in the morning, was doing my PowerPoint presentation, I thought I will have one introduction before the introduction. Actually, I have two introductions before introduction. And to be honest, I don't mind, even if you take 5 minutes from my 15 minutes. My first introduction. This very moment, I said it is a blessing for you, for me, maybe for you, you never know. Because I, in a way, have been waiting for this for more than 20 years. Okay? My last correspondence with Professor Bedri was sometime in 2018. And now I'm blessed to sit at the table together with all these people. I feel so blessed, so rich and enriched, and so humble. Yeah, and at the same time tempted. What now I can and have to say after presentation of Professor, Ustad, Dr. Sheikh, Maulana, wa Sayyidana Muhammad Mustafa Mahmoud. Did I get it right? I mean the order?
No.
Okay. I swear to God, in front of all of you, that from now until the last of my life, I'm ready and willing to be his tilmeed. Okay? So what to say? What tilmeed and talib has to say after the teacher? I just started, okay? This is the beginning of our journey, inshallah. Okay? That was my first introduction, before the introduction. Now my second introduction before the introduction.
2 minutes left.
I mean, you have to understand that this is traumatization for me as psychologist. So I really think twice before you do it. Okay, my second introduction. I'm coming from the Faculty of Islamic Studies in Sarajevo. Okay, and I'm one of professors there. Our responsibility basically is to train future Muslim religious leaders. That is Imam, Khutaba, wal Muallimin. Overwhelming majority of them will be working as imams, teachers of religious education in the public schools, and basically that's all. Possibly Islamic spiritual care providers. Okay? Yeah, but here we are talking about housing and applied Islamic psychology at the Faculty of Islamic Studies, which, at least so far, doesn't have any single course on Islamic psychology. So at one point I thought, possibly I'm confused, I got it wrong. But I'm telling you this and sharing this with you just to understand where I'm coming from, what I'm trying to do, and possibly Ustaz Al-Karim to guide me. Okay. And thirdly, actually I'm done with the second introduction. Okay, so that's it. Now, I believe it is time for the major introduction. It doesn't work. Okay, from here it doesn't work. You will give me extra 1 minute because of you. Inshallah. Okay. Okay, let me start. So basically, I really would like to structure my lecture to really effectively use the rest of time left to me. Okay? So here you have the structure of my lecture. Okay? I already talked too much about introduction. You can imagine how long the rest will be. Okay, so what basically I want you to understand from this slide is my presentation is very, very broad because I would like you, or I wanted you to understand the entire context within which I'm trying to advocate for establishing a program, an applied program in Islamic psychology at the Faculty of Islamic Studies. Without this broad context, you cannot understand. You cannot understand and have full picture. Okay? So now, one by one. Okay? I promised to my teacher, Ustaz Muhammad Mustafa Mahmoud. I'll got it, okay. I mean, in my understanding of Islamic history, for the Prophet Muhammad alayhi salam, okay, Medina al-Munawwara was a refugee place, having in mind what he suffered in Mecca. Okay? For us in Bosnia, our Medina Munawwara and our Merkab and refugee in that sense is the country. Okay? I know, I'm very much aware that we are talking about, about us, Islamic psychology in a globalized village. And I very much empathize with the brothers and sisters in Palestine. Okay? And I'm very much aware that at this very moment of history, as Muslims, we are talking about safe place on the planet, right? Right. Okay? Having in mind, post 11, September, post 11, post Gaza, I believe we will be talking in the next, God knows how many days and years, post Gaza time. Because we already see repercussions everywhere, But for us in Bosnia, the safe Merkeb is a country, is a state of Bosnia and Herzegovina, for which we suffered. Okay? And the question for me is, first and foremost, what the point is talking about Islamic psychology in Bosnia and my faculty and trying to place and have a program of Islamic psychology if the very bare existence of my country and me as a Muslim, believing Muslim, indigenous believing Muslim in Bosnia is in danger. Okay? So in that sense, I really want you to understand this portion of the context within which this presentation comes. Bosnia and Herzegovina is a small, I have to say, Muslim country, because at the moment we are more than 50% of total population, which is very tiny comparing to Misr, Morocco, Turkey, and many other Muslim countries. We are less than 2 millions out of some 4 millions all citizens. Okay? So, in a way, my presentation today is also presentation about Bosnian Muslims, about Bosnia as a state, country, and hopefully safe refugee and a merkab for believing Muslims there. Okay. So what, in that sense, I would like to share with you, having in mind that my presentation deals with with broad context, Islam arrived to Bosnia in the 15th century. For us, first and foremost, if you want, in the context of this presentation, it means two or three things. First one, that our experience of Islam, living Islam, is very long. Okay? We have not been there for the last 50 years. We did not come to Bosnia as migrants. Okay? But we have been there since 14th century. Most of our, so to say, life, we spent and lived under the rule of Ottoman Empire. Okay? All the way until 15th century. In 1887, right, Ottomans left from Bosnia, and only 1887, yes, and only 2 years after that, this guy, William Wundt, established his laboratory in Leipzig. The event on the basis of which Bosnia was given to Austro-Hungarian Empire happened and took place in Berlin. Only a few hundred meters from Berlin, this laboratory was established and the modern psychology started. But anyway, after departure of Ottomans in 1887, all the way until today, we had to live, understand, live, and practice our Islam, including even if the science-based knowledge, under the rule of non-Muslim ruler. And within a framework of secular political entity or secular polity. So our experience of living Islam under secular rule, and also our experience of encounter with the Western modernity, and here I'm talking about a direct encounter and very explicit encounter with the Western modernity and its culture, its science, its knowledge, is going back as early as 1887. Okay? Why this is important? Many people today, I just said, I really have an empathy and understanding for our brothers and sisters in Palestine. Okay? Because for last, so many years, they do not have, or they did not have a luxury of safe life. And when you don't have that luxury, you are pressured, you are under the pressure to invent. Okay? This pressure of living under non-Muslim rule for the last, how many? More than 1 century, something like that, was a pressure for us in terms of responsibility to be very innovative and creative in our attempt to understand and practice our religion, including in our, so to say, Islamic religious response to modernity and cultural invasion of the West. And talking about, for example, مسألة المولد أو المولود from the perspective of Bosnian Muslim is at least strange. I mean, discussions which we can hear coming from the major Muslim land about the practice of Mawlid for us in Bosnia is, ununderstandable and also strangeful. Why? Strange. Why? Because for us as a Muslims during the communist regime of socialist Yugoslavia from 1945 all the way until the 1992, Mevlud or practice of Mevlud, individual practice of Mevlud or Mevlid at the individual households of people was very useful way to save our religion and our Islamic religious identity. Because everything was watched by the government, controlled, and so on and so forth. Okay? Really? Okay. So we had to be inventive. In that sense, one of the inventions of Bosnia in the context of religious tradition and religious identity is what we call Islamic tradition of Bosniaks, which has some 6 important elements or features. The last 3 are especially important, including tradition of Islamic reformism. Okay? Then institutionalization of Islamic religious authority and experience of living Islam in a secular state. The last one I already explained. Going to the first one. My faculty was established as a Sharia school for Muslim judges. Even at that time, at the very beginning, this school was mentioned. It is a huge thing for us. And recognized by Muhammad Abduhu himself as a school which managed to integrate traditional religious sciences. Traditional and modern sciences. Okay. Then, institutionalization of Islam, of religious authorities in Islam. Given that Ottomans departed some time ago, we had to be inventive and create Islamic religious authorities which will take over administration of religious affairs for Muslims. Okay? Accordingly, I mean, the invention was what today we call Islamic Community in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Okay, which is independent religious organization responsible for administration of Islamic religious affairs. Why is this important? Because the first founder of the Sharia School for Muslim Judges, or the Faculty of Islamic Studies, is Islamic Community, which is very independent in its functioning in regard to the public authorities and so on and so forth. In that sense, we very much resemble Diyanet, with difference that we are independent in our functioning. Okay, so talking eventually about the Faculty of Islamic Studies. Come on, the first course of psychology, I mean, here we are. I'm the first full-time professor teaching psychology at my faculty. And, yeah, as I said at the very beginning, who would like to advocate for going further? Because at the moment we have so many, we have more courses on psychology. We are in need, okay? But we have challenges, including the one I'm the only person, only professor of psychology at the faculty. And for my information, the only faculty, only professor who in his education combine both Islamic studies and psychology. So in that sense, and I'm concluding with this, even though I wanted so many things, other things to share with you, but anyway, that is why your assistance, your support, and guidance is very much needed here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Aid, and I apologize for having to cut you off. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad, Dr. Ali as well. We have 10 minutes for questions and answers. 5 minutes? 5 minutes for questions and answers. 3 minutes? All right. We have 3 minutes for questions and answers. I'm not going to ask any questions. I'm going to ask Dr. Wahiba to start us off, please. I was trying to be generous with questions here. All right.
Thank you so much for this presentation. It comes from different languages, from different perspectives, and from different experiences. You're talking a lot since morning about how to really move forward from here. I have heard about the requirement of having trained professional psychological providers to help clients, families, communities, groups to really heal or maintain their well-being. You have talked about the program, about Islamic psychology. You have talked about the challenges about Islamic psychology. But I have heard nothing about the clients who are coming to us and how can we really engage them, in this kind of program. In social work, we look at 3 dimensions: the person, the environment, and the time. And many of you have mentioned the time right now especially what is going on in Gaza, okay, or in Palestine. You know, these people have special needs, for example, that really different from people who live in Morocco or living in United Arab Emirates or Saudi Arabia or Qatar or United States or Europe. So those people are your partner. You cannot really plan something for those people without looking at them as partner. In social work, we take these clients as our partners. Together, we put the plan. Together, we put the objectives. Together, we achieve them. So we are nothing but tools. And I'm talking about myself as a professor also in social work with focus on mental health of Muslim and Arabs in the United States. How are you going to integrate this when you are excluding social work, for example? When you are excluding political, sociocultural aspects from, Islamic studies. What I see really, it's narrow-focused here, and forgive me all, for saying that, because I still hope that tomorrow we will address more challenges, we will address more aspects, we will address more perspective to really have this program more inclusive, rather than exclusive. Thank you so much.
I would like, thank you very much, Mrs. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to just kind of say a few words, having in mind your comment, and having in mind the title of my presentation. Really, when preparing my paper and my presentation, I had in mind that, for example, these future graduates of Faculty of Islamic Studies tomorrow will be talking to a congregation, Muslim congregation, which has been traumatized in 1990 war, for example. I do not have any problem with that and such understanding and such approach. But the problem which I have and challenge I'm facing is how to persuade my colleagues and religious scholars in broader community and society that reading Ruqya possibly is not enough. Okay? So as far as your comments are concerned, very understandable, very reasonable, and thank you very much. But from the perspective of me, my presentation, they are simply, we are concerned because, if to my understanding, Bosnian society is very much PTSD society. Okay, but I'm struggling at the moment to persuade colleagues with education in theology, Islamic theology, in Islamic sciences, also to persuade other Muslim religious scholars about the importance of some kind of integration of psychology, psychotherapy, counseling, clinical psychology into their work. And yes, for your information, and that is why I mentioned that Islamic community in Bosnia and Herzegovina and Faculty of Islamic Studies as its part has more than 1 century work, life experience, in sense that our people, our believers, are believing to us. So we have that initial trust, and me personally, I'm very much willing to, to build in, to integrate, to work, to engage. However, there are certain challenges. Thank you very much.
محمد في دقيقتين لو لك تعليق تفضل. ممكن تفضل دكتورة وهي بتتكلم عربي ولا نسيت العربي دكتورة؟
تعليق عظيم جدا، وانا لا اريد ان يكون الردود انديفيدوالي، يعني ماذا فعلنا في الكليه عندنا وماذا فعلنا. طبعا اللي عايشين في تركيا يعرفون حجم العمل التطوعي والسوشيال وورك، سبيشالي في الجنوب التركي، الجنوب الشرقي اللي هو يعتبر شمال سوريا، مش كده؟ غازي عنتاب، كهرمان مرعش، الريحانيه. اعتقد دكتور يوسف على درايه كامله باللي إدارة أزمات دكتورة. يعني أضفنا added to الباتشلر والماستر مادة إدارة أزمات. صحيح optionally now، يعني دلوقتي ممكن تكون خيارية ولغاية ما تتحط في السيستم. فكرة في الكلينيكال سايكولوجي يتم التركيز على الBTSD، لأن احنا اكتشفنا في الزلزال اللي حصل في تركيا شخص دكتور خالد طاح في برميل في حلب. تخيلوا حضراتكم في بيريود 10 سنوات يا دكتور. يعني هو طلع من سوريا، عاش في تركيا 10 سنوات، وقع في الزلزال، انهدم بيته في الزلزال كما انهدم بيته في سوريا. فلما استيقظ الولد حليلة قال أنا الحمد لله أنا أهلي ماتوا، بس الحمد لله إنهم ماتوا في حلب. فالسبيشاليست he was my student, he told him you are الحمد لله الارثكويك الزلزال ده كان 5.6. قال له which earthquakes؟ أي زلزال؟ شو الBTSD 10 سنوات دكتور في الأعراض يا إخوانا. 10 سنوات ناسا تماما البيريود اللي ما بين الزلزال، ما بين البوم وما بين الزلزال. معنى كده ان الBTSD لو الانسان لم يتم التدريب عليه ريجولاريتي مش هيحصل اي نتائج ايجابيه من اللي احنا بنحاول نعمله. انا اؤيد جدا. هم عانوا معاناه شديده جدا في التسعينات يا دكتوره، صح؟ we weren't able to help. سوريا بتعاني، السودان دلوقتي بتعاني، غزة، العراق كان بيعاني، اليمن الآن. يعني أي حد يستطيع أن يقدم أي psychological or social support to any person in each place it will be يعني recommended really. يعني إحنا أحوج ما نكون. أنا بقول إن اسطنبول لوحدها، وأنا عايش في اسطنبول، نحتاج إلى 500 ل 600 specialists to deal with the Arabian people who are living in Istanbul. This is great and I recommend it. I don't think this is conflict. I don't think so.
أشكرك دكتور and appreciate all your insights today. Thank you so much for this beautiful panel. Doctor, we have to close this up. We have to take a very brief break and move on to the next session. Jazakallah khair everyone. Barakallah feekum.
Jazakallah khairan everyone. I want to thank Dr. Khalid for moderating in such an excellent way. Dr. Aid, thank you for your presentation. It was an amazing presentation. And we thank Dr. Ali and rest of the team as well. So brothers and sisters, just briefly, I know that you all are looking for a break. If we can just take a 10 minutes break, and please be back in 10 minutes, please. Sorry? Yeah, if you guys can try to stay here as well, that will be great, inshallah. Nevertheless, we'll be back in 10 minutes at exactly 3 p.m. or 2 past 3, and we will start then again, inshallah. All right, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, dear beloved scholars, brothers and sisters, esteemed colleagues, students of knowledge. Hope your brief break was nice with a lot of suhbah and companionship. Actually, before we start, we didn't have time to reflect upon the previous panel, and I thought the panel was reflecting upon things that are very necessary. And hopefully, as what Dr. Aid did with his presentation, he's inviting all of us to think, how can we support the creation of infrastructure in different countries so that we look at this movement not as a national movement, but a cross-cultural and international movement. So I appreciate Dr. Aid, and I consider him as my own teacher, and we have the honor to work a lot with each other. So hopefully we all can support the context of Bosnia, which is an important context if you look at it from a European perspective. European Muslims are minorities, and we face a lot of issues that are quite unique for the Western context. Having Islamic psychology dealing with some of the things that are, Ustada, I think her name is Dr. Hiba, she was speaking about the social aspects of things. That's something that Bosnia might be a center for. How can we deal with the minority complex within the Muslim community from a psychological and sociological point of view? So these are very open platforms for all of your ideas to be emphasized and internalized and implemented, inshallah. I also want to thank Dr. Ali Habibi for his amazing presentation and how to make a program feasible and accessible in the French language. And actually, the French-speaking Muslims are often cut off from the international community because the Francophonic region doesn't speak English, right? So I definitely think that the beautiful work that Dr. Ali is doing is something that we could also support, inshallah. And finally, Dr. Muhammad, I don't know if he's here, but I felt like I found a rapping brother somewhere. We should do something together, brother. It's a lot of energy, you know, so some rap battles in Islamic psychology, that would be amazing. And something that I took from your presentation is that we need to not only feel good, we need to feel God. So we need to work with a capital G and not just a smaller G. And that's the Tawhidi perspective. So we appreciate your participations and contribution, dear Ustad. So now we're going to go to panel 4, brothers and sisters, and this is our last panel for today. Hope you guys have benefited so far. After this panel, we will just wrap up and then we'll see each other tomorrow, inshallah. And this theme is the ethical and professional issues dealing with Islamic psychology and the application of it. This is a very serious and important topic for all of you who are mental health professionals. Could you raise your hand, brothers and sisters? Who is a mental health professional? Raise your hand. All right. So I think a lot of people that are, mental health professionals, we face a lot of challenges in our clinical practice. I spoke a little bit with Dr. Yusuf before about some of the dilemmas, and hopefully we can learn from the esteemed panels and presentations with regards to this. So the first presentation will be about the ethical and professional considerations for the clinical practice of Islamic psychology by Dr. Khalid Al-Zamzami, who previously also moderated here. Presentation 2 will be about the ethical considerations and Islamic psychology and overview with Dr. Mutio Olagoke Salami, a dear friend and brother of mine from Malaysia. And then we have presentation 3, which is the Sunnah-based practice framework, where also my beloved brother and colleague Dr. Mahdi Qasqas, and our moderator will be Sister Dr. Venus Mahmoudi from Columbia University and Khalil Center, USA. Without any further ado, Dr. Venus, the floor is yours. Round of applause.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Welcome to the 4th and last panel for today. We're going to be focusing on an integration of ethical practice within Islamic psychology, which is a really important area of development as we build curricula and programs of practice. Within our religion, ethics and ethical practice are at the core of our belief system. And so with that, we also need to see how we can integrate that into Islamic psychology practice. And for those of us who are trained in programs without Islamic psychology, we also had to take courses in ethics and ethical practices. And for any of us to be licensed in our respective fields, we had to take exams where we were tested on ethical practices. And I can attest that when I was taking my psychology licensing exam, the majority of questions were focused on ethics. So we take the courses, we study it, and so what we want to do in this panel is really get an understanding of what does it look like to have ethical standards, a code of ethics that integrates Islamic principles, Sharia, into Islamic psychology. And there's going to be 3 speakers who will speak about 3 different approaches. And inshallah, I'm excited to engage in a discussion. So I'm going to first introduce Dr. Khalid Al-Zamzami, who is an assistant faculty and clinical educator fellow at Johns Hopkins School of Medicine. He is also faculty at the Khalil Center and the Al-Qaram Institute, as well as a research fellow at the Family Youth Institute. He received his medical degree from Ain al-Shams University in Egypt, adult psychiatry here in Qatar, as well as a child and adolescent psychiatry fellowship at the Institute of Living in the United States.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm gonna jump right into it, inshallah, to save time. I'm working on this project with my colleague Rumia Awesi, who's here. Where's Rumia? Yep. Who brought, mashallah, so much wisdom and organization to this project and my thinking process, and also my colleague Musa Zafar, who's a student at Zaytuna University in the U.S. I'm gonna start with a few case scenarios here for the clinicians in the room to think about for today's presentation, and this is giving me a hard time. Bismillah. It's still giving me a hard time. All right, and the laptop is not switching either. Anyway, I need some technical help. Jazakallah khair. Thank you. Oh, good. Thank you. Jazakallah khair. I appreciate it. All right, so the first case I want you to think through is Yusuf, who's a clinical psychologist who is working with a patient who presented with pornography addiction issues. And Yusuf himself, despite being a clinical psychologist, he himself continues to struggle with pornography addiction himself. And so when his patient brought up pornography addiction, he himself felt triggered by the conversation and felt it might be hypocritical for him to engage with this patient and support this patient having the same problem himself. So he decided to tell the patient that he lacks the competence to support him in this area and decided to discontinue or terminate working with this patient. Keep this case in mind as we think about the next case. Aisha, who is a clinical social worker who adopts an Islamically integrated approach in her therapy. She's working with a patient from Kuwait who presents with anxiety. In her treatment, she decided to prescribe some daily dhikr and awrad and Quran. And she said that she learned these adhkar as part of the Naqshbandi tariqa, which she follows. And she has a teacher who taught her these awrad and adhkar. Now, her patient comes from Kuwait, and she comes from an Islamic background that holds some reservations towards Sufi tariqas and Sufi orders. So she felt uncomfortable about the prescription of Sufi adhkar and decided not to continue working with this clinician. And the third case is Muna, who is a psychiatrist who attended, I'm not marketing here for Khalil Center, but attended the traditional Islamically integrated psychotherapy training with Khalil Center. And at the end of the training, during the feedback, Muna says, I love the model. I feel like I have a good understanding of it. However, I have no background in Islamic studies, and I am learning the deen myself. I feel like I don't have enough knowledge of Islamic studies to bring up the model with my patient and intervene accordingly. These are all so many examples of where Islam can emerge in clinical spaces and clinical encounters, because we have more and more emerging Islamic psychology practitioners and Islamic psychology models. Naturally, more professional and ethical issues will start to emerge, such as issues around competence, autonomy, boundary issues, value conflicts, and therefore we need guidelines for all the clinicians in the room who are interested in applying Islamic psychology in their practice. But the question is, we had a social worker, we had a clinical psychologist, we had a psychiatrist, each of whom have their own codes of ethics under which they are licensed, right? So the question is, don't we have existing codes of ethics? And the answer is yes, we had codes of ethics from back, the Hippocratic Oath was an example of a code of ethic. And then in the 20th century, many codes of ethics for psychology and mental health emerged, starting with the American Psychological Association in 1953, and then the American Counseling Association in 1961, the American Psychiatric Association in 1973, and the Canadian Association of Psychology in 1986. So we have existing codes, not only in America and Canada, but globally as well. There have been multiple universal codes, primarily influenced by the American Psychological Code, but there are also universal codes out there, and also Europe has a meta code of ethics for psychology. So there are existing codes, and the process of developing these codes takes years and years, and and work of committees and groups who come together to put these codes. And the reason why we have codes is that they are extremely important, so that they protect patients' rights, clients' rights, and also as teaching documents for the new generation of clinicians in terms of what are the acceptable professional behaviors in practice with patients. Now, these codes of ethics, someone might ask, all right, we have codes of ethics, why don't we just follow them? Because they have limitations. And the same way the field of psychology and mental health is rooted in secular foundations, codes of ethics as well have the same limitation and problem. And when I did a thorough examination of almost 15 codes of ethics from across the globe and tried to search where does it mention religion anywhere in those codes of ethics, and most of them, the only thing they mentioned about religion was you have to respect people's religion and faith, and you don't discriminate against people based on their religion. So this highlights the fact or the idea that perhaps we need codes of ethics that are rooted in the Islamic tradition or in Muslim, and informed by Muslim cultures. So I looked through the Muslim world to see what codes of ethics do exist in the Muslim world. And this is not a date, 722. This is the 7 out of 22 from the Arab countries. Only 7 out of 22 Arab countries have codes of ethics. For example, Qatar here does not have its own code of ethics. And during my psychiatry residency training, we basically refer to the American Psychiatric Association's code of ethics. And the ones that do have codes of ethics in the Arab world, they are basically adaptations of the American Psychological Association and the Canadian Psychological Association. And the main difference is kind of some hints towards the collectivist nature of Muslim cultures and societies. When you are in informed consent and confidentiality, etc., there are different kind of expectations and regulations in that regard. I tried to look, is there any more rigorous attempt at devising an Islamic code of ethics? And I came across this study by two Saudi scholars who published this in 2016, and they devised a code of ethics for psychology that is rooted in the culture of Muslims in Saudi Arabia. And they consulted with so many resources, Western, Eastern, historical, Islamic, and they came up with 5 ethical principles, which are almost identical to the American and Canadian ethical principles, and they are all aligned with Islamic principles. One of the major limitations, and I want you to kind of pay attention to the wording I'm using here, one of the major limitations is that it purely focused on adherence to Islamic law as the main criteria. The main difference between this code of ethics and the American code of ethics is adherence to Islamic law. And you might ask, that's a good thing, right? That it's adhering to Islamic law. When you look at the fine print, the main differences is basically, they said, for example, you cannot have a session during salah time with a patient. You can't have a khalwa, male and female khalwa with a patient during therapy. So the focus is really on the legal issues and matters, rather than actually this is a psychology code of ethics, right? Where is the content of psychology? Where is Islam and religion in the code of ethic, which was really missing here? And it felt like you are reading a code of ethic that is written for a secular practitioner practicing in Saudi. It's a non-Muslim practitioner working in Saudi. Please don't have a khalwa with a female patient. Please don't have a session during salah. What about the content of the therapeutic intervention itself? No mention of that. Obviously, it's a pioneering effort trying to establish an indigenous code of ethic. Let me move on. Dr. Rania Awad spoke about this today. So what do we need? Dr. Rania highlighted there's a clinician, mainstream training, and there's a spiritual guide, and IP practitioners are somewhere in the middle, and kind of blending all the competencies of clinicians and spiritual guides on some level. So this is a new role here that we are establishing, an Islamic practitioner with new competencies, new expectations, and with those will come new dilemmas, and there's a need for new ethical guidelines. So what are some of the considerations that we can come up with as the field is growing? We are proposing in this paper to think through this along these 3 circles. The first level is the personal, on the personal level, the personal ethics. I'm not going to go deeper into this. I think Dr. Salami is going to speak to us more about personal ethics perhaps. But the person of the therapist brings their person into the clinical space. And we see patients in the clinical space, and that clinical space operates within a broader contextual, legal, and professional environment. I'm going to start by focusing on the clinical space, and I want you to think of the 3 cases that we started with today, Aisha, Ahmed, and Yusuf, and the problems they encountered in the clinical space. What I want to highlight here is what happens in the clinical space. Where does Islam come up, and where do we as clinicians and therapists bring up Islam in the discussion with patients? And what we're trying to propose in the paper is a model that we called the 6S model, the levels of integration of Islam and clinical practice. And I tried my best to come up with fancy names with S's, so if you have better suggestions for the names, please let me know. So the first level is sensitivity, and that is really where all the codes of ethics, existing codes of ethics actually stop, which is just showing respect and don't discriminate against patients. As just look around the room and see how many representations of Islam around the room, ethnicities and languages and cultures and practices and behaviors and so on. So we really have to approach patients' religiosity in the clinical space with so much sensitivity, respect. As Dr. Mahmoud Mustafa as well said, let not the madhahib, the differences in madhahib, create fitna, but rather we need to approach this with respect, awareness of the diversity that exists and our own biases. And under each of these 6 levels, we are proposing, the competencies that could potentially fall under these, but the main focus is what are some of the ethical considerations that we can or we need to draw upon here. And under this first domain, sensitivity, the literature and the discourse on fiqh al-khilaf, for example, adab al-khilaf, al-ta'awun, al-tawadu', al-tarahum, and all of these domains can guide us on that level, right? And the reason why we established those 6 levels is when you go and attend the Khalil Center training or other Islamically integrated models of therapy, basically they are under level 5, but most of our clinicians who are attending these trainings have not had any training on the first few levels of how to even start a conversation with a patient about religion and spirituality, what questions to ask to understand the patient's background and so on. And that takes us to the next level, which is screening. Every integration of Islam into therapy has to start with a screening process in order to understand the patient's background and taking a very curious and empathic and respectful approach to try and assess religion and spirituality across so many domains, beliefs, practices, behaviors, etc. And screening questions, as Dr. Harold Koenig and others suggested, can start with some initial screening questions, and then you can start asking some implicit questions and explicit questions. There are various ways and trainings out there for us to develop skills on screening patients' religion and spirituality. And some of the ethical domains that will guide this level is responsibility, that we are seeing religion and spirituality as core and so important to the patient's well-being that we are, through our responsible practice, we are involving it and we are engaging with it in our work with patients. The third level is support. And by that I mean that each patient who comes to our clinical spaces already have existing support systems, whether it's the religious community, whether it's an imam, whether it's sahba at the masjid, and so on. So this level talks about how to leverage those existing supports for our patients, how to consult with imams on cases where we need religious consultation, and some of the ethical foundations that can guide this level, ensuring the client's best interest when we are engaging with the imam, for example. Confidentiality and consent issues are very, very pertinent here. Number 4 is an interesting level to think about, which is safeguarding. Who do we safeguard and what do we safeguard against? Number 1, we safeguard the patient against any harmful religious beliefs and practices, and we can go into this in the question and answers if anyone needs clarification. Safeguarding the clinician, safeguarding my own values as a clinician not to engage in something I believe is haram or problematic, for example. How can I safeguard my own values so that I can be authentic to my own values when I'm practicing with patients? And finally, Islam calls upon us to safeguard the religion, the deen in general, and the community, preserving the 5 maqasid, doing amr ma'roof and nahy an munkar and things of that nature. So how to act as clinicians while safeguarding ourselves, safeguarding our patients, and safeguarding the community from any problematic religious behaviors or thoughts or things of that nature. And some of the ethical domains that can guide us here, how to ethically navigate and challenge value conflicts between myself and the patient, how to balance 2 autonomies, my autonomy as a physician clinician and the patient's autonomy, how to weigh harms and benefits, fiqh al-awlawiyat, fiqh of priorities. Al-amr ma'roof and nahy an munkar is very relevant here. The 5th level is the very famous level that we all talk about, and all the Islamic psychology, clinical Islamic psychology practitioners talk about, is integrating Islam in interventions and therapy and so on. And that is kind of the epitome, that's the pinnacle of clinical Islamic psychology, the integration. But there are so many levels that we need to go through and train people through and think about the ethics of engaging in all these levels before training our new generation of clinicians on integrating therapy. And competencies, this is a conversation for another day, that are needed for these models, but some of the ethical foundations that are important here, competence, whether it's in Islamic studies, if you are using an Asma al-Husna based model, you need some understanding of Asma al-Husna. If you're using CBT with religious content, you need the religious content in order to integrate within CBT. Informed consent, making sure that the patient, it's a collaborative process, deciding with the patient that we are going to use a religiously informed model. Developing evidence-based foundations for our practices is extremely important. Maintaining the patient's autonomy and respecting that during the process. Maintaining boundaries and relationships as well. And finally, the final level is kind of bringing all of these together in the supervisory role, how to integrate all of that in passing this on to the next generation. And if you look through these 5 levels, they are really kind of gradual. There's a gradual increment or increase in intensity of training that is needed to integrate each of these, and also there's more supervision needed to achieve the higher levels. So where does all these 6 levels fit? They fit under the clinical domain here. While under personal, we're talking about values, attitudes, and characters that the therapist brings to the space. And Dr. Salami, we're going to hear from him today. I think his presentation covers more that perspective. And thinking about the broader context in which we operate, for example, non-Muslims operating working in non-Muslim settings, for example, Muslim settings where there are laws regulating certain mental health-related concerns and so on. I'm going to if you think all of these levels and go back to the cases that we went through early on, you feel like if we, come up as professionals here with guidelines along these 5 levels, we'll be able to go back and give some, advice to Yusuf and Aisha and Muna on how to navigate the challenges they had here. So the path forward, in a minute, inshallah, I'm going to wrap it up. The path forward is we need really over, the next 2 or 3 years, with all these beautiful collaborations that are happening in this space, to come together to develop a code of ethics for Islamic psychology practitioners. And codes of ethics take years to develop. In the meantime, we need some guiding frameworks for people to consider. And my question to all of you is, what if we don't develop some ethical guidelines? I worry that if you look at this code of ethics published by the American Association of Christian Counselors, in the introduction of that code of ethic, they actually say the reason why they decided to develop this code of ethic was, number 1, the mounting evidence of unprofessional and incompetent practices among Christian counselors, including increasing complaints of patient-clinician harm, right? So it's really worrisome to hear that there is potential, so we need to protect ourselves, our patients, the field, Islam. Yesterday someone was saying from the speakers and the experts that we are the gateway to Islam when we are practicing Islamic psychology, so we don't want to harm Islam through the practice of Islamic psychology. And I will end here, inshallah. Thank you so much. Jazakumullah khair.
Jazakallah khair, Dr. Zamzami. Thank you for starting us off with the discussion of the deficits of current ethical codes and the 6S model of integrating Islam into clinical practice, and especially emphasizing the importance of a strong Islamically integrated model. We're now going to hear from Dr. Mutio Olagake Salami, who will focus on the intersection of the American Psychological Association and ethical standards. Dr. Mutio Olagake Salami is a senior lecturer of clinical psychology at the University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, UPSI, Malaysia. His first degree is in psychology with honors from the University of Ibadan, Nigeria. He attended the International Islamic University, Malaysia, where he received a master's degree in clinical and counseling psychology. And at UPSI, he obtained a doctorate degree in psychology, where he's currently a faculty member. And there he teaches courses in clinical, positive, and Islamic psychology. Dr. Salami.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. First of all, I want to thank the organizers of this symposium. It's a great honor to be here to share my ideas on this particular topic. When I saw the advert online and I got through the list, about 14 list of themes, I was interested in the ethical part because I've been teaching ethics to undergrad and postgraduate students for the past 4 years. And what I'm going to present today is just like a proposal and to see if is workable or not, because I'm sitting in front of experts here across the globe. I'm still a student, even though I'm lecturing. And yeah, let's go through it. Basically, the overview of this presentation is on this, what we have on the screen, from the Islamic ethics, the way I code it, to Islamic ethical framework, to the basic principles I'm trying to propose, all right? From Tawhid and belief to Amana principle to character restoration and to soul purification. We're going to be looking at all this based on the background that, okay, ethical decision making at the general level and everything relating to ethical standards, most especially in relation to the APA, is basically a Euro-American paradigm, as we know. And it doesn't really fit with other non-Western settings, all right? We all know that. And there's a growing, ever-growing attention to CAT, cultural adapted techniques, to psychology, to psychotherapy. And ethics is not left out. Ethical issues are not left out due to differences in our various cultures across the globe. There are a number of issues. And also is that, looking at it from the Islamic perspective, we can see that Islam as a code of belief, as a belief system, is very comprehensive. And as a result of that, it comes with morality. Now, the morality issue in our ethics today, basically based on ethical issues from APA, from APS, from Australia, from BPS, is very much based on the morality from humanism perspective. It's not spiritual. Yeah, there are a number of issues that have been addressed from various ethical codes, which are really commending, and we've been working with that for some number of years. But the fact that we need a kind of spiritual morality, I'm going to be coming to this later on, some sort of kind of morality that is based on Islamic spiritual content. Okay, we'll be looking at that later on. The reason why we are looking at the Islamic aspect here is basically on, okay. Yeah, the reason is basically on my experience with two postgraduate students who are doing their internship. Both of them Chinese. Okay, I'm lecturing in Malaysia. Malaysia has majority Muslims, as my colleagues from Malaysia has presented earlier on. We have Chinese, we have Indians, we have some other cultural groups. Now I have two postgraduate students. They presented a seminar recently, and both of them had Muslim patients because these are the majority, right? And in their practice, they were teaching their Muslim patients some Buddhist relaxation techniques, Buddhist-related relaxation techniques relating to mindfulness and the rest. Now, one of them, the patient reported the next session that, no, I'm not going to do that. Rather, I'm going to be doing zikr. So there's a conflict there. Now, luckily for this student, because I was part of the panel, in his reflection at the end of this presentation, he said, yeah, he is lacking this multicultural competency. He needs to learn about Islamic approaches to therapy. He needs to learn about Islamic approach to relaxation techniques. And presently, I've joined the ISIP. And I was like, wow, how do you get about ISIP? So, Brother Geraldine, you don't only have Muslims in your group, there are Chinese in your group. I hope you know that. Now, as a result of that, it now becomes so clear to me that, yes, we are looking at ethics now, Islamic ethics, not only for Muslim, but for the general population, for everyone, for humanity. And this understanding has to come up with the issue of, what we tag as our own morality clause, as our own principles, as our own standards. We need to dig down to the sources. We need to dig down to the Quran. We need to look at the Hadith and what our previous Muslim scholars have talked about, what our current scholars are talking about. And virtually we are looking about the concept of virtue ethics, and the concept of principle ethics. Yeah, these are two broad areas on ethics. Now, how spirituality comes in with the virtue ethics. Spiritual morality comes in the virtue ethics. Principle ethics combined with virtue ethics is very much connected to the Islamic approaches to whatever we're looking at as ethical standards, as ethical principles. So I came up with this loose framework, I'm here to connect them together. And basically, the principles are the top 4 and some number of standards listed behind them. And looking at the first, Tawhid and beliefs need to come first because this is going to serve like a cognitive drive for every practitioner, Muslim practitioners alike. And it's vertically, of course, based on Allah's consciousness, based on the fact that, yes, Islam is for the entire humanity. And this particular belief system comes with a number of factors, morality and the rest, with the belief that Allah has guided us to, help humanity, all right? These are things we need to be embedded in our trainings, in our continuous education, in our supervision, and these are the bedrock of what is going to make morality really works, because morality is not really working based on humanism. Over the years, the major concern about about practitioners, mostly in the Western countries, have been problems with confidentiality, problems in multiple relationships, financial issues, fee payments. We are still looking at all these issues, and they are very challenging, despite the morality. So it's like the morality is still not really working. So we need to look at how morality can really work for us and how well it can help professionals. So while I'm still talking about the Tawheed and the belief things, we see it as a cognitive drive, like I said, and we also see it as a framework where faith is having a role to play, all right? We are looking at that because faith actually has a role to play. And according to Al-Ghazali, of course, these beliefs has to be nurtured with knowledge. We need to continue to learn. We need to upgrade our Tawhid beliefs and knowledge. It has to be upgraded. We need to keep learning, and we need to keep attending courses, getting to brush up our beliefs and everything, knowledge relating to man, relating to the intersection between the soul and everything. And as a result of that, we look at another principle which is tagged as amana. Amana here means trust, means honesty, integrity, and all what we have like confidentiality, informed consent. They are all tied under the amana concept, the way I see it, due to the fact that amana is a very strong concept to Muslims, looking at some number of Quranic verses and looking at it as a responsibility. Yeah, among the 5 major principles according to the APA, honesty is there, integrity is there, but we need to see it as a principle of amana concept. We need to look at the deep-rooted meaning of amana and get to see how well we can imbibe that to be able to withstand some of the challenges, some of the dilemmas we are having as Muslim professionals. And with our free will, with our meanings, with our ability to carry out the responsibility Allah has placed on us, with our trust and confidentiality and tagged as one of the major areas of dilemma for psychologists and counselors, mostly in relation to therapist-client relationship, because there are some number of issues here where, in particularly to private practitioners, because we need to look at it from the perspective that those working in the private sector and those working with the government hospitals or government universities, there are differences here. So we need to look at it from the perspective that those in the private sector has more challenges to face because they own the centers, they own the business, and a lot of issues are cropping up from there, mostly in relation to fee payments and some other issues like that. Amana principle also cut across some number of areas I've seen here, aside the fact that we see it as a fiduciary relationship because it has legal implication. We also see it as a way through which we need to protect the honor of the individual, of the patient, whether it comes in terms of confidentiality failures, whether it comes in terms of multiple relationship failures, then we need to see this as a major responsibility on our side as Muslim practitioners. I'm still stressing on Amana because the Prophet ﷺ said, our tongue and our hands need to be, need to make our patients, need to make people safe. Looking at this as a Muslim practitioner comes with the fact that, yes, whoever is coming to our office is a very strong responsibility, it's a very strong issue in terms of handling whatever he or she puts to us, whatever we are putting to them. So this also stress the concept of amana here. And we keep looking at it. We keep looking at it because of time. Okay. The third is the character perfection. Looking at all these hadiths in the archives, you can see that character is a very strong issue also as far as Islam is concerned, as far as activities is concerned, especially we Muslims in the profession. And when the Prophet's wife was asked, how can you describe the Prophet? It's like the Prophet is a walking Quran, okay? Here, we can see that based on our character perfection, we still need to go back to what I tagged earlier on as spiritual morality, because all the challenges facing practitioners comes with its clause. And until when we get it right, we need to look back to how we can, get it right in terms of how we are able to, make our internal drive gets the best fight, because there is going to be that internal conflict. When the challenges come, when the problems comes, how are we making the decisions? Which decision are we making? There is an interplay between our cognitive, according to Al-Ghazali, and our emotions. I mean, there is always that interplay. So we still need to go back to that route, make sure it's part of our training, make sure we always make it clear to our students that this is the bedrock of what is actually coming. Across Fatiyakan's. Okay, I'm still here. I came across Fatiyakan's scrupulous conscience. In his book, he talked about this concept based on the fact that we cannot find ourselves in various ethical dilemmas without knowing what to do. There are some gray areas we need to identify. We need to make sure how well do we handle that. For instance, in the APA, between a therapist and a client, you can only have a relationship with that client after 2 years. Now, critics are saying that 2 years is already a green light for you to even start a relationship. Now, as Muslim professionals, should we give a green light for any kind of relationship after 2 years? We need to start talking about that. So this is a gray area, and Fatiha can make it very clear that, we need to be very clear on issues like this. For instance, we talk about fee payments. We talk about convenience payments, for instance. 2 therapists can come together and make a plan like, okay, you get the patient, send the patient to me. When I charge the patient, I'm going to send part of this percentage to you. You don't need to do any therapy. All right? Is that legal? It's not. According to the APA, it's not. So as Muslims, these are things we need to be very clear. And some number of issues relating to this also needs to be very addressed. Like I've mentioned earlier on, yeah, supervisee issues also comes in. We are talking about the issue of power imbalance. Yes, in collectivist cultures, lecturers, supervisors are like gods. All right? How do we address the power imbalance between we and the students, between we and the interns? I mean, there are a number of issues cropping up from here, and the last is soul purification. Purifying our soul should come into our principles. For the fact that spirituality is part of our human functioning, as we all know, ethics-wise, we also need to look at this area because currently, experts are talking about self-care. Yeah, as therapists, vigorously we are having issues. We are taking our patients' issues. I mean, maybe for the whole day, you've seen about 7 to 8 patients. You are so down. Couple of the fact that you are facing family issues, some number of factors coming into play before the next day. I mean, we need soul purification to address all these issues, and it also cut across what Al-Ghazali has talked about several times in his Ihya. The inner struggle is a very strong factor to make us be able to stand up to challenge our soul when it starts telling us what is not right. Okay? We have the Quranic verses talking about this. There is this concept of Fatiyakan when he's talking about the heart. And he came up with the fact that the heart becomes a component of force in sustaining harmony in one's soul when they are strong, when they are pure, and when they are alive. Now, there was a further analysis to that, and it connects it to what Ali said, that Allah has a water container in the heart, which is our heart, all right? Which is our heart, yeah. Okay? The heart that Allah likes most are those which are the softest, the purest, and the strongest. After which, Ali explained the meaning of these words, that is, strongest in religion, purest in trust, and softest towards one's brother. So we can see that in this short analogy, we can see as Muslim professionals, this is where we stand, and these are things we need to be that needs to be imbibed in our trainings, need to be imbibed in our ethical practices, and I think this is where I'm going to call it off. Like I said earlier on, our self-care needs to be very much connected to soul purification practices relating to our various relaxation techniques, how we take care of ourselves, and it comes with, the modern day self-care practices. I'm also trying to do a research on tafakkur exercise, where which is very much based on Malik's Badri, may Allah have mercy on his soul, on his contemplation model. And hopefully when we start that research, things can go forward from there. It's another way we need to look at how we can come up with a contemplative way of relaxation. And like I said, it's another area we need to be embedded in our practices, in our trainings, and the rest.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Assalamu alaikum.
Jazakallah khair, Dr. Salami. Our final speaker, but not the least, is Dr. Mahdi Qasqas. He is a registered psychologist with a PhD in social work from the University of Calgary in Canada. For many years, he was the only Arabic-speaking Muslim therapist in his locality, where he provided culturally competent evidence-based therapy. He has since supervised many graduate students to help fill the gaps in research practice and, mashallah, let me finish. Fill the gaps in research practice and training of Muslim mental health professionals. Dr. Qasqas.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. You know, I have a problem here because I don't know how to give a presentation, okay? I don't follow a script. I'm a psychologist, I'm a therapist, a helper, khatib, and social. I'm a PhD in social work researcher. Then when you have an Islamic social work conference, then we'll talk social work, okay? Social justice. Oh, sorry, before I say that. I believe in adaptation, right? Adapting to the audience. But this is a very, very diverse audience. So I want to ask you first. I can take multiple approaches. But instead of giving you like 6 or 7, I'm going to use the dichotomous key, okay? It's like an istikhara intervention, either or. Because both is perfect. Would you like me to take a ta'awun or a tanafus approach? Who says ta'awun? Okay, now the ta'awun, let me tell you what that entails. Ta'awun is like validation. I'll validate, mashallah, you've done a wonderful job, everything's great. Tanafus, وفي ذلك فليتنافس المتنافسون, is a challenging approach. It's an attacking approach in a kind, respectful way. So which one do you want? Who says ta'awun, kind, loving, calm? Who says a little bit of infusing anxiety, little stress? Uh-oh, is he going to say it? Is he not going to say it? Tapping into the tensions in the room that I know that I see. Because when I read your work, and I've read most of your work, all of it, I could see the ideology come out. So, who wants ta'awun? Who wants tanafus? No, you can't have both. It's like istikhara, either or. Dichotomous key. Tanafus, show of hands. Who wants tanafus? Who wants ta'awun? Who doesn't care? Who's asleep? Okay. So let's have a little fun. But with tanafus, there has to be love for your brother what you love for yourself. So if you love for me, just forgive me if you're offended. And we'll talk about it later, inshallah, for sure. Do you want me to be theoretical or practical? Do you want me to use Islamic evidence, scientific evidence, or experiential evidence? There's no Ya Allah, I'm telling you, dichotomous key, either or. The first step in science is to differentiate one thing from another, either or. It's not multiplexity, Islamic evidence, scientific, or experiential. Experiential, no problem. Last but not least, too late, the Al-Jamhur has spoken. Last but not least, Arabi or English? Show of hands, Arabi or English? عربي. انت الوحيد اللي عربي يعني معقول الجماعة كلهم بس مش حكينا تنافس؟ اوكي طيب بعد اذنك راح يكون في الانجليزي للاسف الشديد. هذا هي الديمقراطية. The tyranny of the majority. بس بنجيب لك مترجم ان شاء الله. عربي. اوكي والله هيك حيرتني. خلص عربي. شو رأيكم عربي عادي؟ طب percentage of people in the room that speak Arabic fluently, show of hands. يا سلام. طب والله عن جد عربي. عادة هنا خطبة, when I give a khutbah, they're like, أخي, you have to do, there's some people that don't understand Arabic. You have to be English and Arabic. I'll say, okay, what's the percentage? 5%. خلاص. بياخذوا 5% Arabic. But this is 50-50. This is a challenge. So Arabic or English? Dr. Rajab? ما تريد? I'm seeking for permission for you to say English. Because إذا بلشت أحكي عربي بيطلع الفلاحي وبصر إيش and then Dr. Abu Ras is going to be like, oh فضحنا قدام العالم. Come on, speak a little مدني. Okay. So let's, Dr. Human, English? خلاص English. All right. What's that? Canadian English. So here's the thing. I was going to thank everybody in a very heartwarming way. I even had a story about gratitude and something to do with me taking the wrong passport on the way to the airport and my wife identifying it and all that, but I'm not going to say it, okay? And I'm not going to thank you. none of you. I want to thank those who brought you here. First and foremost, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You know, a lot of times we just say that. And our hearts are full of ghafla. And we forget. Bifadlillah, right? Then, the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. If it wasn't for the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, would we be here? Would we even be encouraged to do any of this? Would any of our past scholars have had their level of whatever level they have? Third, I look out at the audience. How many of you are parents? Show of hands. Okay. So your spouse is with the kids. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless them. And I'd like you all to look at the camera and give a nice heart out, shout out to your spouses. Okay? I would never do that because me and my wife are cringy about that stuff, right? But we have these secret messages in the talk and she'll know what it is, right? I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Sorry. All right. So I would really, really, really like you, just for a second, to make dua for your spouse. And yeah, I get it. You got in a fight before you came, and you always spend all this time on the community and all of that. But can we have a framework where we all agree upon it? We can, right? Okay, let's prove it. Define Islam. Automatically, we have some divergence and convergence. We have a spectrum. And at the end of the day, Islam means peace, right? Yes, of course, yes. No. It could mean peace, but we don't call it peace psychology. We don't call it submission psychology. I mean, after all, it's al-Islam, isn't it? Right? Islamic from the roots to the fruits. Didn't the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam liken us to a date palm tree? There's got to be a model in there somewhere. And again, because you've asked for practical and experiential knowledge, I won't talk about the date palm tree analogy and how you can use that as for a 3D, an integrated Islamic identity development plan. Get it? D, 3D. Okay. Spell counseling. 1 L, 2 L's. How about 4 L's? How about a lam? What if we started spelling counseling with a lam? At least that way we wouldn't have that problem, would we? What about 4 lambs? Lens, language, leverage, localization. These are the 4 guiding principles and themes behind the Sunnah-based practice framework. Now, of course, I'm not going to go into full detail into all of them. I just want to provide an indication of credibility. I just want you to walk away saying, you know what? Yeah, maybe, right? Maybe that's a reasonable way of looking at it. Starting with lens. And if anybody sleeps, I'll know that I should hurry up, right? So, if you want me to speed up, just pretend like you're falling asleep. You want me to slow down? Don't worry about it, I won't. The Latin term for lens is lentil, right? Anybody know that? Okay, why? Because it looks like a lentil. That's a dal for the Urdu speaking on the right. Adasa. In the Quran, adasa comes once, just once, in this verse. See the connection? أتستبدلون الذي هو أدنى بالذي هو خير? Are you going to replace what's worse with what's better? فضل كلام الله على كلام البشر كفضل الله على البشر. The comparison between the words of Allah and the words of men is the comparison between Allah and men. Is there a comparison? So why would we use anything else? That's the lens. Psychology is just a lens. It can be broken. It can diverge, it can converge, sure, but it's just a lens to understand Kalamullah. And I believe Sheikh Amin is not here. Good. Must be in trouble. He made it clear, didn't he? He said he called it something. Khabar al-Sadiq, right? The people of the past. The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. What more do we need? When Sheikh Dr. Malik Badri rahmatullahi alayh wrote his book, see the underlying factor there? Partly or totally abandoned by their Western counterparts. Are we really going to pick up their garbage? This is where the social work comes in. Because when I started off in a lot of this stuff, social justice was still optional in psychology. It's why I went to a PhD in social work, not in psychology. And you got to understand, in my province, a master's is the terminal degree to register. So yes, at the end of the day, it is my professional duty to be critical. So how many years later, and there's finally an apology for the racism in the United States against black people, and it changed everything. In fact, it may have even triggered a crisis according to Kuhn's stages of scientific revolution. That woke you up, didn't it? Oh, sorry, I'm just joking. I'm really trying to impress Dr. Rajab here. Not because I need a job, but because I really want to impress you, because you have better suits than I do. But the whole idea is this. Why do we keep asking ourselves the question, would the predecessors accept Islamic psychology as credible? We need to be asking how many of them would be canceled today. Allah. Lipstick on a pig still makes it haram to eat. That's my equivalent of Dr. Malik Badri's painting a deteriorated house. All right? So let's move into it. Language. We have lens. Get the lens? Is the attitude clear? Is it clear where I stand, my positionality, my paradigm? Now it's about language. Take a look at the difference. This is for the Arabic speakers. Can you see a discrepancy between the English translation of "it was just a personal opinion of mine" and "I do not find it to be of any use"? Is there a difference between findings and opinions? Can you turn off the light? Too bad. Do it yourself next time. Can you see it now? Okay, you know what? Don't worry about this point. You can see this the slides later because I don't want to run out of time on this one. There is usually, we already know there's a problem in linguistic translations, right? So the whole idea is we are desperate for dual domain expertise, as I think Dr. Rania was talking about. But we also need methods and models to help transition the dual domain expertise, starting with, in my mind, dynamic bilingualism. Do you notice how when we talk, we don't just speak one language? And I don't mean language switching. I mean we throw in ta'aruf, we throw in akhlaq, we throw in all these terms, and they mean something in context. And we could talk about discourse analysis, we could talk about semantics, linguistics, all that kind of stuff, and we'll come up with some amazing stuff. But right now, in order for my framework to work, requires dynamic bilingualism, which means a lot. Part of it meaning you're able to say the same thing in multiple languages, yes, of course, but in multiple worldviews as well. In this case, what makes it so cool is you can be very creative and innovative, the halal type of innovative, right? And so in this case, I have the A's of health, well-being, and healing. You said that the reason we need an ethical model is because it can harm people, right? But it's haram to harm people. So it's not going to happen. Is that not the equivalent of depression is haram? If you're a Muslim, you won't have it. Okay, fine. Even if it was ya'is, a Muslim can't do haram? Or are you saying you shouldn't do this because of emotional suppression and the toxic positivity and all that stuff, right? So the whole idea is we need to recognize that it's not just about halal and haram. Ya ammi, we are at risk of hypocrisy. There's nothing worse. Dark al-asfali min an-nar. So we need some sort of ethical model to protect ourselves and others. And this is it. Right here. 4 ahadith for akhlaq and 1 hadith for nifaq. Akhlaq minus nifaq. Akhlaq bidun nifaq. Does anybody disagree that if you were to follow these 4 principles, you would be engaging in healthy behaviors with others? Now we could spend the whole day explaining each one of them, right? Whoever believes in Allah and the last day, من كان يؤمن بالله واليوم الآخر فليقل خيرا أو ليصمت. I would love nothing more than to plug something into your brain and just pull out everything that comes up instantly for you. What does that mean, speak good or stay silent? What does it mean when you say, love for your brother or sister what you love for yourself? Or to leave what doesn't concern you? Could it be that competence could have something to do with تركه ما لا يعني? Or فن التغافل as an intervention? And when we say don't get angry, have you ever found yourself, the therapists in the room, boiling and starting to slowly, emotionally losing it in session? You don't think that's a problem? You don't think you get triggered? Now, you cannot simply say to a therapist, don't get angry, or love for them, or that. We break these down into general principles. But what you can say, you can be proscriptive. It's hard to be prescriptive in therapy. This is what to do. But there's definitely a wrong way of doing it. Don't lie. Don't break a promise. Don't break a trust. And if you quarrel, first of all, don't quarrel, but if you do, don't do it wickedly. Can you see this play out in reality? Leverage and localization are the 2 other L's. And how it applies to other things. I'm not going to go into too much detail here, but I'm going to say that where this shows up in the Sunnah-based practice framework, first of all, it is the Sunnah-based practice framework. And you know what I did there? I did something that Dr. Rothman and Dr. Rasul both did. I went and I chose the biggest term possible to take over. What was the approach called? The Islamic psychology approach? And Dr. Rasul, you went with the Tawheed approach? Come on. You just took over Tawheed. By the way, sorry, Dr. Rothman, are we cool? Okay, good. Because me and Dr. Rasul are cool. I know that because we had our creative tension. But the whole idea is, I know I'm saying it's a Sunnah-based practice approach, but the primary reason for that is to basically say that it's grounded in the Sunnah, okay? And so the methodology used is going to emerge from that directly. It's why we came up with the counseling Sahabi. It's mainly for characteristics of a therapist. Because in my city, in Edmonton, we have Salafis, we have Sufis. And of course there's a divide, obviously, ideological divides, and we don't want to talk about it. Some of you write it and you sneak in some arguments here and there and some attacks. But at the end of the day, we have to have akhlaq. In therapy is different than research. In therapy is different than reality and community leadership. You have so much power over the other person. Plus, they need to be able to know that they're safe with you. Is that what you said, doctor? Safety first, right? Salam first. So imagine somebody does walk in. You need to be able to adapt to them quickly. This is one of the characteristics of Hudayfa ibn al-Yaman.
1 minute.
1 minute, thank you. I will try to wrap up this. But more importantly, Hudayfa ibn al-Yaman was known as an expert in hypocrisy. So anything he did in his life, I think we can do some pretty deep analysis to basically understand what else can we do? What else can we pull out from that? This is where the model comes back again. Pro-akhlaq, anti-nifaq. I would explain this, and I think I should when it comes to our self-care, but that, just think about it. Hudayfa ibn al-Yaman said, I have a sharp tongue on my family. Draw your own conclusions. Last but not least, this is for Dr. Talib. From the lizard's hole to the dragon's den. I mean, we have to challenge, right? We have stakeholders in front of us. I wish the world was a safe and clear and just place. But obviously it's not. And the ICJ and the genocide, that's clear proof that it's not a just world. So what are we going to do about it? Rage is not enough. We have to do action. And in this case, who are the stakeholders? Because at the end of the day, every one of you here knows, if you've worked in an institution, at any moment somebody can pull the plug. So you do what you can in the time that you got. But if you were to challenge the stakeholders, if we were to move towards self-regulation, if we were to do everything that this conference dreams of, what guiding principles should we start with? Akhlaq minus nifaq. Dr. Talib, I'd love to show you clearly, but they didn't say evidence-based, they said experiential. But I can show you one by one how everything that we're talking about here, clear from the evidence. And yes, RCT's meta-analysis, I get it. I know you guys don't believe in any other evidence but that, so that's okay, right? But the whole idea, if we decide to go that route, and you know what, Dr. Othman, actually, I thought about you when I developed this model, the fourth approach.
Can we wrap up, please?
Yeah, we can.
Thank you.
The fourth approach, the convert approach. Because sometimes what happens is we keep arguing, should we assimilate, shouldn't we, and all that. And really, is that the key point? Because you don't move all together. That's why when I read your dissertation, I loved it. I loved the idea that you were starting off with this idea that's unique. When I read Dr. Kashvarzi's book, I read it in one day. I tried to pull a Imam Shafi'i with Imam Malik sort of thing, right? I read his book in one day and met him up the next day. Hey, look at this diagram, whatever. One word, one sentence in his book that really captured me. It said, we own this. And that's where's Sheikh Amin? He's not here. That's where the recolonization thing came in, right? It was a joke, but the whole idea is izzah, right? When I wrote the book, Islamically Modified CBT, I wrote it from a perspective that, okay, my grandparents are CBT, I converted to Islam, I don't change my DNA or my genetics, I still maintain the core features, the fidelity features, but then I'm flexible. And then dynamic bilingualism comes in because I do believe that we need to learn how to better adapt or integrate. It can't just be a basic, shallow way.
Thank you.
Why?
Jazakallah khair.
Because
I'm sorry. We have to stop.
It's just last point, though,
One sentence.
Come on. I'm just wrapping up.
Half a sentence.
Sure, I know. But whoever needs to leave, just leave. Whoever wants to leave, wallahi, leave right now, please. But I would like to, I would like to.
What do the...
Tanafus, right? No, I'm gonna wrap up really quickly, though. But on the credibility side, because we said tanafus, come on, if we cannot demonstrate that our models, our research, our practices are credible to our own Muslim community, how are we going to do it to the rest of the world? So I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to really bless us. I would have loved to move forward, but you're right. If I keep going on, people will start feeling anxious. And our model is all about salam, ta'aruf, shura, right? Barakallahu feekum. And I don't care if anybody needs questions or wants to challenge, please do. This is the most basic model. If you need somewhere to start, here you go. Here's your AIM model, right?
All right, Jazakallah khair. Thank you very much. So thank you very much for all three of you for really highlighting the importance of building and developing an Islamically integrated code of conduct that is rooted in our Sharia. Do we have time for any questions? One question? Are there any other?
This is the developmental model.
Do you have a
starting
preference?
with the ilm.
There's like a few. Let's get Dr. Hamada, because you've already asked Dr. Wahiba. Okay. Oh, goodness.
One thing I wanted to kind of ask is psychology and psychiatry tends to be really individually focused, and the individual defines kind of the ethical guidelines and where is their ethical issues, is their chief complaint, if you will, with few exceptions. When you do couples therapy, you treat the unit as a dyad. When you do family therapy, you might have a systems approach. My question is, how much is Islamic framed ethics going to go beyond the individual and think about the community or the mesostructures or even the population? And so I would challenge you guys to think about that, not just about the individual as they frame it. So as an example, there's a case example. If you have a malignant narcissist who's coming in because whatever, they're not achieving as much as they want, but they're really hurting a lot of people. Is there an ethical duty for the therapist to work on their narcissism, or is that not the chief complaint? So I would kind of challenge you thinking about the individual versus the community, so forth and so on. The second point I want to make is there's a literature on principlism. You mentioned virtue-based versus principle-based ethics. And the literature critiques, and this is really critiquing Big Camp, because all those ethics are from Big Camp. Non-beneficence, benefits, autonomy, and equity. And the issue with principlism is that you can't choose or favor one principle over the other. So even in the case, if you think of it in the medical ethics, the accepted general principle, the most important principle is do no harm. Yet in public health, we have a harm reduction model. In other words, we'll give needles to prevent, we know they're doing harm, or physician-assisted suicide. That's made legal.
Have is an ethical dilemma model. There's always going to be ethical dilemmas. Where we can definitely benefit in Islamic psychology is understanding when certain principles compete. Like the shuyukh can tell you about when treating OCD. You know when you miss the prayer? Or when you forget how many rakat you prayed? Normally the rule is, right? And then ask the Islamic scholars to talk more about that. This is where I think our principles need to be, is تَرْكَهُ مَا لَا يَعْنِي. Leave what doesn't concern you, right? So if the client doesn't mention that they're harm to themselves or harm to others, then why would you be calling the authorities? Even if they did, why would you call the authorities if you weren't guaranteed they were going to get the help they need? Or is it to protect yourself? Because at the end of the day, our ethical code, client comes first. Of course, you have to protect yourself and stuff, but yeah. That's a great question. And when you're so if we establish an actual regulatory body for Islamic psychologists, that's who would have to decide, because every province is going to be different. For example, you said that ethics is the majority of the EPPP, the exam that psychologists write. Yes, ethics has the majority percentage of the exam. In that exam, it says bartering, for example, bartering is totally bad. No, can't do it. In Canada, you can't do it. In the States, it's ill-advised or something like that, right? Now, things get more complicated when you start adding cultural factors. Because right now, the Code of Ethics in Canada, for example, the Canadian Code of Ethics, when it comes to dual role relationships, it not only says that it's preferable and expected in non-dominant communities, for example, immigrant communities, indigenous communities. Now, when you hear that, you think, oh, wicked, it gives us an easier thing. In my mind, I don't know, Dr. Rania, if you would agree or not, it's a neglect of these populations. Like, why is it very clear that dual role relationships are bad when it comes to white people, but when it comes to everybody else, it's okay? And I don't think it's an understanding of our communities. I think it's a way of just saying, yeah, we don't care. But that's the social worker in me. The psychologist in me says, no, the CPA, Code of Ethics, Allahu Akbar, it's great. Hope that answers partially the question.
Jazakallah khairan, Dr. Qasqas. Thank you so much, Dr. Salami. Thank you so much, Dr. Zamzami. And thank you so much, Dr. Mahmoudi, for moderating in an excellent way. We're ending this session for today. We're ending the symposium today. But wait a minute. There are some announcements to need to be done before you guys leave. First and foremost, we want to thank, honestly, all the moderators, all the panelists, all the scholars, all the people that are working with the the things behind the scene, all those who are taking photographies, filming, all those who are watching online. There's a lot of people watching online as well. So really, it's been such a joy to be here. I want to specifically thank Sister Sabika for the amazing work you've done, and also Sister Esra. We have some colleagues in ISIB who's been helping out as well. So I know they're watching from the home. So Sister Alia, Sister Mediha, and Sister Dania, thank you so much for the excellent work you guys are doing, and everybody else. Also to Dr. Human Keshavarzi, and also to Dr. Khaled Al-Zamzami and the rest of the organization team, and of course Dr. Rajab Shenturk for opening up this beautiful University of Hamad bin Khalifa and the College of Islamic Studies for us to have these discussions connected to Islamic psychology. And we do have Adab al-Ikhtilaf. So definitely we will have a round table discussion tomorrow where we're going to reflect upon certain things. And Adab al-Ikhtilaf is part of our journey as people who are interested in this field. Some other things I want to share with you guys. At 6 p.m., there will be an introduction session for the master program in counseling psychology. So for all of you who would like to apply, specifically the Qataris, there's still time for application, if I'm not mistaken. For those who are internationals, it's already done. Sorry? Those who live in, I'm so sorry, I shouldn't say Qatari. Those who live in Qatar, my sincere apologies. There is an introduction session where some of the people who are behind the program will introduce the program, the different modules, the syllabus, etc. So that's at 6 p.m. in this auditorium, or conference room number 1. All right, perfect, thank you. So that's one information. For all of you who are taking the bus back to the hotel, all the scholars and participants and moderators, Sister Sabika will show us the way after the symposium session for today is over. Tomorrow, this bus will start picking us up from the hotel at 7:45, so be there sharp, please, or else you might need to fix your own way here, whether you want to take a taxi or something. And yes, what else? Yes, after the session symposium is ending tomorrow, we want all the participants, all the scholars, and all those who moderated different panels to be here, because we're going to have a round table discussion. And according to the vision, as Dr. Human has mentioned to me, the thought is to do some Doha Accord. with regard to a couple of questions and what defines Islamic psychology, what would be the scope of Islamic psychology, etc. So we're trying to find a way to have a great discussion and hopefully write some manifest or some ideas and statutes that we can all sign in. So this could be a historical moment. We call it the potential Doha Accord. So this will be after or maybe something else. We'll see. And this is a closed session, by the way, so it's only for those who have an invitation. The participants, the speakers. Yeah, so all the speakers, we really appreciate if you guys stay here after the symposium is over. All right, I think that... And after the public symposium is over. Sorry, I should clarify even more. So after the public symposium is over,